It's live.
Is it live? It's still spinning on my side. I'm not
Mine
seeing.
says live. Are you recording?
Oh, there it goes. It just came. Okay. Am I recording? I don't know. Where's the button to record?
I don't know.
Yeah, you guys over on YouTube, hang out for a minute. I don't see the button that says record.
Okay,
I'm going to pop in. It records automatically when you do live.
Thank you. Okay,
You're
good.
welcome.
I want to be sure we get this. Thank you, Shari. See you later.
What did I predict?
You must be psychic.
And
everybody out there on YouTube, we are so delighted to see you. Thank you for coming to Psychathon 2. We have an amazing show lined up for you. We are going for 11 hours. Yes, we are. I have my brilliant co-host, Helen, here. We're going to have lots of fun.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see. I had a few things to say. We're going to have giveaways. Yes, we are. They're going to happen all throughout. We are going to have surprise appearances by some celebrities like George Carlin, FDR, and Shirley Chisholm, who had some really interesting things to say about Kamala. But we need you to do your part too, because after all, this is a fundraiser for the Harris-Walz campaign. You will find the link in the pinned comment at the very top. We're asking everybody to step up and give just $5 to let your voice be heard, because we need a significant number of people to join their voices with ours to make a statement that the metaphysical community is a powerful voting bloc to be reckoned with. And we are, you know that. When you go to the donation page, you're going to see the suggested donation starts at $25. If you can do that, great. But don't let that throw you. There's also a blank box. In that blank box, you can put in any number. So that's where you put your $5. That's you stating definitively that you stand with Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, and for democracy. Okay, that's enough for me for the moment. Helen?
Well, I was just trying to look up a name because I don't like to be inaccurate. So I'll leave the name out of it. But recently, in the past couple of days, right-wing Republican member of the government, who shall remain nameless, and J.D. Vance agreeing with him, was talking about Kamala Harris in the same sentence as implying witchcraft or spells or some sort of, using their term, voodoo or magic was being conducted by her. So now we've gone from trying to get women to not be able to vote by making some states try to pass laws that say you need ID, you need proof of ID. If you're a woman who's married, who's changed her name, you need proof of that when you go to vote. Disenfranchising most married women. 90% of married women don't carry that proof with them. So disenfranchising women, removing our bodily autonomy. And now, what are they doing now? Accusing us all of witchcraft. That's next. Sorry, I'm on a roll.
Oh, well, we know that's part of Project 2025. That's kind of what got this whole thing going. They're
Right.
coming for us. This is personal.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So get out the dunking chair.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that, you guys. Helen and I have a whole series on Project 2025 that we're going to be inserting here amongst the readings. So watch for that. Why don't you go ahead and do your card draw, and I want to throw up a little banner here to let them know what's
while I'm shuffling, just a little card for the evolution of this fundraiser. I just want to say that the Project 2025 information will not, I believe, be dry. What we've done, we're not reading you from the book. What we've done, I've put together presentations of how specifically it'll affect your life in your personal life. So like the practical applications of it. Okay, doing a really good shuffle here.
awesome.
And this is the Golden Art Nouveau Tarot from, I'm getting a few interesting cards. Wait till you see this. So the first card I got was Dissension. This is the conflict that we're facing. This is why we're having this show today. To reassure us all who are really concerned. Let's put it that way. This is extreme concern. Having trouble sleeping, worried. This is to assuage those feelings and to support and reassure everybody. And look at the card I got. The Queen of Wands. I get this card a lot for Kamala when I do readings. This is a woman who is strong, a leader, clear-headed, willing to take the actions that are needed, who acts from her intuition. So, all in all, Kamala shows up in the readings. That's very, very good. Oh, and look at the bottom of the deck. I always like to look at the bottom of the deck. I got the Fool, which is starting out on a brand new direction with the light of the sun guiding the way.
Awesome. Thank you. I'm just distracted for a second here. Debbie wanted to be added as a moderator, so let me get that.
$9,800 from the long 24-hour Psychathon. $9,800. Wow.
Yeah. It's a great start, but I think we can do far better. And the other thing about that is that we had 300 people who gave that amount of money. We want to at least double the number of people, you guys. We need more than 300 people because we had almost 26,000 people on the live stream with us in that 24 hours.
Not a lot of people for that.
I know, and that's why I'm saying, like, just $5, please. It's more important that you stamp your voice than the amount of money. Yeah. That right now is the really important thing.
What we're really trying to say is we want a large head count, a response that can be qualified, quantified, so we can see exactly how many people support Kamala Harris. It's a show of support. So, the Queen of Wands.
Absolutely, yes. So before we dive in and get really busy doing all the things that we're going to do today, what is that? That was the Queen
of Wands. Just a reminder.
Helen and I just want to pause for a moment and just send out some positive energy, a little prayer, whatever you feel led to do for the people affected by Hurricane Helene, whatever it is.
I apologize. I had nothing to do with that. They stole my name.
We'll let you off the hook.
Thanks.
Okay. Doesn't have your signature on it anyway. So if you would just join me if you want, close your eyes, take a couple of deep breaths. We call upon all of the amazing angels out there from each one of you, the thousands of you who are joining us today, and your team of angels, guides, masters, teachers, enlightened beings, which for each one of you is somewhere in the 20,000 neighborhood. So I don't know what that math comes to, but maybe in the trillions, right? So those trillions coming together with us with their energy, their intention, and their love today so that we can create a miracle. And we're sending all of that love in a sonic boom across all of the areas that were affected by the hurricane, touching all of the people, lifting them up, filling them with love and healing energy, whatever it is they need. Angels, please minister to them. We thank you for that. And thank you for coming together and sharing with us today so that we can create a miracle together, because that's our intention. Love and intention will rule the day every single time. So thank you for being with us and sharing that. So now what I want to do is I want to play our anthem song, which some of you probably remember from last time. So hang on a second. I have...
Oh, she froze. I do believe this is the song by Annette Dion that was played at the last fundraiser. And Annette, check out her website, check out her YouTube channels. So talented, so motivated, such an activist, really a wonderful person. I think, Debra, are you frozen in fear? Well, let me talk a little bit about Annette. Annette has her own church. I think this is really remarkable, and it's based on not the typical structures and ideologies of mainstream religions. Now I guess I'm the sole entertainment. Let's do a card. Let's read the cards for how the rest of the campaign is going to go. There aren't that many days, you guys. We're talking, what, in the 30s now? This is getting scary. The anticipation is killing me. I don't wait easily for things. So what do I get? Exactly. The Four of Cups, just what I said. I don't like waiting for things. I am wishing that this were over. And sometimes this indicates apathy. I don't think this is apathetic on our parts. It's anticipation. And anticipation is always worse than the reality. Look what we get, the Ten of Swords. This is a good, believe it or not, this is a good card to get, because this is the end of this death by 1,000 needles, this constant assault on the laws of the land. This is coming to an end. We can relax. We're being told by the cards, by the universe, relax, take a deep breath. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. And the Empress. And in this, everything's backwards. In this context, I have the sense that the Empress is about Kamala, and it's about the rise of the feminine. The eternal feminine is finally going to be coming into her own. The Five of Cups reversed, the end of the grieving, the sorrow, the pain, the worry and concern, and the final card, the Ten of Cups. A lot of cups here. Cups are about emotions, but also this Empress. This Empress is telling us with this Ten of Cups that the eternal feminine, the divine feminine, is returning to help to define our sense of society and family life. Now I think we should read a card on where Debra went. Oh, here we go. Can you see me, Debra?
Not hearing.
Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. I read cards while you were gone.
Yes, I heard you. Thank you. That's great. Yeah, it's like, come on, we just started and the power goes out? Oh my God. Angels.
Did your power went out?
It was a brownout.
Ooh.
Geckos. It's lightly raining. There is no excuse for this crap. You know, it's just to add to the excitement.
If that happens again, I don't watch the chat because I can't see it and do what I'm doing. But if that happens again, I'll try to take some questions from the chat.
Okay. If it happens again, hopefully it would be in the middle of the show, so it wouldn't matter. I would just be gone and come back before. It's just it happened at the beginning before I could launch all the things, which is a real PITA, but we will get through it. It's all right. Just adds to the excitement, right? Okay.
I talked a little bit about Antoinette also.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to bring her song up now. So this is Annette. Yeah. Annette
Antoinette's my niece.
So we're going to start the show off with Powerhouse Anthem. We're not going to back down from Annette Dion. Here we go. We won't be backing down. Sorry.
Was a dark day, we were frightened, so much chaos, so many white men, caught off guard, no one knew what to say. How did it all get so crazy? Facts were absent, the air was hazy, we stood watching, tears streamed down our faces. While in the White House there was a tyrant glued to the TV, cheering the violence. When they pleaded, he refused to say a word. He just sat there in his fury, lashed out against us. The world was worried. We didn't know if we would make it through. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take it down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. Now we're standing, we're united. Our elders showed us the most worthy fight is for our freedom, requires vigilance. We're courageous, growing stronger, not complacent. We serve with honor, and our power is the love that leads our way. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down.
Wow. That gets me every time.
It's beautiful.
It really is.
Really beautiful. Can I put a little thing in here? While that was playing, I looked up, I want to be accurate. The person who talked about Harris using witchcraft is a Texas celebrity prophet. Shocked that I didn't remember his name because I've written about him. Lance Wallnau. He is the man who coined the term Seven Mountain Mandate, the seven spheres of society that Project 2025 wants to take over. So it's all connected. He said that Harris used witchcraft to be successful in the debate, and J.D. Vance is doing a town hall with him today in Pennsylvania.
Oh, wonderful. Well, we have got Nancy, Jean, Jeffrey, and Juno waiting backstage to come on. But before they come on, we're running a little late now. Sorry about that. We will catch up. We've got our first video in the Project 2025 series. This one's a little intense. This is the overview where Helen lines up for you all of the background, how it got started, what it's about, the origins of Project 2025. So we can get to that corruption, we can bring it out to be transmuted, because that's what we're all about here.
Yeah.
So hang in there. This is really important. You can take a potty break if you need to, but this is really good to listen to, gang. All right, so let me bring that up for you. Come on. Here we go. Project 2025 Origins.
Debra, here we are, and we're going to talk periodically through the next 11 hours or so about Project 2025, or whatever its alias is this week. The question that we're going to try to answer is, what does the right wing have in mind for our future? That's what Project 2025 is.
Sorry, the video disappeared from the screen. I got to get it back. There we go.
900 plus pages. And the following things we're going to talk about are taken directly from the book. Now, the wording is different. You're not going to necessarily go through the book and find exactly this wording. What I've done is compiled the religious rhetoric, that's in the book, because that's what it is, and then taken from public speeches, interviews, and such, that where they've admitted what they have in mind. So it may sound like I'm engaging in hyperbole, I'm exaggerating, I'm, really trying to be an alarmist. This is all coming out of the mouth of the people.
Sorry, you guys.
You could just play the sound, because really that's what's important.
I don't know why it's
this. So let's get down to it. This is from Project 2025. The Mandate for Leadership is the name of the book, and it's their dystopian vision for America. This is what they picture our country looking like should they take control. God forbid. So a short while ago, it was called Project 2025, and public reaction got really negative. So then they started calling it Agenda 47. And Trump keeps disavowing any association with it. It's been implemented incrementally over the years, state by state. So this is nothing new. This is a plan that's been hatching for a good 50 to 60 years. No kidding. And I'm going to give you a little taste of the history behind it, so people understand what the roots are of what's going on.
Yeah,
so here's
interject one thing. You mentioned about hyperbole. If this were hyperbole, we wouldn't need to be doing this. That's why we're here.
Yeah. A lot. We've been talking about this for a long time. Maybe not with the title Project 2025, but people here on the internet, we've been discussing this and warning about it. And the feedback that you and I were just talking about, we were often told we're exaggerating or we're fear-mongering or we're alarmist. And now it's being revealed to the general public, and people are still having a hard time wrapping their brains about what this means. And what we're going to tell you here after we talk about the origins. And it's worth listening to this because it'll give you more of a sense of what's really behind it. And then when we get into the details of it, it's couched in very legalistic, political, governmental kind of terms. But like I said, if you dig into it a little bit, and I've done that for you, so you don't need to. Trust me, this is real. Before this, they hated FDR, they hated his socialist programs, but the real solid plan began around 1971 with a guy called Lewis Powell, a judge, and it began with a memo that he sent to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. So it sounds so benign, doesn't it? So Judge Lewis Powell was a former lawyer for the Philip Morris Tobacco Agency, and he fought for them in court in their efforts to profit from killing people with cigarettes. And later, he was made a justice of the Supreme Court. So he sent this memorandum to the Chamber of Commerce, and it was him telling them, we need to try harder to advocate for our extreme right-wing point of view. I've come up with an outline. This is a manifesto for the right wing, and I would call it the first volley in the culture wars. So this memo described a blueprint. It's a counteroffensive against all liberal institutions that posed a threat to the hegemony of the ultra-conservative capitalists, people like Philip Morris. They didn't like the government regulating them. They didn't like being told what to do. They had a superior attitude about everybody else. They have a disdain for science. They are they use the word conservative. I call it extreme religion. It's a Stone Age religion. They claim it's Christian. They claim it comes from the Bible. Well, it's an authoritarian interpretation of the Old Testament. It is dominionism. It's Calvinist. We'll talk about it. But anyway, they wanted to infiltrate literally all the institutions and aspects of society and take over and press for their worldview, get things run their way. The main targets were universities and law schools, academia in general. The ultimate goal was to capture the Supreme Court. Now, everybody take a breath, think about it. They've been very successful. The capture of the Supreme Court was the beginning of this plan. So, the Powell memo provided the framework for a conservative revolution, a complete undoing of that hated New Deal socialism. Since 1971, with the financial support of mega wealthy donors, often not even the ones you think of. You know, people think of the Kochs. People think of George Soros. So he's considered left wing. But those are the names of people with a lot of money that most people would think were the top 1%. We're talking people above them in a lot of cases who like to remain anonymous. Harlan Crow, boy, his anonymity he would be one of them, right? The guy that collects statues of dictators in his backyard and has an extensive collection of Nazi memorabilia. Those are the kind of people we're talking about. Anyway, they started these mega wealthy donors giving them the money. They began right-wing think tanks and nonprofit organizations and created a web. They joined hands in common cause with leaders of the religious right, because they're not all religious, but they all have a common goal. People like Newt Gingrich. And doing that together, their vision became a possibility. They couldn't have done it without a lot of money, and they got that from the donors who are invested in control, right? They don't care about the religious aspects. Some of them do, but they're just about the control. And then they needed a base of voters, and the fundamentalists were just ripe for the picking. So that's what happened. They got the money from these huge wealthy business interests and the voting support from the Christian right. And in 1973, the right-wing think tank, the Heritage Foundation, was begun by some guys, Edwin Fulner Jr., Joseph Coors, that guy. And ironically, because of the name, a guy called Paul Weyrich. The universe has a sense of humor. So they were rich, aggressive corporate types with a right-wing inclination, a disdain for education. They had the support of the Christian right, and they joined forces with the wealthy heirs to oil money, like the Kochs, who, by the way, were raised by Nazi nannies. Their father so admired the Nazis. The cough medicine wealth of the Smith brothers, the guys on the box with the beard, that's really a family, and they're fascists too. The Mellon Schaaf family, Christopher Mellon is one of them. And they come from multiple businesses, publishing and many other businesses. They're like the robber barons of an earlier time. They wanted to get and keep corporate power by inserting themselves into the government and controlling politics. They were the prime drivers of the Reagan era and the Bush era with what they call their mandate for leadership. So out of the Powell memo came this more defined mandate for leadership. This is the prototype for Agenda 2025. And they worked in tandem with these Christian theocrats in what they call the Seven Mountain Mandate. It's a reference to the Old Testament, and it's about the 7 aspects of society that they need to infiltrate and completely control. And that's what they've been doing: entertainment, business, education, etc. It's a determined plan to replace secular democracy with a Christian, authoritarian, theocratic state. That's what Project 2025 is. They do not believe in democracy. They want to get rid of the rule of law and replace it with the Old Testament. So we have a few questions. So the first question is for Lewis Powell, the Justice of the Supreme Court, who put all this into a codified motion. How did you justify corrupting the Supreme Court and educational institutions for your own selfish financial goals?
Yes, I'd say that's a fair characterization. I was a very different man then. My priorities were skewed. I lost sight of my humanity while satisfying my baser instincts. There simply is no justification.
Again, do you regret it now?
It's a shameful blot on my reputation that I allowed myself to be corrupted.
Perhaps your soul, who am I to judge? Do you see a remedy for fixing the Supreme Court?
It will take guts and bucking the system. However, if you elect a strong leader like Harris, she may possess exactly the sort of character to make sweeping changes. Rules of ethics must be imposed. Those who have committed crimes must be removed in the most expedient fashion. There's more than one way to accomplish this task. Much will depend upon the support of Congress, for unlike the wannabe dictator, she would not have the power to accomplish that sort of sweeping change simply through executive order.
I have the question, what have you learned about the error of this plan, this memo and this plan?
I admit I became a religious zealot. I believed the only way to create a decent world for our families was to structure it around Christian values. Ironically, in the doing, I forgot my own values in pursuit of forcing America into a box where it did not belong. I lost sight of the very reason for which this nation was created. I salute those who today stand against the theocratization of America. They have no idea that they're crafting their own version of hell. If they're successful, they will rue the day they stood against democracy, for something so precious lost is not easily regained.
And the worst offense in the universe is to interfere with somebody's free will. And that's when you take away democracy. Democracy is probably the most substantial evidence of the exercise of free will inside of a political system. And it's imperfect, but it's the best we have that acknowledges free will. I shouldn't be preaching. Okay. So what could you tell us about how the relentless pursuit of, tell us now about the relentless pursuit of material gain and power?
It's anathema to me now. I can see so clearly how easily it corrupts and purifies those who fall under the spell of greed and ambition. Once clasped in the tight fist of such zealotry, there's little hope of escaping. I'm here to tell you, losing your divine soul in pursuit of personal gain is a destructive choice that you will one day bitterly regret.
Yeah. Well, even the Bible warns over and over, but all faith sources, scriptures, they all say the same thing. The pursuit of wealth is just material human wealth is ridiculous. So this is for David Koch. Now, how closely tied were you, your brother, the Heritage Society, and all its, associated foundations to the Nazi sympathies of your father?
We used those organizations to build our empire. The fools were only too willing to write whatever laws or amendments we asked, as long as we kept the gravy train rolling along. And there's the rub. Such power becomes intoxicating, leading to seeing life as a chessboard, and the people whose lives were affected as merely pieces to be manipulated in pursuit of the next win. My father was a great admirer of Hitler's discipline, both of himself and his troops. He saw how quickly the world could be transformed to his advantage under such a regime. As a boy who respected, maybe even idolized my father, I followed in his footsteps. After all, without discipline and rules, there would be anarchy, or so I thought at the time.
What is it, the goal? The goal is internal monarchy and external anarchy. So you are the sole ruler of yourself. And you should accept no rule from outside. Anarchy is without a leader, is what it means in Greek. It doesn't mean chaos. It means just no one head leader. So internal monarchy, external anarchy. That's the goal. Because then you're guided by internal wisdom, the light of the divine inside of you, and not the flawed human beings around you telling you what to do. Just a little something I read somewhere. Okay, thank you.
That was deep, Helen. You did such an amazing job. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Well, I lean heavily on people who've already done the research. I just borrow from them.
You do it excellently.
Thank you.
So we're going to say goodbye to Helen for now. She will be back later for a reading session, and we're going to bring up Nancy, Jean, Jeffrey, and Juno. So hang on. I'm going to introduce
Slongafoil, everybody. I'll be back.
See you later. Okay, here we go.
Can't get rid of me.
Hi, I'm Nancy Jean, and welcome to my garden. I'm going to be reading at the Psychathon. I've been psychic since I was a little kid. I've been actively reading tarot since I was 12. I've read on and off through my adult life. I had other jobs. I have a bachelor's in broadcast film and a master's in accounting and computer science. I've run my own business. I've had a series of careers that led, in the end, to my working in politics and running campaigns. And I ran local campaigns here in the city I live in. And I'm just delighted to be able to take part in the Psychathon and to participate and to support it. The other thing I do is I build crystal grids. And these are grids that you can use for meditation. You can set them up as like a little power center to help your energy in your life move forward. And you put intentions in this. This is all created out of a reading. I cannot do this unless I meet with you. All this is available through my website, crystaldirections.com. enough of the advertising. Why I'm so excited about being here today is I am so excited to have the opportunity to meet a lot of new people I haven't met before, to explain to you how important I feel crystals and stones are to everyday lives, to have the chance to read some new people, to reach into a whole new group of people. I do not do on my regular shows political readings, which may seem really weird for a person who was a political operative for over 10 years. But I was directed by my spirit guides to open up the channel. And the reason it's called Nancy Jean's Garden is it's a garden, it's a place for you to come and grow spiritually. When I started it in 2020, I felt like so much of what had happened in the years before that had stripped away the spirituality and people caring about each other. And when I worked in politics, I ran Obama's field program here in Dallas County. I really wanted people to have fun and joy and spirit in campaigning again. And it had gotten so lost, and it is now so found. So I'm so blessed to be able to work and read with you. So if you're interested in me, you can watch and see how I read. If it just triggers your imagination, you can go to crystaldirections.com. It's got all the contact information on how to reach me and kind of what I do. And I do a show at least once a week, usually on Tuesdays. It's usually open format with me doing readings. And then I do specialty shows and I interview people. I have a background in astrology and numerology as well as the cards. I try to bring all of the disciplines together. I am not an astrologer, but I understand when they're talking about things. And we've got some interesting times coming. So it's a great time to become involved in this community. I'm looking forward to meeting each and every one of you. I hope that we're all as happy as I see that we're going to be by mid-November. And thank you so much for joining, and thank you so much for supporting this. Goodbye.
Welcome, Nancy Jean. So happy to have you back again.
Hi. My compatriots are not there.
They are coming. Hang on. We're going to introduce Jeffrey next.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we're bringing them all up. Everybody gets their introduction.
Good. Okay.
Everybody, this is Jeffrey, aka Ripe Color. I am an intuitive, a healer, and an artist. I'm originally from New York, and I now live in Mexico City, and it's a fascinating place. So I have a YouTube channel where I read tarot, and I teach tarot. So I have a little series called Tarot Tuesdays, where I'm going through the entire deck. I'm up to the wands. I already done all the majors. I'm a healer, so I work with the angels and guides. I facilitate an energy called IET, Integrated Energy Therapy, where you ask for what it is you'd like to desire, what you desire, what you'd like to manifest. And your angels and guides come through, and my angels and guides come through, and I kind of lead you through it and to release what no longer works for you. And I do that remotely. I offer meditations. I can also do a specific meditation for you. And I'm an artist, as you see. Okay. I really like helping people to get in touch with their own light. Like, that's really the key for you to get in touch with your light. I'm just leading you down the path. Oh, I really want to be a kite surfer. Great. Oh, I really want to be a mountain climber. Great. I really want to be a writer. Great. I really want to be an accountant. Great. So I help you to get in touch with your light so that you can shine as brightly as you shine. So the other thing also, Nancy Jean from Nancy Jean's Garden and I offer tarot classes. They're going to begin the end of September. It was supposed to be September 10th, but scheduling. It's a 6-week class. It's really intensive. It's really fun. And the point of learning tarot, the reason that both of us are teaching tarot, is for you to be in touch with your own intuition, like to learn how to trust your own voice, your own vision, your own hearing, your own feelings. And it's a really good tool. And, it's like I'm the driving instructor in a way, even though I don't know how to drive. So this should be fun. I really am a native New Yorker. And, Mexico City also has a really good metro, and I walk. And I really like to, get people excited about their light. I can give you tools to use so that you can be more and more in your light and shine and shine and shine and shine. and I'm sassy. I'm really sassy and I'm really honest. All right. That's who I am. That's what I do. So Ripe Color is the name of my YouTube. It's the name of my Instagram, and it's the name of my website. Ripe, like fruit, like ready, like right now. Okay. Blessings.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Hello.
So great to see you. So we're now going to bring up Juno, and then we'll let the chatting begin.
Okay.
I've been shuffling for about half an hour.
You are ready. Okay, here's Juno's message.
Everyone, my name is Juno from the YouTube channel Junosphere 3333. My channel content is an eclectic blend of healing, education, art, music, crystals, mythology, and more. I'm a research fanatic and love following clues down intriguing rabbit holes. I'm versed in a wide variety of readings, tarot, oracle cards, destiny cards, mediumship, past life readings, akashic readings, tarot mandala readings, which helps with dealing with shadow work. Lots to choose from. Here's my latest healing mandala, expressing the brat green frequency in support of Kamala. Like many of us readers, my circuitous journey, which now seems like a spiritual scavenger hunt, finally found a tangible focus in 2020 when life on our planet changed. That's when I discovered a fledgling community of like-minded people who were seeking to discover the deeper meaning of our existence in light of the historic events we were living through. And I am very grateful to call many of those intrepid spiritual pioneers friends and, much to my surprise, colleagues. It is through their encouragement, guidance, and support that I began my YouTube channel, which has been the most fulfilling endeavor I have ever undertaken. Through my videos, healing sessions, and readings, I offer a unique blend of a wide variety of modalities, always focusing on healing and self-empowerment. Thanks to all of you who are watching and participating in this exciting event. You all are so appreciated. Now, as Kamala says, let's go forward.
Fabulous. Hey, Juno. So good to see you again.
Hey.
Hey, everybody. I'm so excited to be with Nancy, Jean, and Jeffrey. It's a dream come true for me to meet with them. So,
Well, I'm glad to see you, all of you. All I ever saw before was your arms.
my skelly hands. Yeah.
Your skeleton.
I came out of the closet on my second channel anniversary. So you're stuck with me now.
Wonderful. Well, you guys, I'm going to skip on backstage and leave you guys to have fun. And I guess the people will start leaving questions for you soon. So when you're ready for questions, let us know and we'll feed you some questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Debra.
See you soon.
Blessings.
So our
A nice background.
Oh,
Yes.
my creations, my crochet creations behind me.
those are gorgeous.
Thanks.
And real live plants. Oh my God.
Yeah, one. Yeah.
I have a cat that eats everything I plant in my office.
Yeah.
I would love to do things in my garden, but I don't really get enough power live in the garden. Oh, well.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, I've talked to Jeffrey on a cell phone up there. It barely works up there. So I'm ready to go for questions.
I'm ready to go for questions too. Let's go.
Humana.
Yeah. Right now, my oldest son is a campaign consultant and he's in Wisconsin. He finally made it, guys. He was doing all their paperwork down here, but now he's up there. And he was at a big, huge event. And he said the enthusiasm up there is incredible.
Great.
And his channel is CLSB Politics. And he is doing a whole series this weekend on the polls because they've all changed so much. And he explains to you what the numbers mean. So, okay.
I need to make this larger because I'm in the middle of cataract surgery. So
Yeah, you want me to read it, Jeffrey?
No. If I make it larger, it's better. So I did it full screen for me to see.
I get the same, Jen. I get the same kind of sort of shadows, and it's usually the elementals that I'm working with. It's usually the fairy or the people coming out of that world, and they're just around my house. I don't mind seeing their. I'd rather see them in my peripheral vision and have them be shadows, then their favorite trick was just to move all my cards around so I can't find them when I need to read them. When you invite the elementals in your life, you are inviting in it's like a bunch of 3-year-olds. They really are. They want to move things. The dragons aren't 3-year-olds, but the other ones are. And they just want to make sure you remember that they're there.
Yeah, they can help you hone your skills. They can help you hone your skills.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they can help you hone your skills.
Very nice.
They're loving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Get right to the cards.
Right. Jeffrey and he'd been shuffling for half an hour. I didn't have all this time for nothing.
Well, I wanted to be early.
I know. Do you have an answer to that one, Juno?
I do. From the Spirit Animal Oracle, I pulled Nightingale Spirit. Love is all around.
Mm-hmm.
So that goes right along with what both of you were saying. You know, that's just, I think that, you know, as we get into this energy more and more, these energies, they've always been around us, but they're making their presence more known, and we're more able to see them now. So I think when things like that happen, and then we've got a flash or whatever, sometimes I just close my eyes and relax into it and say, okay, you know, if you're showing yourself to me, or, you know, you have a message for me, let me know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, more often than not, they do come through. So don't be scared of them. They're not there to hurt you at all.
No.
It's just a new way of understanding what's around us, I think, becoming more aware.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are opening up. I mean, I know a lot of people are opening up.
Yeah. Isn't that a good thing, you know?
Mm-hmm. I had a neighbor that I lived in an old Victorian neighborhood near Chicago, and I had a neighbor, and I used to not like walking past the cemetery. And she said, "Oh dear, you're in much more trouble with the people on our side of the fence." So just remember that.
I live in Mexico. We go to the cemetery all the time. It's like, oh yeah, you know, yeah.
Okay, Susan. Yeah, I've had a lot of questions about that. A lot of how fast we're going to results of the election are really based on the numbers. If it's so overwhelming, there's no way they can get away with lying. They'll try. I mean, they're still going to try to lie, but I've seen everything from the next day to almost 2 weeks out in my head at times, depending on the news of the day. Right now, we're going to win because it's not going to be we're not going to be brokenhearted. Got great cards, people coming back to family. It's what we've planted. I get Kamala as the Queen of Wands a lot. I get her as a Queen of Swords. I don't think the cards have decided who she is yet. I think they picked the Queen of Wands because it has a black cat in the Rider-Waite, sitting right at the Queen's feet.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's going to be within a week or so. But you never know what kind of lies they're going to.
I had pulled some timing cards before we go to the next question.
Okay, yeah.
Is that okay? And I didn't go ahead, Jeffrey, if you had something.
Yeah, I mean, for timing cards, I got the card of Scorpio. So, I mean, it's Scorpio say, so that big surprise there.
It's in Scorpio. Where else is it going to be?
but it's, you know, so that's what I get. Timing is hard, man. Because I got her first. So she's sort of like, I'm not going to quite tell you, but it's going to be Scorpio season.
Mm-hmm. What did you get, Juno?
I got 3 timing cards. The first one said successful time. So I took that as a positive for us. Mm-hmm. And then I got Saturday. So maybe by the Saturday after the election. And the last one, it says in just a few days. So
that's a couple days after the election. Mm-hmm. That would all make sense.
Yeah. So
how will the election go? Sweeping title blue? Well, lots of lawsuits. Well, there's going to be lots of lawsuits. We have to ask her. I don't know how you read Juno, but I can't read decision trees in my yes nos. It has to be a yes no one way. So I'm going to lay the cards for the sweeping title blue wave. Okay.
Okay.
And I'll see what I get. What are you going to read, Jeffrey?
Will there be delays?
Okay.
I'll read the energy around it.
Good. That gives a balance on all sides. It's a trifecta.
There's a lane for each of us.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. Well, I got in the title Blue Wave, I got the Queen of Wands as my in card. And who did I say she normally shows up as? And then I got the Sun, and the Sun means yes. When it shows up, it's the best card.
Yeah.
And then, but there is going to be some period of retreat where people say, we need to count this or we need to count that.
Yeah, yeah.
And everyone's not going to be sharing with each other like we should, which means some states are going to try to hold out some stuff. But we end up with the answer for the state, for the emperor. So
Yeah.
I think it's yes.
Yeah, I get a little, because the Fools this time I'm going to read. The Fool could be a little bit aimless, a little like floating around,
Mm-hmm.
And then I get the Queen of Cups, who can be sort of similar. The Queen of Cups could be really lost in how she feels in her negative sense. She's like, well, I don't know. I feel like this and I feel like that. But then suddenly this comes through. Clarity and swift. Clarity and swift. So maybe there might be a few days like, we don't know. But that's them to keep you on the news.
Yeah.
Eating popcorn. And then boom. Boom. Yeah.
What'd you get,
Well, the first card I got was Grasshopper Spirit. Take a leap of faith. I always think that's a good one. And then I love this Dragonfly Spirit. Truth transcends illusion. So I think that's very, very encouraging for us. And then the last one is Snake Spirit, Time to Heal. So I think all of these read in order really tell a nice little story that, the healing has to start. You know what I mean? The pain has to start subsiding so the healing can begin. And I think that's around the corner for us. We've been waiting so long, it seems like it's never going to get here, but it will.
It will. Pluto will finally come out of Capricorn. Okay.
Hi, Vicky.
Hi, Vicky.
That's exciting to write a book.
Yeah, she's already voted. She lives in Missouri. They had early voting started last week. She was there the first day.
I think we get our things mailed out on October 9th, I think is what I heard.
Ours aren't mailed out. I get to go down. I'm going to go down and cast my ballot. And then in Texas, you can see if your early vote has registered. And I always check because.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. How's her book going? It's going to go really well for you. You're going to have the balance to work with all the information and work with it. But some of it is, the hardest part for you is picking out what to put in and what to leave behind. And this is telling you to pull everything in.
Yeah.
Because you can always edit it later. You can always cut out things you don't like later.
Yeah.
And you might self-edit halfway through the book and cut out something you need to keep. So the lesson, I guess, what I'm seeing for you is overwrite. Write much more than you think than you need.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm in agreement because I get this one. He can be a little overwhelmed sometimes. It's like there's so much, but then I get like the intuitive understanding of like, oh, that's how I use this thought. That's how I use that thought. That's how I right. And then I get the King of Responsibility, right first, and so because he's to me he's the King of Responsibility. He takes on everything. He owns his side of the street. He owns his own passion, his own creativity. He owns it completely. And then I get the King of Cups, and the King of Cups is like softer, and he listens. He really listens to himself. So if he's a responsibility first, it's like, okay, I'm putting everything in order, and I got these ideas, and then I'm going to sit and listen. Really, because this is the great listener for me in the deck, but he listens most of all to himself, to his heart. That's what that is. Yeah. But, you know, first it's going to be like, oh. It's like, it's okay. It's a 9 because, and a 9 is, you know, it's the whole thing. Yeah.
Very cool. I'll go with, before we do the next one.
Sure.
I got for writing the book, the first card I got was Turtle Spirit. Slow and steady wins the race. So this may not be, you know, a big rush of things all at once, but take your time with that. And then Whale Spirit, trust in the great mystery. So I think, you know, even though maybe it might seem like it's going slow to get started or whatever, have faith and trust, because Owl Spirit says you will see clearly now. So I think that if there is some slowdown or some delay, it's really to your benefit. It's going to bring something else forward that's really going to benefit you in the long run. So don't be impatient. Yeah.
Very
I
good.
love bringing the animal energy into these things. See what the animals have to tell us. You know?
Yeah. Okay. What does the future hold for us as a community? Okay.
I like her name, Interplanet Janet. That's a great name.
Yep.
Sounds like a song.
Doesn't it? If it isn't, it should be, right?
It sounds like a B-52 song.
Oh, I can see that, Jeffrey. I can totally see that. I can
Janet,
see the outfits and everything. You know?
Janet.
I love that.
It's a compliment, Janet.
Yes, it is. Totally.
We're not picking on you.
No. It's all good. You're inspiring our creative thinking.
That's right. Okay, I'm going to pull from Fairy Wisdom Oracle. Can you see that? Yeah, Fairy Wisdom Oracle deck. And since I'm talking about the fairies, see what directions the fairies think our community's in. And our community is a vast place.
Yeah.
As I know it goes all the way from Europe into Asia. So.
And galactic.
And galactic.
Oh, how beautiful. I got really good cards.
Good, then you read yours first.
All right, I got the Magician. The Magician is a really powerful card. It's a 1, it's leadership, and it's incarnate. You know, it's like he understands that he's an incarnate being, and he has all the tools that he needs. He has all the tools that he needs. And the diagonal, what's the other way? It's so confusing when you're looking at the diagonal. Is this energy of it supersedes the horizontal and the vertical. It's like a shortcut. It's like a lightning bolt, right? And then I get the 10, which is really about dropping the burden. Like I've gathered everything I need to gather. I've collected my crops, and now I'm going to look at what is fertile, what isn't, what can I use, what can I sell, what can I like, right? And then I'm going to drop the rest. And then I get the card of expansion. I get the card of expansion. What used to work and was fertile in the past was limited. And now I'm going to unlimit myself and stand in love. Roses. This is a great card. Adventurous. Expansive.
Love it.
Yeah.
Very nice. Well, for Interplanet Janet, the first card I got was Cow Spirit. The miracles are endless. I just love that. I think that's just so perfect for all of us. The more we focus on it and invite in those miracles. Like every day when I get up, I ask the spirit to anonymously give the gift of a miracle to someone. I have no idea who they are, you know, just whoever's in need at whatever level they're in need at. But send out those miracles. The next card is Groundhog Spirit, time to let go. We're going to have a lot of stuff to let go of to make room for all this new great stuff that's going to come in. Things are going to be a lot different than they have in the past. And we're not going back in a lot of different ways. And then the last card I got was Flamingo Spirit, embrace the in-between. And the first thing I heard was this is, you know, there's going to be those in-betweener people that have been thought maybe differently than we did, but it's time for us to find a way to embrace them and integrate them into our community, understanding, meeting them where they're at, you know, not being judgmental, and being a good example of what we want to profess so that they will be encouraged to see things the way we see them, and, you know, more positive and loving. So that's what I see.
Very good. What I got was I pulled Trillium. I moved my camera, so it's hard for me. pull Trillium, and she's a fairy that has lovely, delicate wings. And it says, learn to appreciate everything delicate and gentle in your nature. Delve into the tender part of yourself that holds the cosmic parent and child. Go within and find the small child inside and ask for shelter from life's storms. And the chant for this one is, dearest Mother, Father, Earth, Sky, I'm here to receive the love that is rightfully mine as a child of the Spirit. I bring love into my heart, and I rejoice and I give great gratitude for the pure potentiality that is within me. I allow myself to grow and bloom in your light and in your energy. So be it. And the message from this is to write yourself a love poem today. And you should. You've come to support something that's really important and really good. And as much as you're supporting the goodness that we're trying to promote, you should also be working on yourself. Okay?
It's beautiful. That was really beautiful.
Oh. Doggy surgery.
I mean, thank you all for being here.
Yeah.
For checking us out live or not live.
And donate to the cause.
Your pajamas.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to read about Chow Chow with my bunny cards.
Okay.
Well, I don't have doggy cards. I have lots of cats cards. And I don't think Chow Chow wants to be read with cat cards. Whoever wants to go first, go.
I'm ready. I'll go.
Okay.
So for Melanie, in honor of Chow Chow, the first card I got was Elephant Spirit. Learn from the past. So maybe there's going to be something in this recovery, or maybe they'll find something that they didn't realize that was going on. That's obviously from the past. That's probably not happening from the future. So they'll take that into account. And then the next card was Seahorse Spirit, watch and wait. So you may have a period where you're wondering, was this really successful? Maybe not healing as fast as you would like, but all things in good time. And then we have Bat Spirit that says a rebirth is assured. So even if there does seem to be maybe a prolonged healing afterwards, just know that that's the timing of that being's healing, your Chow Chow's healing. But it is coming. And maybe you have to, the bat hangs upside down. Look at how he's looking, he sees things from a different perspective. So I would always keep that open. Like if you're, maybe look into somebody who does energy healing for pets. That's something that I do. That's another way of approaching this. If maybe what's coming through your medical care doesn't seem to be pulling up, doing what you need. So that's what I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
And good luck to Chow Chow's operation.
Chow Chow has a female vet, I think. The Queen of Swords.
Oh.
And you're going to a really good clinic. It's just it took them really a long time to diagnose that you needed to go this way. So don't get any illusions or delusions about what's going on, because I see it's good. The healing's going to take a little longer than they think. Got the Two of Swords there, but Chow Chow's going to be fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get a really similar. I get the healer.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the healing, but then I get the three. So this is like, I thought I'm going to go to hospital or doctor A or B, but maybe somebody mentioned maybe I'm going to go somewhere else. Like I'm looking at new opportunity. I'm looking at a different place, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But then I get the card of death, which is actually a really good card. Don't get nervous, because death is about really transformation. So it's about like the old fertilizing the new, like something has to be gone so that something new can come.
Mm-hmm.
And then I get like, well, well, they need this and this. It's like, no, we're okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, you need these vitamins and you need this and it's like, everything is cool. We're satisfied with our lot. Thank you, but no thank you. It's cool. And then I get the Magician again. And the Magician is like heaven to earth, understanding. You have the tools you need. Yeah, but you got to trust like that inkling. You gotta really trust that inkling of that's the way. You know, everybody says this, but it's like, I think that's the way because I got this. And that's about the interior light. And with that, I think with the card of Virgo and the card of Scorpio here, there's like attention to detail and following the intuition in order so that the transformation can happen. That's
Good.
right. Yeah.
Oh, we're over 10,000. Yay!
Yay!
We're over 10,000.
Woohoo!
We made it. Thank you for all the people who threw in those donations, pushed us over, and now let's keep that momentum going. Keep those $5 contributions or whatever you can give. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. We love you, and we are going to break some records and make history today. Now I'm out of here again.
Love your background, Debra.
Yeah, he was just thinking the same thing, Jeffrey. You must be psychic.
You know, when I was in politics, we always looked at not the amount raised is, of course, impressive since when I was working in politics, it was paying my bills, but also the number of people who give. If you look at the number of people who've given to Kamala, that means if, you know, I hit a whole bunch of great readings or I fill up my tarot class, then I can give more money.
Yeah.
You know?
And speaking of tarot classes, Nancy and I are beginning our tarot classes.
It's October 8th.
October 8th.
Nice.
We had to keep moving it because Jeffrey couldn't see the cards.
I can see the cards. It's all attached though. I can't hear, you know? When I pick my nose, I go like this. It's awful.
Yeah, well. But you can see Jeffrey and I get along well, but Jeffrey only reads Rider Waite. That's the only deck he uses. And he only reads cards right side up. I read reversals. So when we train you, you get both perspectives. Enough of the advertising. Junie, you want to come teach a class?
Sign me up. Ooh, test results.
Okay.
Hi, Kayenta.
So Kayenta, to help liver issues, I do Jinshin Jitsu, which Japanese healing arts, as simple as holding your fingers for some things. So to help the liver, harmonize the liver, you hold your middle finger. You can do it. You can put your thumb down the back of your palm, the thumb down, or the back of the hand, or in the palm, or however you want to hold it. And if you feel that finger, and if you either one of them, and if you find an area where it's tender or painful, hang out there with some tolerable pressure, and that will help. That bones don't hurt and muscles don't hurt. Tension hurts. So if you have a painful area, the energy is stuck there. So by doing this, you can really help yourself. It might be interesting to play around with that, doing that before and after you have test results, and sometimes you can see how that affects.
I need to have you come talk about that sometime, Juno. I read a big study where they trained all these nurses how to hold their fingers before each shift, and you have to hold it. I think they did until they felt a pulse. And anyway, they had nurses who did it and nurses that didn't do it. And the lack of tension and the release that was within the nurses who did this practice every day. I have the whole handprint and the whole thing, about which one goes to where. I find it fascinating. That just requires doing something on a regular basis. Which is
what's funny is I'll teach people this, and they'll say, I've been putting my hand here or there or whatever, whatever it is. So we just don't know that we know this, and it's really simple to do. And you don't have to wait for a class or anything. For anybody out there who wants to help themselves, just hold each finger every day, 5 inhales and exhales minimum. You can do the pulse thing if you want. You're going to help all the organs. You're going to help everything in the body and all the attitudes: worry, fear, anger, sadness, and grief and pretense, or trying to. You don't, it's not a belief system. You don't need a download of special symbols or anything like Reiki. I'm not knocking Reiki. It's just different from that. You're just jumper cabling yourself. So you don't even have to know so there's 144,000 functions in the body, and each finger harmonizes 14,400 of those functions.
And you don't have to memorize them. You just have to know.
Just do it.
Hold on. I have really bad arthritis in this wrist occasionally. And this last week's been brutal. It's been in a sleep cast at night.
Oh, yeah.
And then I remembered, there's that holding finger thing. So I started doing that. And it's really lessened it. I can actually touch that part of my arm and not scream today. So
what I'm getting from both of you speaking is there's this energy of okay, yes, the doctor knows, and yes, I could take whatever vitamin or I don't know, plums. But there's this energy of setting your intent of I have the ability to help myself
Exactly.
forward. Because even at the end of the day, you have to call to make the appointment.
That's right.
Right?
That's
But
right.
I feel like there's this energy of self-empowerment and intention. That's the most important thing, intention. Because sometimes, like the new moon or the full moon, the eclipse is coming up, and somebody's it's like, oh, it has to be a pink candle and it has to be cinnamon. It's like, it has to be the intention. It doesn't matter if you're wearing your pajamas and you're facing west instead of east. It's the intent. And if you have the intent in your head and in your energy body, it's like, I'm going to get through this. I'm going to heal this with the help of whoever comes or doesn't come or I need. But I'm also actively involved.
You're allowing, And you described it. The Jinshin Jitsu was called the art of getting to know, and in parentheses, help myself. You said it perfectly, Jeffrey. That's exactly what it is.
And what I see for you getting well next year, I think you've gone to some healers or some people who led you to the wrong tests. I think where you're getting tested now, they have the right background to pull it together. You're a tough case, kid. They're not going to figure it out on the first pass, but you're going to get what you want from this treatment because you're going to run into a King of Cups, a really good healer who's going to you don't have the obvious problem. You have the one that they're going to have to piece it out of the tests.
This is the card of the day.
Yeah, and anybody, if you're going through something and needing healing or whatever, I do that distance healing or teaching you self-help, how you can help yourself. So that's another service that I offer for pets too.
Okay, and also, Kayenta, I get, don't be afraid to go on a new road. Don't be afraid to do something other than what you've been doing, right? And follow your heart, really follow your heart and follow your body. Like we were talking about earlier. When she follows her body, she can't see. So it's like, well, I have to rely on my hearing and my feeling to understand what the choices are. It's not just what I see, it's other things as well. And then I get the card of the day. It's like insane. It's not like I don't shop. And this is really about self-empowerment. This is like I am. This is the energy of I am. And then I get a revelation, right? This is kind of a revelation. I know everyone wants to read it as heartbreak, heartache, but it's also, it's a Three of Swords. It's creative thinking. It's like there's been an understanding. It's like that it doesn't really work anymore. And it's like, well, where am I going to go with that? And I have to think in a new way because the old way does not work anymore. And think in a sense of joy. And
then you can get to the joy.
Yeah. And I get a second 3. So there's got to be creative. It's like, well, I can do this and maybe I can do some, it's like this roundabout way to do it. It's not necessarily, well, the doctor says this. It's like, well, that's nice. But my instinct is saying I can do half of that or I can do that as well as sort of energy. That's what I'm really getting.
Okay, we're going to deal with upsetting sister-in-laws.
I just wanted to mention back to what Nancy Jean was saying as far as the nurses that were doing this. The Jinshin Jitsu classes, the not the ones that I teach, but the big 5-day classes, they qualify for continuing education credits. A lot of nurses have to keep up with all these different classes every year, and this is something that does qualify.
Good. The ones mine were actually nurses that they tried it out on.
Right.
They tracked their blood. They tracked their body systems. They tracked their blood pressure and everything because they were there.
Yeah, there's been clinical trials and like hooking people up to an EEG machine and then having somebody do a Jinshin Jitsu and it shows up because it affects the electrical body. Your hands are jumper cables, so you're just jumper cabling yourself.
I always say that's the dead end of your acupuncture.
Yeah. This is like acupressure. Yeah.
It's acupressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello,
What are you
Kathy.
supposed to learn from your past upset with your sister-in-law?
Hello, Kathy.
Yeah, Kathy.
All right.
Let's see.
I'm ready. I'll go ahead while you guys are shuffling.
Okay.
So the first card I got for Kathy was Vulture Spirit. Nothing is wasted. So when you see the vulture, everybody goes, oh no, something dies and it's stinky, right? It calls the vultures in. But you know, the vultures perform a good service. So if there's been some kind of a, something got messy, call in vulture energy to clear up whatever got messy and scattered about. The next card is Buffalo Spirit. The abundant universe provides. So, if you think, oh, that was so messy and I lost this or I lost that, know that Buffalo Spirit's bringing in some good things to replace those things, because those things had to fall away. Sometimes it's really hard to let go of those things, but if they were serving you, they wouldn't have fallen away. And then the next card I got was Armadillo Spirit. Set healthy boundaries. So perfect. Especially if you've had a dust up, now it's time to set some new boundaries. It's a perfect time to do it. Things are unsettled, or you had words or whatever. Okay, well, now I'm going to tell you how I feel. This is how we're going to play my game. These are my rules. And it makes it a lot easier on everybody if you know what the rules are.
Yeah.
So good luck with that. It's always tough with
Yeah,
me.
it's tough. What I saw was both of you were in a bad place. And neither of you were being truthful to the other. And she saw you as the queen bee, and you saw her as a person that was in charge. And actually, you both were in charge of exactly where you were supposed to be. And unfortunately, you both had imprisoned yourself by not setting proper boundaries. You build big, strong fences around yourself. And you both have spiritually grown. And I don't know if this is you were fighting over things your brother said or did, or you were putting his face on her body or whatever. But in order to solve this problem, you're going to have a more open heart. Come towards her with a much more open heart and try to understand that she was in as much pain as you were. And that was probably, both of you were living the family lies, the ones the mothers tell all the siblings, so they all think the other one's doing wonderful. And actually none of you were. And you just hit each other at the wrong day. And it's been allowed to grow because of your brother's attitude or your husband's attitude. But that's what you need to learn from it. Sometimes you're just looking at a mirror of where you are, and it's so hard you can't stay and look at it. Okay, Jeffrey, it's your turn.
All right. Well, I'm not like the most objective with this particular question. Okay, but that's okay.
Yeah, I'm not either. So.
Me neither. Us flawed readers.
So, I have a gift of clarity about family. I'm going to get real simple. And new beginning. Okay. Yeah. But you have this, which is really wonderful. This is about nourishment of spirit. This is about really understanding in a deep, fertile way of how to make things grow. And Kathy, I'm going to send you something that I think could help you, like a meditation, and then a new strategy, and then a new strategy. So it's a process. But there's going to be a lot of clarity around it as you move forward into it, and I'm going to send you a meditation that'll really help you clear this energy. So that's that.
Okay.
That was simple.
Excellent.
Oh, good. Yes.
Okay, Raquel.
You got fatty liver. That's real common, and a lot of the liver abnormalities we're getting now is from the food additives that are in our foods. And they're not saying that because they're not relating it to that.
And think about with the attitude that goes along with the middle finger, which is what you hold for liver, is anger. So if you're having issues, and maybe you're not the one who's angry, maybe you're around a lot of angry people, you can hold your middle finger and you can harmonize their anger. You can harmonize.
Yeah, I guess that's why that thing is so popular. The way to say hello to certain people.
Oh yeah. Japanese Mary Burmeister, who was the mother of Jin Shinjutsu, you know, she said, that's the only one you Americans got right. Yeah, just respect.
Also, you know, I do a little palmistry, so
Yeah, yeah,
it's the
exactly.
Saturn. It's the Saturn.
Yep.
Right. This is Jupiter. This is Saturn. This is Apollo. This is Mercury.
Yeah, the teacher. Teach this.
If they are, I can tell you this, Mary. I've been psychic since I was wee tiny little, and I ran some big political campaigns. No one I worked with knew about my psychic side. So when I left being in that part of the world, and I left kind of the political world altogether, the first thing I wandered into was reading cards at the wine bar, where all those groups used to have their meetings. So they'd come strolling in on Tuesday night and see me at the reader's table, and you could see it on their face. Oh my God, could she really hear what was going on in my head? And, you know, I just cried, and I said, I didn't use it for or against anyone. I just went on and did what I did. Although there's one person sitting in the Texas State Legislature, she was in the bar meeting with some donors, and she said, I just need to sit down for a minute. And she said, can you read my cards? And I read that the next 30 days, she's going to make a life-altering decision. She had to make it then, and once it was made, she'd be victorious, and then she'd be on to her new life path. So it would have ended up, she would have been going on into her new life path during primary time, which, being a political person, means something to me. So I said, are you running for office? And she said, yeah, I think so. So we looked at it. So I sat her down, and I used to run candidates, and I said, get out a pen and paper, and here are the 10 questions you need to ask yourself if you want to run. And she wrote them down, and I told her she needed to get walking, go door to door, because we have no way of reaching people otherwise. And she came back to me after she'd won and said, I won by 660 some votes, and I would not have had them if we hadn't gone door to door. I want to thank you. And when she first got in there, her other consultants were saying, oh no, walking's a waste of time. She said, no, I want to try it. I want to try it. So she said, I really want to thank you for being there. So we don't tell people who we are when we're in that world. It's rough. You have to put a big, strong shell around yourself. Anyway, just be a human and in that world. So
I'm going back to the liver question because
okay. You asked it quickly.
You need to rebalance yourself physically. There's a new rebalance coming in physically. And you have to really listen to your heart to establish something. You know, I got 5s, and 5, I got this one. And you know that this is about organization and establishment, and I don't know, kind of putting things in order, because this is like the card of anything with columns, right? So it's like medicine, government, religion, things like that, but it's about establishment. So I feel like there's a new establishment that needs to come through with you physically in order to change the outcome. So maybe you need to do some research. It's like, okay, well, this is a bad thing for me to eat. This is a good thing. You know, oh, beans are good for my liver, and you know, tomatoes aren't. I'm just coming out of the top of my head. Like that there's something that you need to establish. I'm really getting that. You really need to establish something, to get clear and to get healed. Because this is the card of health also. Yeah. Okay. I didn't want to. Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys have any thoughts about light workers working in the inner circle?
I pulled a few cards. The first one I got was White Raven Spirit, trust in the magic. So like Nancy Jean says, you know, they may not be out and proud, so to speak. You know, they're working behind the scenes and just shining their light and doing their magic behind the scenes. And then I got Otter Spirit, you were never alone. So I would say that, yeah, she definitely has people of our ilk helping her on a lot of different levels. And they may be known and unknown people helping her, you know, just as we send all that good energy, right? And then the last card I got was Porcupine Spirit, time for a beginner's mind. I thought that was a really curious one. You know, the porcupine with those massive quills on them as protection. But yeah, the beginner's mind, you know, I think that like we rethought the whole election once the shift happened, when Joe stepped aside and did that wonderful thing, you know, selfless. And now we're, you know, man, boy, for somebody who was starting over at the beginning, she sure ramped it up and, you know, caught a wave. So I think that's a good thing.
As you were talking, I would, and I saw the question. It's not, it's like, oh, okay, let's say there are like 10 people behind the scenes and, you know, one of them is like a healer or whatever. But it's not even about that. It's really about, because sometimes we like to put people in categories. It's like, this person's a light worker and this person isn't. It's like, no, we're all light workers.
Yeah,
Part of being human. And I feel like if somebody, even if somebody who's like super like that, you know, like, oh, that doesn't exist, they're still getting ideas from spirit.
Right. They just don't recognize where it's coming from.
Oh, well, maybe we can do this, you know, at universities or whatever it is. Right. And it's like, so it's always there. If, you know, but if I, so let's say me as a spirit, I send light to whoever is there, and they're going to be downloading messages, whether they know it or not. Oh yeah, I got this great idea. It's like your spirit gave you a great idea. Oh, it was my idea. Yeah, okay. Great. It was your idea.
Yeah.
You know, as long as it gets implemented, it doesn't really matter.
And do I think other people on other sides can have darkness behind them? Yes.
Obviously.
You have to protect yourself from that.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Yeah, the inner light comes through. Yeah. Yeah, I got the inner light coming through, establishing something. Yeah, but keeping it quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good question.
It is a good
That's a
question.
good question. Really good question.
So, am I going to get a job question? Yay.
Dude, that's a great hospital.
Yeah.
What an opportunity that is. Wonderful.
Okay, let's see.
I feel like I've known you guys forever. I know it's our first time reading together.
Yeah, it's chill. It's very, it flows really easy. I know if I was like, yeah, it's like an easy river. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're on the little tubes, and oh yeah. Oh, look at that tree. Oh, look at the tree, and then something new comes along.
Squirrel.
Squirrel. Yeah, you're going to get it. I see you in the 9 of Pentacles, which is the best thing for having. And it's been a long time. You've been looking for a job that not only matched what you could do, but that you wanted to be there. You want to work for the company. And you like them because it's a chance for you to grow your skills also. You got the Knight of Wands. You're going to have a good boss because you got the King of Swords upright. And they didn't tell you this, but you're walking into a mess. Whoever had it before you didn't take care of the store as well as they could have. It's not going to hurt you, but you're going to get the job and you're going to do a real good job at it.
Nice.
What'd you get? Anybody else?
I got so many swords, it's unbelievable. It's all swords.
She's in a hospital.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I got so many swords. It's rare that, you throw in, it's like they're all swords. So I got, you're going your way. You're going your way. You're not following. So maybe you were looking at other sort of things and it's like, no, this is where I'm going. The past is done. I'm moving forward into the future. I have a clear vision. I know what to cut out. I'm using my intuition toward a new opportunity. Yeah, my old way of thinking is done. I think it was part of the process of you looking was, oh, I could do this. And even though, and it's like all of a sudden you got this vision and keep the vision alive. It's like, this is what I'm going to do. This is what my office is going to look like. This is how much money I'm going to make. This is who I'm going to meet. This is what I'm going to accomplish.
Very nice.
So what you got, Juno?
First card I got, a little repeat, Grasshopper Spirit again. Take a leap of faith. So And I also, I heard when I saw this card that I think it was Danny Thomas who was instrumental in starting this, and he took
Yes.
a big leap of faith to start St. Jude's.
Yeah, he was an impoverished actor, and he saw a vision of a hospital on a hill, and it said,
about that.
"If you can build this to help." And it's when polio was so rampant.
Yeah.
And he started it from that. Yeah.
Yeah. And Marlo Thomas is his daughter. I think she did continue along what he was doing. And then I got Dog Spirit, be loyal to what you love. And of course, Dog Spirit, just, that, I think that goes right along with the whole idea of St. Jude, that loyalty, that loving energy, that there to hold you up. And then the next card, Horse Spirit, freedom is yours. So another with the animal, the dogs and the horses coming in, I feel like that's a really good sign, because you have therapy dogs. There's even therapy horses that help people that have to go through the process at St. Jude's. So I feel like just pulling on that energy for some reason. Those two coming in together feel really powerful to me. And then the freedom is yours. I think that you're going to find that, when this opportunity comes to pass for you, you're going to find a lot of joy and happiness because you're going to be doing something that's fulfilling for you. And isn't that the ultimate freedom, when we're living out our truth and walking our path?
Yeah, so it has to be third eye. Yeah, you're already there. You already see it. You're already there. See what I mean? Because all your comments, it's like, I want to be service. I want to change my thing, and 50% more money.
And be appreciated and have a wonderful boss. It's always a good thing to ask for with a new job.
That's right. She's going to have. Well, she had a boss in her last job.
Yeah, but you want to. Yeah,
she's going to get a really good one. I've learned as much about how to work with people from the bosses that were terrible. I learned more from them than the ones that were absolutely wonderful, because you have to really look at what they're doing because it's so subtle.
Pain in your back. Well, it depends on where in your back. One of the things that you can do, like to release the shoulders and the upper back. I'm holding my arms up. I wouldn't normally, but so you can see. It's like, I dream of Genie. But if you get around here partway up from the elbow, you're going to find a tender spot. You can really dig in and probably bring tears to your eyes if you want to, but that really can help with the upper back. With the lower back, if you do, how runners do when they put their hands on their hips, like just above the hip bone, they stop when they're running and they're like, trying to catch their breath. Safety Energy Lock 2 is right there. It's kind of like with that little divot on the hip muscle, like where the piriformis muscle is.
Yeah.
So that is the chiropractor. Safety Energy Lock 2 is the chiropractor. So that can help also with the lower back. Those are just two ideas.
It helps me if I have lower back pain, because it's like, I just want to lay in bed and just eat bonbons and watch something that's really bad for me. Walk.
Yeah. And if you can't walk, Jin Shinjitsu has something for people who maybe cannot get up and move around. Just sitting on your hands, with your hands like on your sit bones, you can have your palms up or palms down. This energetically replicates exercise. Good for anybody in a wheelchair, any kind of sedentary. You're stuck on an airplane. You're in a passenger in any kind of a vehicle a whole lot. This can really help keep all that energy moving from head to toe. So,
yeah, I know. When my knees were bad, I learned every passive way to exercise the upper half of me.
I hope she feels better.
Yeah, I do too. Okay. I'm going to pull from my fairy.
So what I got, Maria, I don't know what this means. I got your mother as your greatest teacher. I got your mother as your greatest teacher. So look at what she has or hasn't done that hasn't had to do. I just got that right away. So I don't know what that means. If you go either way, feel like your mother is your greatest teacher. Like, don't repeat the same mistakes that she repeated. That's immediate.
I was looking at what Lorraine Orr said about being able to walk in the cemetery anymore. And I recently discovered on YouTube really cool people, especially over in Europe, that do these really interesting cemetery tours, and just the amount of artwork, and it's such a peaceful journey that's they're really kind of fun to watch. It's just
I got over my fear of it. If you've been in an old Victorian cemetery, they have all those angels going,
yeah,
like you're next.
Yeah. I'm ready. I'll go ahead while you guys I got for Maria. The first card I got is the koi fish spirit. There is always enough. So here's that, plenty of fish in the sea, literally, right? With the koi fish, and there's always enough. So the person is out there. The thing is you want to have your vibration high. So whoever you're attracting is matching your vibration. You don't want to be in a low level place when you're doing that. Then I got peacock spirit. Let your spirit shine. So, be your best self. Put your best self out there. Loving yourself comes before loving anybody else anyway. And it only took me 60-some years to come to that conclusion. But I'm much
30-something. You mean 30-something. You made a mistake.
Well, see, I speak in doubles.
Yeah.
It just seemed twice.
I needed that.
Get there.
And the last card I got is the Nightingale Spirit. Love is all around. So, no need to waste. I've been watching a lot of Mary Tyler Moore reruns too. So that song, Love is all around. Throw your hat in the air. Do something. Maybe that's a way to attract some attention. Maybe the person that, that you will attract is going to see. When I'm seeing with that throwing your hat in the air and the peacock spirit, it's like do something that brings attention to yourself in a different way, in a fun way, an unexpected way, and see what happens from that. Good luck.
What I got was companions, and the chant for companions is, "Blessed am I who walk upon the earth, for I am in constant communion with all the beings of God. I am protected, nurtured, and sheltered in their presence. Guide me and give me comfort. What a blessed union we have. Give thanks for the blending of our worlds. So be it." And it says, leave presents for the fairies today. A big one. So you can leave little sweet things in your garden outside. They like sweets. They have a terrible sweet tooth.
Yeah, I'm getting also. So,
and you're going to find whoever you're going to find through other companions, someone you might never think is the person that would be there. But
yeah, and so I get like, I feel like a little trapped, but I also get that maybe it's through family or intergenerational stuff that you're going to meet them, and then I get just be open to new stuff. Be open to the kind of people you've never been open to before, because sometimes we get it like, they have to do this for a living. Oh, they have to drive this kind of car. Oh, they have to be this tall. And it's like, I only like, people who are this and this tall. And then you meet a fire plug who's got a heart of gold. So go with the fire plug.
And, I don't think people miss this, but working on campaigns is a great way to meet people.
Ooh.
It really is. And I can tell you as a volunteer coordinator for them, we used to always try to have sort of equal numbers of men and women, although that wasn't always possible. But I can think of about 5 couples that met when I was running the Obama campaign that are still married and still going strong. And it encouraged one of the women to go on and run to be a judge, and she's been a judge now for a while. So there's a lot of things you can learn and a lot of connections you can make. I really don't like that question, because if you say, you're going to meet Mr. Wonderful, and you describe, if it's a woman, and you describe them, and they don't meet him for 40 years. They have 39 years of saying, that reader lied to me.
That's right.
So I think we're done with Maria. Are we done?
Yeah.
Good luck, Maria.
Yeah.
Congested nose, asking for a friend.
The one who's in the other room sneezing.
That's right. So there's that banner there. It's hard to see. Put your thumb. I'm in the front of my shoulder. Okay, where my arm meets my torso. There you go. Thank you. put your thumb in there, and this can really release. And you can do both sides at the same time, or you can do
Right
one
in
at
the
a
crevice?
time.
Yeah.
Right
at
here.
that,
No,
right at that
no,
joint.
right. I'm right here at this.
Right at the crevice.
Yep.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
if you find any in front, not under the armpit, I'm in front. I'm in the front of the shoulder.
Mhm.
See, I'm doing like this with my fingertips, and I'm putting them right along that line. And you'll
Mhm.
find a tender spot. There you go, Nancy Dream, right in the front. And you
Not
can
easy
find
to
an
do.
area, yeah. And that can, I know, anyway, about 20 years ago, I was in a store where I happened to know the owner, and she said, come over here. She said, then there was a customer in the store who was like totally congested and everything. And so I just went up and I did that right straight on, and put my thumbs right in on her just for a few seconds.
Mhm.
Just showed her, this is what you do, and walked away. And about 10 minutes later, she comes up to me in the store and she's just crying. She goes, oh my God, it just totally relieved. It just totally drained. And this is also good, drains the head. You've got a lot of thoughts going on in your head, that congestion. It's another good way to clear out those thoughts. But
Show us again. So, okay. So I'm going to do it on the side.
Squeezes
So I just want to put my thumb here, basically?
yep, right where find that tender spot. Yep, in the front of your shoulder, on that the line up from the armpit, between the outside the arm and your torso.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yep. I love this because it's like we thought we were doing, we are doing tarot, but this is cool.
It's all connected though. Tarot is also connected to Jin Shin Jitsu. It's related to everything, which is why I love it so much.
I just wish we were all alive so we could have some baked goods.
Yeah. Who's doing that?
Who's doing that? I used to be a chef's apprentice in a pastry kitchen.
I was a sous chef for a catering company.
Maybe I should have had a bigger breakfast this morning. I don't know.
I used to make a croquembouche, which is a cream puff.
Oh,
treat.
yeah.
I made it every day for years.
Every day?
Except Saturday and Sunday.
Wow.
I made it for them.
That's a delicate pastry kind of thing, isn't it?
Well, and it's tough. It's better in Texas because it's not as humid.
Yeah.
You live where the humidity's high. It's deadly to cream puffs.
Yeah.
They don't like humidity.
Yeah, they're no longer creamy or puffy.
And also the spun sugar. I had to do the spun sugar one. It won't spin. It just glops.
Yeah.
I've made them for people. They were my revenge gift. If somebody screwed me up when I was in my 20s and 30s, I'd make them a croquembouche, and I'd have it delivered to their parties to remind them, you screwed with me. And one guy that I dated, he knew what it was about. And he goes, am I going to get croquembouche for this?
Like when Norm on Cheers was the guy to fire everybody.
Yeah, well, what happens is people come in and they see this beautiful tree and they go, oh, where did it come from? And they have to say, Nancy sent it, And even if they don't want to admit that they knew me. I was a very confused 20-year-old.
Aren't we all? I wanted to share with everybody, I'm sure some people have the attitude of worry going on with the election coming. Hold your thumb for worry and your index finger for fear. So you can hold them both together. I'm holding this index finger and I'm holding that thumb. So if you're feeling worried about the election, worrying doesn't help anybody, doesn't get us anywhere. It's not productive. And the other thing to do is cross your hands and hold the inside of your knees. This is Safety Energy Lock 1, the prime mover. You want to bring out any kind of positive change, and you can send this, you're helping yourself, but you can send it anywhere to anyone or to the campaign or anything like that. So it's something that we can consciously do, physically do to help what we're all wanting, we're all sending out energy. We want this to go well. Well, there's something we can do to jumper cable the universe to bring out a good outcome for us. So
very good.
And there's something very powerful, not just doing spiritual work, but doing spiritual work with the physical component.
Exactly.
It's almost like, one is learning to read and one is learning to read and write,
Yeah. Listening and hearing.
Language, like when people tell me a new word in Spanish, I'm like, I need the spelling. I need to write it down and then know in my head, this means doorknob, right? That's what doorknob means.
Yeah. There's something about writing it, there's a whole different connection to the brain when you write it. And writing is spelling. speaking is spelling. You want to bring things, out into
Well,
being.
it's like
You want to bring it into manifest your
yeah, a
spelling.
little magic, like
Conscious language, right? Your word is your wand.
Yeah. Yeah, you're very witchy. I like you.
Woo! Thanks. Really. Hey, we're fellow New Yorkers. What do you want? I'm just from the other side of the state. That's all.
Hello, I have a strong calling to meditate. I've been meditating with a rise of Kundalini for 5 years. Why do I have this call to meditate? Because you're connected to the planet.
Yeah.
I don't think I even need to throw a card to answer that one.
Yeah.
We need you. We need the meditation is where the magic happens. When you're stepping outside yourself and you're connected with spirit, that's when you're doing a lot of the most good you can do, I think.
And sometimes I have a call, not just to meditate, I have a call to walk, or I have a call to cook something, or I have a call to call a person, or it's like, do I need to know why? It's like, no, I heard the call and I'm going to answer the call.
Yeah. And what happened with me with the Kundalini experience, that when I went through it, was about 4 years ago, and I had shortly after that, like within a week, I was sitting outside on a little garden bench pulling weeds, and a big king snake came from behind me and made a perfect circle around where I was sitting and then crawled away. And with the Kundalini, it was like that snake energy. I wasn't afraid of it or anything. And of course, king snakes eat rattlesnakes, and I live in Arizona, so they won't even come near where there is a king snake because the rattlesnakes can smell them. But it was so profound just to sit there and peacefully, because most people would have, been on the roof rather than just sitting there and watching the snake. It was just minding its own business and delivering a message. And so maybe watch out. Maybe there's a snake message coming for you too it might come to your meditation.
Interesting. It's a gift from the past. I got trust your inner light. Your light is calling you to do it. The end of a way of thinking, new way of it changes your thinking. So, I've been meditating for a really, really long time. And it's like, oh, you're so spiritual, Jeffrey. You're so spiritual. Whatever. I do it because I have to do it. I do it because to me, it's like breathing.
Exactly.
And the long-term benefit is observation. I can be in a situation or just see something, and it's like, because I'm able to just sit back and observe and not be involved, I can see things in a different light. I see things that I wouldn't have seen before. Right. That's the long-term benefit, is to observe my own thought, my own emotion, and then deal with it in a more objective way. Because sometimes my thoughts can, lead me down a road that's crazy, or my emotions can be like, oh, I have to get back at them, and it's just sit back and let them dig their own grave.
That's right. Observe and don't absorb.
It introduced an observer in me, calmness. So that's the long-term benefit. Why am I called to do it? I was called to do it because I was crazy. And now I'm called to do it as a gift. It's my time for me.
Yeah.
That's why I'm still called to do it. So that's my experience.
And what I can also add on to that, my personal, what helped me with the meditation part was when I started taking shamanism classes and doing the shamanic journeys. Has totally changed my life in a way I can't even describe, and healed relationships with deceased loved ones that we never got along in life, and now on the other side it's a whole different world. So that's another thing I encourage.
Yeah, I meditated. That's one of the things, that was one of my gifts from COVID. I had scarred lungs from having had bacterial and viral pneumonia at the same time, and I was in the hospital for over 11 days before they let me go. I mean, I was really, really sick. And I continued to have scarred lungs and became an adult asthmatic, but we knew where the asthma came from. And I did a series of meditations on your lungs, and I just did them on and off. And then finally a whole lot more on towards the end. And I went in to get my physical, and the doctor listened to my lungs, and she goes, we need to have you go down and take an x-ray. I need to look at what's happening in your lungs. And they told me the scarring could get worse. And I thought, oh shit. It's getting worse. So I went down and they did the x-ray. When I came back and she said, what did you do?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, what do you mean, what did I do? She said, the scarring's gone.
Mm-hmm. Lovely.
And I told her she was a keto doctor, so she believed in a lot of all the other modalities that can help your health. And she said, I'm going to mark you down as somebody who actually did it, you know.
Excellent. I love that.
So. Okay. Katie and Proud. Should you be looking for a new job? Well, I'm gonna stay with the bunny cards because they're happy.
Yeah.
My other cards can get stuck.
And anyone out there with breathing issues or lung issues, ring finger.
Yep.
Either side. Ring finger helps with lung and large intestine.
Okay. Current Canadian Proud current job.
I have to go to the proud of my nose. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So the first card I pulled was Squirrel Spirit. Believe in yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, whenever you, especially when you're working somewhere and you're maybe not as happy as you'd like to be there,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it can tear you down personally, but know your own worth.
Mm-hmm.
Gather your own nuts for the winter coming. So that might be also a sign to maybe put some money aside if you're thinking about, you know, there might be a little interim time between jobs, possibly. Then again, we got Porcupine Spirit, time for a beginner's mind. So maybe go back to go, you know what I mean? Go look at what do you really want if you're not happy in the job that you have now, and you're thinking about, well, maybe at some point, maybe not right away, but at some point I want to manifest something new, a new opportunity. Maybe go back and look at what do you really want out of a job and start with there, and not say, well, I don't want this job. I don't want it to be this person or that person, you know, clear the slate.
Mm-hmm.
And write a new story for yourself. And then I got Rhino Spirit, overcome any obstacle.
Mm-hmm.
So from this, I'm feeling like whether you choose to stay or go, you know, if you stay, that's an obstacle of, you can't control how other people behave, but also if you're going to move on to a new situation, there's going to be obstacles. It's just the way it is. But when I know there's obstacles coming, I ask for the angels and guides and whoever to come in and make it an easy transition, or, you know, that these obstacles can be overcome with ease and grace. And that I don't build it up in my head. A lot of times we're our own worst enemy. Oh, it's terrible. It's going to be just terrible. And then when it happens, it was like, oh, it wasn't that bad. But we put ourselves through all those paces. So,
I see that you're working really hard, but you're not getting recognized for what you do. And I think they're forcing you to work a lot alone, and you're feeling very isolated. You want to get back to working with a team. That's perfect for you, to work collegially with other people. It needs to be a comfortable space. I know people think, oh, does it have to be all comfortable? Well, trust me, it's easier to work in a place that's pretty than a place that's ugly.
Yeah.
And you need to work with people. This is another 3. This is collegial. 3 of Cups, people you can be collegial with. And I see, yes, if you really start digging this October, you can be out of it sooner than you think.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the 10 of Swords upside down. And that means it's not just done. It's done, done, done.
Mm-hmm. Dun, dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
And good luck.
Yeah, good luck with
Whatever
it.
you decide. Miriam. Waited too long to get my next. Okay. For Miriam,
Mm-hmm.
I would say, let's see, there's so many. The first one that's coming through is, and all the other ones that I've told you, any of those, holding your fingers can help. A lot of times with long COVID, or somebody who's had COVID, you have the lung issues. So work on holding your ring finger. I would be working every finger, because that's helping the whole system to get back on track. Another thing that's really good, and this is good for all of us across the board. I start my day this way. It's called the Big Hug in 36 breaths. And you cross your arms, but you're doing that Mary Catherine Gallagher and put your palms under your armpits. You know, the woman Saturday Night Live. And
Right.
you don't have to do that part, and then put your thumbs towards the front. Okay. And we inhale and exhale 36 breaths. So there's a reason for 36. It's a magic number. It clears everything in the whole system. I won't go into the whole breakdown, but it's also really comforting, and you're helping that whole lung and heart area. I'm trying to think whatever, and the other thing I would go back to, cross your hands and hold the ones. That's prime mover. That's getting stuff out of your system. That's if you don't remember anything else the rest of your jumper cable days, and all you know is just to hold the inside of your knees, that's all you need. There's a guy in California did his whole Jinshin practice based on the one flow, and that was it, and he had tremendous success with that. But it helps anything and everything. So those were a few things I would start with, Miriam.
It's kind of the master switch.
Yeah.
And as you're doing it, I release the burden. I'm ready for a new story. Like that intent in your mind. This is what I'm doing it for. This is releasing from my body forever.
Yeah.
Forever. This is releasing forever. And let it dissolve.
Well, that reminds me of with breathing. Okay, when we inhale, especially those of us in higher latitude countries, we don't exhale fully. We inhale and we hold that breath, and we're hunched over and everything, and that causes the diaphragm to push up on the heart, which a lot of people don't actually have heart attacks. This is for entertainment purposes only, but they have what is called a diaphragm attack, and it's because we're hunched over and we're not exhaling. So we're holding all that in. So when you take in a breath, exhale longer. When you're doing focused breathing, exhale longer than the inhale, and that's when you get rid of the toxins. Like we're not what we eat, we are what we don't excrete, right? So if you into it,
and it does taste different if you breathe to the bottom of your lungs.
Yeah,
it tastes just different down there,
doesn't it? Yeah.
This is you're finally sort of getting together and meeting with people you needed to hear from. You had, I don't know why you didn't get the shots you should have gotten in the first place, but it probably had something to do with money. And so now you're feeling very uncomfortable in your own world, and you're wondering what you can do to control it. Well, you can be vigilant and watch out for your health right now. And I have a feeling that it seems like it's hurting your heart now, but it's not. And I think some of the breathing things Juno's talking about, or just doing some of that releases the tension. Because my experience with when I had my one bout, I got the Omicron COVID, the one that snuck in and got everybody at Christmas. And I had my shots and I had everything else. I hadn't worked a public party. I worked a public party where the only people who could get into that party were people who had their COVID vaccine card signed, because the woman who was holding the party had a 12-year-old son who could not be vaccinated. And she was very aware that I was really worried about my lungs at the time. And I woke up Sunday morning after the party and I thought, I just don't feel real good. But I thought, I haven't been out late at night. I haven't been out. So maybe it was just being around all the energy of all those people. And Monday I woke up and I had, it felt like I had strep. It felt like when I had mono and I lost my voice completely. And I went, this isn't normal. So we checked it and I had COVID. And I called the hostess to tell her, I don't know where I got it, but I just, I talked. You might want to look at the list of people who signed up to be read by me because they were near me. And she burst into tears. There were 95 people at that party. Her best friend had come, not thinking anything was wrong with her, got home Sunday morning, got a note from her work that one of their compatriots had been hospitalized with COVID. And to warn her, you need to isolate. Well, she went to the pharmacy, got checked. She was COVID active. She never got the disease. 85 people that were at that party got it from that. And the only one, as far as we know, she was the only person in the room that had it. And it took me forever to get my energy back, and it required having to do a lot of breathing. And fortunately, it didn't hit my lungs. It just stayed in my upper body. But I hope everybody can avoid it. And speaking of we need to be avoided, I think we're about to get avoided.
We're getting the hook.
We're about to do some giveaways, so hang on for just a few minutes.
Okay.
So I ran the drawings. I'm just going to announce the winners.
Mm-hmm.
For the winners, you need to send me an email, answers@akashaunleashed.com. If somebody could write that in there for me while I call them out, that would be terrific. So for Juno is giving away a 60-minute reading, and the winner is Jen Bowles, Visionary Gal. Congratulations.
Hey,
Hey, Jen.
And Juno is also giving away one of her beautiful mandalas. The winner of that mandala is Miriam Cedillo. Congratulations, Miriam. And now we have 2 Learn Tarot courses from Debra, who's coming up in the next segment.
Mm-hmm.
The first winner is Seascape. That's C-I-S-C.
Oh, we know Seascape. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Mazel tov.
Yeah.
And Butterfly Kisses Helene.
Oh, yay. She
That's
deserves a treat today. Yeah. Exciting.
So I'm putting that address in there in case it didn't get in. So you guys send me an email. I'll connect you with the givers, and we'll be all set. You guys, thank you so much for your
Thank you.
patience with our techie problems at the beginning, and for being such fabulous readers. You just carried this time so beautifully. I deeply appreciate it.
Well, it's an honor to be part of this whole, what we're doing here. And I'm just really grateful to everybody who's watching now or watching the replay, and how much you support our community. And made 2 new friends today, so I'm excited about that. And just appreciate y'all very much.
You got a great lineup of readers, so it'll be fun to listen to it all afternoon while I do some paperwork at home.
Thanks for doing this, Debra. You're doing a great job.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you for not doing 24 hours. I felt so bad. I thought, where's she going to be in 14 hours?
It was so great. The angels just superpowered me, and when I was done, I couldn't sleep. So I said to my husband, let's go out to dinner. So we did.
Yeah, no, sometimes when you're overly tired, you have to go further. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
I slept for 12 hours, but yeah, it was good.
Wonderful job. Thank you, Debra.
Guys, I just have to give you props, because not having read together, you would never have known. You just fit together like you've always been there. And I just love how that happens with this community.
Too. Yeah. I think it's
like cream cheese and jelly.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, guys. See you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate everybody.
We're going to do this again. There you go. Okay. So we are going to really quickly bring up our anthem song. Let me just find that. Where did it go? Hang on. Sorry, too many things to click on here. Here it is. All right. So once again, we are not going to be backing down by Annette Dion to carry us through the next segment.
Was a dark day, we were frightened, so much chaos, so many white men, caught off guard, no one knew what to say. How did it all get so crazy? Facts were absent, the air was hazy, we stood watching, tears streamed down our faces. While in the White House there was a tyrant glued to the TV, cheering the violence. When they pleaded, he refused to say a word. He just sat there in his fury, lashed out against us. The world was worried. We didn't know if we would make it through. day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take it down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. Now we're standing, we're united. Our elders showed us the most worthy fight is for our freedom, requires vigilance. We're courageous, growing stronger, not complacent. We serve with honor, and our power is the love that leads our way. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down.
Wow, is that so beautiful? That gets me every time. And you guys, Annette has made that song copyright free, so we can share it anywhere and everywhere to inspire more people to stand up for democracy, because we won't be backing down. Thank you for being here. All right, we have got 3 amazing readers coming up, so let's get their information for you. I'm going to run an intro for them. Here comes Debra.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for stopping by my profile. I really appreciate this. I'm so happy to participate in something so important. Many of you don't know me. I have a website of growyourlight.com. It also has debrazachau.com, points to the same one. And on YouTube, it's at Grow Your Light. And it's really nice to meet you, and so happy once again to be able to help meet a goal for democracy. We're going to make it, you know. A little bit about myself. I am an author, teacher, reader, and speaker. My abilities have been tested and rated, and they have told me it's a 92% accuracy rating that I hold, which I'm very, very proud of. I do tarot and I do numerology. I love numerology. I also have natural abilities, but boy, if you study those tools, you're not going to regret it, because it brings so much awareness about who you are and how people see you. Life becomes so much easier, smoother, and happier. This event just so happens to fall on the launch date for my new book. September 28th, if it stays on course, will be when my book, shameless promotion here, Decode Tarot, comes out. What I did was take the real meanings of every card, just like you studying every single card, what it means, and putting it to the test. I have vetted those cards, and there are certain combinations, there are certain crosses, there are certain cards that bring about certain accuracy. That's why I wrote the book. Again, thank you so much for watching me and watching this profile. I'm so excited to participate, and I will see you on the other side. Again, we will win this race.
Welcome, Debra.
Yay! It's so good to be here. Thank you.
So happy you could be here. I just put the link for Debra's book on Amazon in comments. So check out her book, launching today. So if you want to learn more about tarot, go grab it. Help her out having a massive launch.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. I'm just, doesn't happen every day, you know, so I'm a little gushy about it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I'm going to bring up our next guest's promo here, and then I'll let you guys all have at it. So welcome, Marina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marina, and my YouTube channel name is Heart-Centered Tarot. As a Canadian, I'm thrilled to be included in this momentous event, not only because political tarot is a passion of mine, but also because I want to support my fellow readers, friends, and neighbors south of the border. And while I can't vote in your election, I can offer every ounce of support and strength I have to ensure that this time, this November, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz emerge as your president and vice president. I can also do all I can to encourage everyone to vote up and down the ticket and ensure that Kamala and Tim will have the full support of the Senate and the House as they begin their leadership journeys. Let's help them ensure that democracy prevails, that respect returns to the Supreme Court, that women's rights are once again human rights, that decency returns to politics, and guardrails and safeguards are put in place so that someone like DJT could never happen again. We've experienced the joy, the happiness, the love, the possibility, the humanity that Kamala and Tim embody. You are so close to the finish line. Now is not the time to be complacent. Now is the time to dig in and view every day as the day before Election Day. Show your support by donating to their campaigns, and remember, 100% of the funds raised go directly to their campaigns. There is no middleman here. It goes directly to them. So I can't wait to participate in Psychics Holding the Line for Democracy. And I would encourage you to join me and as many of your other readers as you can. You'll be spoiled for choice. So take advantage of this unique opportunity to receive a free psychic reading and spiritual guidance while supporting democracy. And if that's not enough for you, there'll be opportunities to win giveaways after each set of readers. I can't wait to see each and every one of you, and I thank you for your support and participation in this historic event.
Thank you, Marina, and come on up. Wonderful to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. I am thrilled to be part of this again. So looking forward to it. And just, you know, I have to say that Annette Dion song, every time I hear it, it's full body shivers from the first note to the last note. It's like, an awakening happens. So I am thrilled to be doing this, and I hope that you all will join us. We'll join in asking questions. We'll support Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And let's. I'm including myself in this, even though I'm Canadian, but let's win this in such numbers that It
Yeah,
can
there's no
never,
doubt.
ever be questioned.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Yes. So now we're going to bring up Aley's video. Hang on. Here she comes. Ms. Aley is joining us.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aley Martin, and I have the channel Heart and Soul Connected. I'm pleased to be with you today and to also be championing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I absolutely am thrilled to be part of the Psychathon 2 after being on Psychathon 1 and meeting so many different people and us succeeding to raise money for Kamala. My channel has lots of different things on it. If you get a chance to come by, we do dream shows, medium shows. I introduce new people to my audience, and we just have an all-around load of fun and laughter, which is always helpful and important. I also offer memberships that are very reasonably priced if you're interested, and we have monthly meetings, and there are other perks included in the memberships. But it would be wonderful to see you, and you can reach me at Heart and Soul Connected, one word, on YouTube. Thanks a lot.
Welcome, Aley.
Hi.
Good to see you, girls.
Good to see you.
Hi.
Yeah.
So you ladies, I'm going to step out and let you have some fun. Chat away. When you're ready for questions, let me know. We'll start feeding you questions. Okay?
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you,
See
Debra.
later.
See ya.
Yeah.
Oh, this is fun. Hello,
Hi,
ladies. I'm
Yeah.
sorry I couldn't make it to your party, Marina. I was doing a show, but you were in my heart. I'm so happy for you.
And
Yes.
I could feel it. I
Oh,
could
good.
feel it. That
Good.
fantastic. Yeah,
Yeah.
for those who don't know, I had a get together. I was celebrating reaching 3,500 subscribers, which was a big goal for me. And in the time saying, "Hey, I'm over 35. Let's have a party," to a few days later, I'm now just sitting at just like 20 people short of reaching 4,000.
No way.
I was.
I'm going to have a party for my.
Yes. Well, they're fun, Debra. You need to. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
will.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's just it was fabulous. So and yeah, thank you. I know I really value the support of not only my fellow readers but all the chatters who come in, and yeah, we share our gift with you, and you share your energy with us, and that's why this thing works.
Mhm.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
I need to
Yeah.
mention one thing first. I'm sorry. To Debra, if people who want a reading, if they include their birth date, I can do the numerology for them. Just
There you go.
oh, perfect.
now, that's it.
There you go. Yeah. That's
Thank you, thank
awesome.
you.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So, Debra, congratulations on your book launch
Oh,
today.
I am just over the moon, and
I
I'm
bet
I'm
you are.
talking about it, and I am jibber jabbering. It's like selfless promotion, and I'm just
Okay.
embarrassed but happy.
No,
be
don't be
embarrassed.
embarrassed.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
No, it's
Oh, God.
fabulous. It's
It's been-
fabulous. So you had that, and Marina had her party last night, and I have my one of my regressions with Dave Johnson went live last night, and
Oh.
for my French Enlightenment lifetime. So we've all had some exciting news coming in this weekend.
And Aley, something I heard a little rumor that something big is happening in your life tomorrow.
Oh.
Yes. I'll be in the final year of my 60s tomorrow.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Uh-huh.
Right
Yeah.
behind you, sister.
I know. I know you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going out to lunch later after this wonderful show. And because my son's birthday is the 1st and my son-in-law's birthday is today. So
Oh, wow.
we loaded with Libras. And of course, Marina's is coming up very, very soon. I think the 5th, right? The 5th of
Yes,
October.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, love,
Yay.
love the Libra energy. It's just
That's right.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what they say about people who have birthdays? They live longer.
That's a good idea.
That's awful. That's a dad joke.
My dad would have said something like that.
Yeah.
Thank you. You've made me feel very close to him today.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. But you know what? When we celebrate those milestones, the different things that, whether it's a birthday, a book launch, a website, whatever it is, when you're in that joy,
Yeah.
it feels so good.
It does.
Yeah, and good things happen. You know, the universe sees and hears and goes, hey, okay, apparently she wants a little more laughter. All righty then. It always provides.
No,
Right?
it really
Because
does.
You are the world's best manifester.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel that joy is infectious, just as laughter is.
Yeah.
And you know, we've had our share of fun, and we'll continue to do so on collaborations that we do together. So that's awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Amy Johnson, happy birthday to your daughter on the 5th.
Yes, and Patty D on Monday. That would be the 30th. Happy birthday to you. Yes.
Excellent.
That's wonderful. That's
I
wonderful.
love that.
So, yeah.
There you go. How are your finances? All right, let's get to the readings. It's wonderful to be here. And you're right. I didn't get a chance to say it either, but every time I hear Annette's song, I pretty much want to cry. So it's very, very nice and very, it just reminds us the fight that we've gone through.
Yes.
We continue to, and we're going to fight to the finish. So,
yes.
And I don't need the fist pump. You just already know. Yeah.
Deb Happy says, my family is littered with Libras. That's such a funny thing.
I'm sorry, Deb. You know how indecisive we can be.
You're lousy with
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, Deb, I believe you're a Capricorn. Isn't that correct? Are you a Capricorn?
You talking to me? No.
Yeah.
I'm Aquarius.
Oh,
January 25th.
Oh, okay.
I'm one of those.
Marina and I both have Capricorn moons.
Oh,
so yeah, I just thought that was interesting. Yeah. Yes. That's why we can be very businesslike.
That's right.
Yes.
Totally. I love that.
Totally. All righty. Dora Smith, finances for the rest of the year.
Oh, wow.
Here's a couple months. Okay.
I got some good news for Dora.
Wowie. Oh, wow. I do too.
Yeah. Isn't it something? It gives
Go
me
right
chills.
ahead. Go right ahead, Deb.
I've got strength. You've been grace under pressure, which is nice because, you know, finances are always a little bit on the back burner all the time. I also have your bank here with the King of Pentacles. Sorry. The King of Pentacles, your bank, prosperous, positive. It did not come in reversed. I've got 10 of Cups, which is all around happiness. That means it's like happiness for family. The 9 of Cups is, the 9 of Pentacles is independence, but that's Pentacles. I got mixed up there for a second. 2 of Pentacles, balanced. And this came in reverse, the 5 of Pentacles reverse. So the bad times are over. So congratulations.
Wow.
Yay.
I love it. Marina.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So I went to the What We Have Forgotten deck, and I started off with Sacred Knowledge. And this kind of tells me that you have a good sense of what you need to do. It's just that you're not overly excited about doing it. So you kind of, you know that you have to save your pennies, but you know that you've never seen a sweater in that particular color, and you just have to have it. Okay.
I love the way she does this.
Because I also got Oracle that you're you're very much connected to your abilities, to your motivations, to all kinds of things. You can see what needs to be done. You can feel what needs to be done. And then I got perspective.
Oh, wow.
So this is, if things will improve once you change your perspective. And then I thought, well, okay, I get the message there, but I just felt like I needed to go to the tarot. So, and I'm using Debra's. So underneath the sacred knowledge, I got the 3 of Swords. So this kind of confirmed for me that, you know what to do.
Thank you, Aley.
You're just not ready to do it yet. Under the Oracle, I got the 2 of Cups, which is working, and this it is about financials and financial prosperity and so on. And then underneath perspective, I got the Hangman. So, absolutely kind of confirming that, once you know what needs to be done, you just got to put on your big girl panties and do it.
Wow. Well, I get pretty much the same thing. The first one I get is a tree. And so life and growth, you're grounded in your legacy. Nothing better than a tree, because all the green leaves represent money. And you are protected. The old umbrella comes out saying, and this one you can see through, so you can even see what's coming in. Finally, I get, it's a fluid situation. And there's nothing better than that. If it's fluid, it's just going to flow. So there you go. I think we all got about the same thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. And
hi, Marby.
Hello, Marby. And she would like a general reading, please. All righty. Let's totally do that for you. Marby, are you baking today? Because I'm feeling your presence, and I'm smelling something baked.
Marina, you're gonna make us hungry now.
We'll be right
Sorry.
over.
Oh, it's not me, it's Marby.
It's Marby. Thanks, Marby. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Okay.
I just want to take a second to mention this. We've asked you for money many times, and it's for a good cause. And if you are out of the country, you cannot contribute, unfortunately, because it's only a United States thing. But you can contribute by just being here and doing what you're doing. But Debra was hoping to increase donations, of course. But even if you could only give $5, a cup of coffee, that's all it is. It's if you go to the expensive coffee stores, I don't think Tim Hortons would be that expensive, but I may be wrong. But $5 would really, really help. So just going to throw that out there. Now, ladies,
perfect.
Yeah.
And I know something about Trump that very few people do, and I'll share that after this reading.
Oh,
I know.
okay.
It's
all right.
It's cool.
You're not gonna testify against him, are you?
Right now, today. Yes, I am.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Okay. Marty, for you, I got eternal life. You know that you are connected to the universe in ways that you cannot ignore, you cannot fathom. Your quote unquote life here on earth is just it's but a split second in time. And we all come here to learn certain lessons and certain things. And you're recognizing that what is happening here in this lifetime, while it may have obviously an effect on you, you realize that your soul is much more than what this body is doing right now. You are seeing the portals. You are seeing the ways in which you get a glimpse of not only the future but the past, and you're able to put them together. So you are rather rather connected to spirit that way. And the last card that I got was unconditional love.
Oh,
That, yes, that is what you have learned, what you have sort of mastered in this lifetime is unconditional love. That's what you share with those around you, and your knowledge, the portal that you are able to see through. You are encouraging others to live in that unconditional love. And that makes you a beacon of hope, my darling.
I'll say.
Yeah.
Wow.
Deb, you go ahead and go on.
You know, Spirit is here telling you, reminding you that I've got the Four of Swords reversed. The upright means that you're a rest after a long battle. The reversed is how I read it a little differently, is that the pause and the rest is still available, but you're not looking at it. You're not seeing it. And the Eight of Wands reverse means slow down, slow down. And when you do that, I've got the Six of Swords coming in, moving into calmer waters. The best card yet is the Wheel of Fortune. So it does mean all you have to do to start that Wheel of Fortune moving your direction is to just take a break from a physical break and a break from worry. And move into that. Even if you can only hold it for 15 minutes, try that. A blessing is there.
Beautiful. So Marby and I got you have done a lot of work, and you are now living with more grace. Ooh. And I absolutely love this. She's a woman. She's not too unlike the Empress or the the woman who has worked really hard and now lives in grace. But at the same time, you do need to forgive yourself for anything that may or may not be something that you're happy you went through or did. It says anybody else also in your situation, even if they don't deserve it, which is the hardest part of forgiveness, I believe. To forgive is to mirror the divine. And the next one I got is false assumptions. This is a misunderstanding, and let go of the need to be right. So there's your forgiveness again, it for them or for you. And finally, I get conscious living. The healthy changes that you make will give you new meaning, and they will make, and they're imperative for you right now. So move into it, because you have the grace to do so, and you have the capacity to forgive. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Awesome.
You want to tell us about Trump first? Yeah. Okay.
A Trump announcement. So as a writer, I sometimes get caught up in the flow that I use the same descriptive word 4 times in a paragraph. So I need a different word for that description.
Yeah.
So I downloaded this app called Word Hippo. It's a little pink hippo. You put the word in and it gives you other options. So I was talking to a friend and she says, I wish there was a different name than Trump. I don't want to call him Trump. I said, well, I'll put it in Word Hippo. And of course, the first one is you outdo, you surpass, you're better, eclipse, all that stuff. But then when you go down and use it as a verb, so that's action, right? That's Trump in action. The other words you can use is fart, toot, break wind, cut one, rip one, let her rip, flatulate, pass gas, all that stuff. Cut the cheese. That is Trump in motion.
Absolutely. I love that.
Perfect. You can't make this up.
I know it. All in Word Hippo.
I remember my son was about 5 and my ex-husband farted really loud. And my son said, did you just cut the cheese?
Oh, really?
I love that expression.
Nice.
Oh, that's funny. I
Yes.
love it. Perfect, Deborah. Thank you. That's a great one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sir
Let me see.
Flatulence.
Yes.
The farty
Or-
fart.
That's right.
Very
Hi,
well.
Mary.
Bits and pants. That was a lovely one that we used earlier this year for his birthday.
Mhm. Mhm.
What
Oh,
was that?
yes.
Baron von Schitzenpants.
I remember hearing that and just laughing
Yeah.
my ass off.
Oh God, we had so much fun on that show. Oh my Lord.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. It was amazing. It was amazing.
Oh, dance.
Okay. Karina, do you see
Mhm.
any changes
Oh.
regarding my dance training?
Wow. All right. Can I go first this time?
Sure,
I've got
sure.
the alchemist. I've got the alchemist. You are the alchemist. And the alchemist can change lead into gold. So what does that mean with regard to you, Karina? That you can change your situation from want to have. And some of that has to come from your mindset. If you've had money challenges, that's certainly understandable. But you've got to say, do some affirmations that say, I have everything I need to do the things I want, everything I want to do the things I need, and everything always works out for me. So it says, our enchanted world provides meaning for transforming the leaden aspects of daily life into the golden that are available to all. It says here that you can be very successful with that in doing so. And finally, look at the card I got, financial freedom.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Can't
You
get
may
better
be
than that.
feeling trapped in regards to the amount of money that is flowing in your life. So try and practice these things in order
I
for that
love
to
that.
change. There you go.
I love that. So what I got was you're feeling that someone's stealing time. In other words, the things you like to do and love to do doesn't have a cycle of reward, the dance training and things like that. So that gets frustrating. Plus, you're a miracle with ideas. I don't know what sign you are. I don't know astrology, but there's you're in a creative binge. So that kind of, you have all these ideas you want to try out, but you got to, balance your checkbook too, right? So I do have the 2 of Pentacles upright, which means you will be balanced financially, but there's good news, or maybe just prepare yourself. The Page of Cups is coming in, meaning you are going to have yet another idea that's brand new, that's going to capture your fascination, and it's going to take off, because right after that is the Sun card. I think this combination is going to come with that cycle of reward, which will make you feel more prosperous. But bravo.
Yeah, that's great.
Wonderful. Okay, I start off with the Queen of Pentacles.
Wow.
Okay, this is your it's about your partnerships. It's about the Queen of Pentacles knows where her money is going. She knows what her take-in is, what her output is, and she's got a very good sense of that. I also got the Hangman. So this is telling me you have the ability to look at things from a different perspective and see something where you can maybe alter something in a way that you hadn't thought of before. And what I'm getting is that if you want to continue with the dance training, and maybe finances are a little bit of a challenge right now, have you considered maybe approaching the person and saying, hey, can we do a swap? I really want to do this. I really want to continue with this. So I don't know. I knit And, I've got some knitted items that can we maybe do a trade? Looking at things from a perspective that maybe you hadn't thought of before. And I think that if you allow your imagination to kind of run wild and put it out to the universe that, this is what I'd like. Start off by being grateful in terms, like Aley said, I have everything that I need, and I need, or whatever. I can't remember exactly how she said it, but it was bang on. It was bang on, right?
Bang on.
Be positive. And when you shift that mindset, not only does the hangman come in terms of you seeing a different perspective, but you'll also be ready for the wonder. There will be doors that will open and things that will come by that you hadn't considered, but there they are. Because the universe will, once you change that mindset into a positive thinking mindset, it will respond positively.
Wonderful.
That's what I've got. Okay.
Oh, 4 personal year. Ooh, 6 life. Thank you. I'm excited about this. So the 4 person, can I just jump in? I'm excited. I'm very excited. The numbers make me so happy. So the 3 personal years, all about creativity. If you were free enough and were aware of the impulses guides gave you to move into creativity, then that creativity starts manifesting in the 4 personal year. That's when, so for instance, you get in your 1 personal year, you get the idea of what you want to write about. And the 2 is you collaborate with someone that can help you form that, let's say, the book. And then the 3 is where you actually write the book. The 4 is where you edit and find the cover and do the chop wood, carry water stuff. And then, so it's kind of not a life or a life that's going to be exciting because you have to just do your paperwork, but you're a 6 life path, meaning you are balanced in harmony. So you are going to have a wonderful 4 personal year because it's actually going to be kind of peaceful, which is really nice for you personally. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, wow. Did you see that? Present total? 10,229.26. Thank you, everybody.
Oh
my gosh.
That's beautiful news.
Thank you.
We made 10,000 total for the 24 hours. That was what we made. So this has only been a few hours.
Thank you. Awesome. Wonderful.
I'm so thrilled. I am so thrilled for you guys to be able to do that because it's
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to start to make nonsense comments here if I don't stop myself with that. Okay.
Hey, you guys, just I wish that were true. That's our grand total.
Okay.
It would be fabulous if we'd made another 10, but no, that's not
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Still, everything, every dollar.
We'll manifest that. We'll just manifest that.
You bet. We're not done yet. We have a long way to
All
go.
right.
We put it out to the universe. It's going to deliver.
Right. That's right.
Okay, so Maria, what I have for you is what what you can expect is divine order. Things are going to happen when it is for your highest good, for in your best interest, and so on. You can't make something happen before it's time. What you can do is rest in the knowledge that divine order is always at work. So if something doesn't make sense to you right now, know that the universe has your back. Things are happening as they should. I also get that this year you've got sacred purpose.
Oh, wow.
So there is something that you are going to need to achieve, to look at, to work on. And it is going to be something that will definitely make your soul glow. It will bring you a lot of value and abundance in different ways. Your job is to have the courage to do it.
Wow.
It may feel like, maybe this is too big a project, too whatever. Just know the universe has your back.
Mhm.
You are here for a sacred purpose. You're doing something that is fantastic. And don't let fear get in your way.
Yeah.
Just do it.
That's gorgeous. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah. You're ready to communicate, I get, Maria. Your transformation is coming. And continue to be the dreamer that you are.
Oh,
So that kind of fits in with what the other ladies have already said. Thank you.
perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Birthday is November 22nd, 1970.
All
Oh,
right, I'm on it.
all righty. November 22nd is one of my oldest friends' birthday.
That's also the day that JFK, well, not that year, but
Yeah.
that's, yeah. Yeah. I actually think it's my stepson's birthday too. Yeah,
well, it could be.
1981. Yeah. Yep.
Could be.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
Lady.
So the number, I do have the numbers. I'll go just
All right.
really quick. So you're a 23/5 life path. You have a hard time in general. This is just general. During your lifetime, you might have already learned these lessons. You have a hard time finding freedom inside of a commitment. You're a flight risk when it comes to love and commitment like that, which is fine. You come by it naturally. You are experiencing a 5 personal year. A 5 personal year is almost like giving the guides and angels permission to move circumstances around to get you back on your life path, or the life path you're supposed to be. This year, since you're a 5, it's like you just saw the lessons and you just moved into it. Most likely now 6 and 6 personal year going for next year is going to be more homebody, whereas this year was more restlessness. I want to travel or learn a different language or try different foods, that kind of thing. Next year is going to be home, a little more home. So bravo.
Mm. Awesome. Awesome.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You want to go, Aley?
Okay. I have a little bit of interesting news here. So, and what I want you to know is there isn't really ever any really negative news, but some things are just to warn you of something that may or may not be in the background. So let's put it that way. So I get first the theater mask, but what it's telling me is that there's somebody that's kind of two-faced. That you may have a problem with, and it's a female. So
Wow.
yeah, be careful, because you certainly don't want to have somebody talking behind your back and telling your secrets too. So be careful about what you say to people right now until you know who it is. This person can be very vicious. So again, I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but it could be that you've already gone through this. But if not, just beware and be careful with your secrets.
Yeah. Okay. And you know what? That really explains my cards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I got was, let your ship set sail. You're ready to go out on your own. You're ready to do things your way. You're ready to be the you that you know that you are, that others have held back. Then I go into feel into emotion. And so I think that the person that Aley is talking about it feels very much like someone who has been in your life for a good long time and is going to remain in your life for a good long time. I think they're a family member. And you're caught between keeping the peace and keeping your sanity. Sometimes it's a hard one, you know, like, bite your tongue, just don't bite it off. So when that person steers those things in you, don't shut them down, don't force them down. They're only going to hurt you, but give yourself permission to look at them and see what other things they might be triggering in you, and you can examine those. And then the last card that I got, I hope you're sitting down, is release old patterns. So you can, when you're dealing with this person, you could always look at other ways that you can deal with them so that you are not challenged, but so that you are not, you don't feel like you've been shut down or, you know, well, I want to say put down. It's not really put down, but just, you know, you can try different ways of expressing your feelings. Like, oh, that interesting. Why are you sharing that with me?
That's a great, yeah. And what does this mean again? Oh my gosh, that's perfect.
Yeah, because it encouraged that other person, you know what, may not even fully realize what they're doing because they're in a pattern of their own.
That's
so
right.
Sometimes when we ask them that question, they have to stop and think.
Yep.
And then but I think you're going to come out of this because you're going to let your ship sail, but it's going to work out. She said, I just started exercising more and it has been massively helpful with all the emotional stuff.
That's good. Good for you. It's a good outlet for you. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. There you go. Oh my gosh. Okay.
All right, Diane. What a beautiful picture, Diane.
Oh, yeah, that is nice.
Absolutely. Okie dokie.
Oh, wow.
Zoom in a little to Diane Miller.
That's interesting. I'll just dive in real quick for the numbers.
Yes. No, please.
So usually this kind of thing happens. You are also a 5 life path, but I got something to tell you. The 2 numbers prior, you know, that you add up for the 5, the last 5 I had, I can't remember her name. I'm sorry. Oh, Marby, I think it was it? I can't remember. Is a 23-5, meaning that her lesson in this life to move into the full potential of that 5 was creativity and collaboration. Yours was the same thing, but collaboration was first. So it's like, it's interesting. So in other words, when you want to travel, when you want to do something new, then it's usually with a friend or something like that. Even though 5s are very independent, you're in a 9 personal year. And let me tell you who else had a 9 personal year. Trump. Or Fart, Mr. Fart. Last year was in his 9 year. And so anyway, when he was in his 9 personal year, he had to give up what just didn't work for him anymore. And what wasn't working for him was his same old line of baggage. But what you have to figure out what you have to give up and not drag into the next 9-year cycle. But the good part is that life is going to make it very, very clear what you need to give up. If it's a friendship, then that friendship is going to go so toxic, you say enough. So bravo, you're starting a new cycle next year.
Awesome. Good
for
you. All right.
Wow. And once again, I pulled the Divine Order card. And sometimes, you know, when cards come up in different readings and they repeat, it's generally a message for the collective, right? So in this case, Diane, I'm thinking this is, again, know that the universe is supporting you in what you're doing. The universe is working in tandem with you to get you to where you need to be. So trust in the process, trust in things that happen. They're happening for a reason. So yes, Debra's absolutely right that there's, with change and things, when the universe wants us to move away from something, sometimes the action is very quick, right? This job no longer serves your purpose and it's time for you to leave. All of a sudden you get laid off or you get fired for no apparent reason. That's the universe saying, nope, we're on to something else. We're done, right? So, and again, I also got unconditional love. So you're learning to accept yourself as you are and learning to accept others around you with unconditional love is just going to bring you a lot more peace. Know that what is happening kind of behind the scenes is happening for your highest good, and all you need to do is just go with that conditional love, and that is going to bring unity.
Excellent.
So yeah, it's very positive. I love that. It's very positive.
Very nice. So Diane, I got that you're the warrioress. I love that. You have the ability to conquer fears and faults and the right to defend who you are, who you love, and what you believe in. And it's only gotten stronger over time. So what it's saying is exactly what Debra mentioned in her reading. And it's cut out distractions and travel, girl, travel.
Yeah.
There's going to be some travel opportunities ahead.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah. I love that. I love that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hello, Carla Jo.
Nice to see you here. I love it when we do readings with Debra and she's doing the numbers. I learned so much.
Oh,
I know. Yeah.
I learned so much.
It reinforces it. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. So sweet.
My pleasure. And you know what? I was able to read a lot of the information in Decoding Tarot.
Oh, yes.
You guys, it really is fabulous because Debra explains it to you in everyday normal speak language instead of, because we all tend to sometimes get into shop talk. Right. So, as astrologers, there's certain things that you just assume everyone knows the meaning of. And Debra did a fantastic job of putting it down into real people. Oh, yeah, I get this.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that plug.
You're more than welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you. So, do you want me to throw out the numbers? You're a creative. You're a creative 3 life path, and it's creativity, but it's also you appear to others as being casual about things that may be serious. You rise above it and not dismiss it, but it's like, oh, don't feel no drama, that kind of thing, no drama. And, but when your partner really wants to talk about something incredible, sometimes they don't feel you're connected to it. But on the flip side of that, you're a 30/3, meaning that 0 pumps you up to a super creative. And a lot of times, you read books about productivity and all that stuff. Well, you don't work that way. You don't work with a schedule. Your mind creates everything you want in one clump. Then boom, you celebrate that and bring it into fruition. But You are in a 2 personal year, and this was a rough year for you. I got to tell you, because the 2 personal year, you think, oh, that's when I meet the love of my life and everything's rosy. That is not a 2 personal year. 2 is asking you to collaborate differently for people so people understand. So I think this year, maybe people misunderstood your meaning or something, with the 3, your natural tendency to remain casual, and maybe someone didn't, there might be a little conflict in that, but buckle up. 3 personal years coming tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I wish it was.
Yeah.
But it's next year. So that's when you will be overflowing with creativity. Just let it rip, and you'll be famous. You'll just be famous.
So did you have the same thought I did, Marina? We are here to pump you up.
Yes.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
So I have here, you are the resolute. You do, if you don't resolve to be patient and endure the tough times, that success may appear to be in the future. So just explode that idea. Forget about that. Move out of that energy, because look what's coming. The egg, and it contains the fertility that you are looking for. And I don't mean you're going to have a baby, although you may have a grandbaby. I don't know. But yeah, all possibility exists in the egg. There you go.
Perfect. All righty. And Carla Joe, what I get is emotions are energy in motion. Now, you generally try to look on the positive, the the good, the happy, the whatever. You want to concentrate on that. And sometimes it's, you kind of need to reel those emotions in, because if you're not paying attention to what it is that they're doing, they're going to be taking you on a roller coaster ride, and it confuses you. You kind of start to wonder if are you really feeling what you're feeling? Are you really hearing, sensing, whatever? Okay. It is now time to shine.
Oh, yeah.
Time to shine.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to grab a hold of this, and you're going to say, all right, going forward, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to enjoy my emotions, but I'm also going to look at certain emotions as an observer. I'm not going to give in to all that that physical energy. I'm just going to be an observer and see what happens. How do you know when that is about to happen? Trust the call.
Oh,
There you
wow.
go.
Yeah.
Go with your gut. You're going to know what to do. Don't question yourself when that comes in. Know that is Spirit's way of communicating with you and letting you know kind of what's next. And at this point, because it fits in so nicely, I am going to do a shameless self-plug.
Yay.
One of the courses that I offer on my website, hold on, let me put it up there for you, marinasheartcenteredtarot.com, it's called Achieving Union. It is a 30-day self-directed course. You decide how much time you're going to give it and when you're going to do the exercises. You will receive a short video from me every day, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, somewhere in there. And I will give you a set of exercises to do every day. The purpose is for you to achieve a higher union with your with spirit, with your higher self, with the universe, so that at the end of the 30 days, you're going to have a much stronger sense of when spirit is talking to you versus when it's your ego that's talking to you, or noise and just the cacophony of things that happen around us. So if you're interested, go to go to my website, take a look at the course. It starts on the 1st of every month. So you are prime time. Prime time.
Mhm.
And yeah, we get together once a week. We chart progress. We answer questions and so on. And
Awesome.
Sherry said it's fabulous. She took
Yes, I took it as well, and it's
Yeah.
fabulous. Yep.
There
Thank
you
you.
go.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
All right.
But you know, when you do have that connection with spirit, your guides cannot pick you up and change your life. We're a
Right.
free choice and all that stuff. The best they can do is just lean you towards the good or give you an impulse to move into action and to be sensitive to that impulse, but not so sensitive that you're a sponge for everything in the world. That would be a great. I should take that. I want to experience that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Annie Hamlet. Hello, Annie.
So we would be remiss if we didn't periodically remind you that we are here to get some donations for Kamala and Tim, and the link is at the top of the page, and the gals keep periodically putting it in, even if it's only a couple of dollars. Every little bit helps, and so thank you. All right.
Yep. Yeah, for the price of a Coke and a bag of chips.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a snack one day, and it makes a huge difference.
It does.
Yeah. All righty. Annie Hamlet. Ooh.
I have a mixed bag here for you, Annie.
I kind of do too.
It's interesting because I see, you know that saying, I don't want to get too happy about this because the shoe's going to drop and life is just going to thought about, you know, that feeling. It's almost like that. And I just want to, and this is going to be in the future, near future, like it, or maybe it's already happened, but I see you on one side being very, very happy with the 9 of Cups. You're manifesting well, everything's going fine, and then you have the strength. Whatever pressure is around you, you handle it with grace. And then I have the reverse 7 of Cups. That is the best thing, is the reverse 7 of Cups, because you're not floating off into spirit, and I mean in a unusual way. You're grounded, in other words, in your spirituality. Oh my God, I can't even say it. So
But we don't understand. It's the spiral, Deb. It's the spiral. Spirality.
Oh, thanks for helping me out.
Oh,
So
sure.
I do have the 10 of Swords, making you feel like you're offended by something or somebody threw you under the bus, and then there's arguments that come out. There is a way to, now I encourage everyone to speak their mind, but maybe because it's coming up today, when it does, when you do have an opportunity to react the same way as you always do, then maybe entertain the thought of just like what Marina says, be the observer and just say, well, that's curious. You would say that. And what did you say? And what did you mean by that? That kind of thing.
Right.
But it looks like you, there's not going to be a lot of time between being offended and then arguing about it. So that's what
Isn't
I got.
that funny? I got the same darn thing because I got chaos. And that's what the dragon brings in. You know, it's chasing its tail. But, you know, it's not long lived, because I see that what will happen is transformation will come through. And then you become the dancer, which is wonderful. And the dancer says you must feel free to express yourself if you want to live a truly authentic life. And our soul's dance is unending. So yeah, get through the chaos, move into the transformation, and be the dancer. Beautiful.
Awesome.
Okay.
And my cards absolutely support that. I start off with unraveling. It, you know, feels like things are falling apart. What you thought was settled all of a sudden comes up and it's not settled, and it's like, I thought I had this under control, and like, yeah, I'm taking an old sweater and you pick something, and the next thing you know you got half a sweater because you pulled the wool. Don't do that. Don't do that. Sometimes the cards are just magnificent. Okay. Stop pushing and striving. Let things happen naturally. It doesn't, if you see something happening in front of you, sometimes it's okay to say something. Other times you're better served by not saying anything at all. Just by, okay, all right, I'm just looking. So don't let yourself get caught up in that in the emotion or the unraveling of things that you thought were settled. Just kind of go for it, and then trust the call. Trust that, and I know you do. I know you're connected. So yeah, trust the call when you hear the little voice that says, "Shut up, Annie."
Oh my gosh, I need more of that voice.
Exactly. Yeah. So you'll know exactly what to do. So yeah, don't force the situation. Just kind of look at it and go, really? Wow, that's an interesting perspective. Yeah, here you go. You're doing great.
Okay. 724 60. Awesome.
And hello, Eileen. Eileen won a reading with me yesterday during our during our little celebration show. So we have our reading all set up. Can't wait.
Excellent.
Oh, okay. So you are a master number 11, which means, and you're 29 master 11. This means that you will find great success if you can control your emotions. You're a very emotional person. You can feel another person's pain or whatever it is. You can mirror back people's best self when they show it. And wonderful, but you have a different way of looking at life. You're independent, and you kind of don't like the busy work of people around, and the drama, because if you get caught up in that, it's like hard to ground. This is a 3 personal year, and this for this year. And if you took advantage of that 3, that again, that creativity, that communication is there for you. So you've created something, you've set things in motion, you created a course or a book or I don't know, I'm just naming the basic stuff, but it can be a painting, it can be anything, because next year you're going to ground into the 4. And that means just tying up the loose ends of the 3 and put it on the market or celebrate it in some way. So but go online and say, what does a master number 11 mean in numerology on the internet? And you'll see a whole bunch written about that. There's a lot of 11s on the earth right now.
Yeah. Awesome. So, Eli, I saw earlier that right at the end of the last show, I think you asked about a new job or changing jobs or something. I happened to catch that with the other group. And so I get here, you are the inventor. And it says, this is a good time to amplify your focus and clear and purify your space and in your mind for something new. The second one I get is be careful of insincere people around you. In other words, don't tell, if you're looking for a job, don't tell the people at your current job you're looking for a job. Let me put it that way. Yeah. Something's coming in very, very fast for you. And it's kind of unpredictable. And I think it's good. I think it's good news. So there you go.
Oops. All righty. And what I get for you is move through your fear.
Mm.
Whatever is kind of bugging you right now and is making you afraid either to take the next step or do the next thing, or say what you want to say, whatever is making you a little apprehensive and a little afraid, take a deep breath and do it. Right? Move through that fear. And remember, fear stands for false evidence appearing real.
Mm-hmm.
Failure expected and received. All kinds of different acronyms for fear. So you can move through that. And what is meant for you will find you. So the you kind of can't get away from your destiny, what it is that you're meant to do. So when the right thing comes along, when the right situation, the right people, when all of that is in place, that you, whatever it is that you desire, that you want to do, that you want to manifest, will come through. Okay. And then you are brilliant.
Oh, what a beautiful picture.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yes. Love the peacock. Mm-hmm. So you're going to be able to, and you've done this before in your life too, where you thought that you were in an untenable situation, something isn't going to work out. You just kind of let go of the outcome and say, okay, Sarah, all right, I'm just going to deal with it. It works out, and then you take a moment and you look back and you say, why was I so worried about that? That didn't, yeah, I thought they were going to be so angry with me if I put in a complaint about that particular product, but no, they said, thank you very much. And it was, so yeah, you're brilliant. Follow your instinct and know that what is meant for you will come to you.
Absolutely.
All righty. Oh my gosh.
So I did your numbers. You are 28/1 life path. And that means that you've been kind of hard on yourself with your stinking thinking, because you're always very competitive, not in a bad way. It's just that you measure things. You really hone in on details. But it feels like it's relaxed this year from that, because this year was more home adjustments. But I'm excited to tell you, next year is going to be your straight through to spirit. So it's a 7 personal year. This means whatever your fascination is, follow it. And so, for instance, if you wanted to do spiritual work, then you think of what it might look like. I'm hypothetically, let's say you like numbers. Maybe I'll find numerology interesting. So that's when you get your basics, and then you start. If it's a curiosity, you move it into action. And a lot of times, everybody, if you have a fascination with something or curious about something, just go to Google it, and then follow the links that catch your eye. That's spirit in motion, giving you information that may very well lead to some change of heart. So take advantage of the 7 personal year, and you'll be a terrible liar. A terrible liar in the 7 personal year. If you fib or something, it's going to come out. So don't bother doing that. I'm sure you don't anyway, but you're also going to see someone else's truth really easily. Awesome. So bless you and leave you with that.
All right. So I got the manifester. So again, you have the power. You got the power. There you go. You can manifest whatever you want. There you go. It says monitoring your inner dialogue and using quantum affirmations daily can help you make the desired changes. Absolutely do not ever say, I don't want this. Always say, I want or don't even that you
Oh, yeah.
want, but that you already have it. You already have it. And it says to control your emotions around it, let it go. And it will, spirit time will bring it in the right moment. Finally, it says, a boon is coming to you. And I love this word. You don't hear it very often, but a boon is something good. It's a gift. Heaven is rushing in and showering you with blessings. Open your heart to receive.
Wow.
So yeah, all of these look really good for you. Yeah.
Absolutely. All righty. And Valeska Dubon, may I get a reading? Sure. Okay, well, you know what? I pulled these cards and didn't know why, and now I do. They are meant for you. Okay.
Wow.
What I got for you, Valeska, was your body is like a book, and you store a lot of your feelings in your body. So people can usually tell when you're not happy, or well, no, let me rephrase that. You can usually tell when you're not happy, when things are not going well, because that's when the body aches will come. That's where all of a sudden you have a headache that just won't go away. And the headache will lead to backache, will lead to all these things. That's because you're storing emotion in those parts of the body. So you need to, if you can, try to see and what the correlation is between how you're feeling and how your body is reacting. And then look at the action that triggered that kind of body ache or whatever it is. You're being asked to trust the call. Trust that as you go through this process, things are going to come up for you that, when you have a thought that you think, oh no, that doesn't make any sense to me, just sit with it for a little while. Just let it kind of work its way through your system and see where you can find the meaning behind that. Because they're usually related. They're usually you can trace it back to, oh, okay, well, so-and-so said that I took their comment as not being very kind. And so I thought I would treat myself on the way home. And, I bought myself that extra large coffee and that donut. And, now I'm feeling particularly tired and I don't know why I'm tired. Well, it's all the sugar, so you can see how the things are connected. And you're able to do this. Valeska, you can absolutely do this. You are more powerful than you know.
Wow.
If you make it a concerted effort, carry around a little notebook with you, and whenever a feeling comes up, write it down. And then later on, you'll be able to see there's a correlation. Oh, okay. All right. That movie made me very sad. So what did I do? Well, I just had a bag of chips to make myself feel better. So yeah.
That's what I do.
To your body. Yeah. I know. I do the same thing. That's why I can talk about it.
Yeah. We're all the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So that's what I got.
Aley, do you want to go?
I just have, whenever you think you might be criticizing something or somebody is giving you you give constructive criticism, but some people don't take it that way. But it might be because you are a Leo, and I believe that you are a Leo because I can see your birth date. Yes. So isn't that a riot? But it says, please make sure you also put down your shields, because sometimes people aren't giving you constructive criticism. They're just, I'm sorry, criticism. They're giving you constructive criticism, and it's not meant to hurt you. Yeah.
Awesome. So with your numbers, I have another 28/1. There's that competitiveness and that, but it's more than that. It's just, you don't even know you're doing it kind of thing, which raises this anxiety, a little low level anxiety all the time. But you can master that with the lessons and move into the potential. I bet you've already done that. Now the personal year, personal years, I go by every calendar year, and there's blessings and there's lessons in each calendar year. This might have been a tough year for you because it's an 8 personal year, meaning you have this idea to anchor yourself in the world. And it could mean money, bringing in money, but it could be investments. It could be anything tangible in the world. And but what comes with that is an extra faith in risk. So that can be nerve-wracking. That can be nerve-wracking, but I got to tell you, closer to the end of the year, next year for sure, you're 9 personal year. So that means you're going to relax and give up what just doesn't work. If you relax, you can give up what just doesn't work by noticing what just doesn't work. Now, a blessing for you is that whatever universal year it is your personal year. So 2024 adds up 2 + 2 + 4 adds up to 8. And that's your personal year. Next year, you'll be a 9. The year after that, it'll start another 9-year cycle with the 1. So it's easy to remember. Blessings to you, my dear.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, travel
Yes.
tarot.
I'd seen earlier, she said, is the man she's met the one she thinks is the one? And it says here the same thing. So I'm interested to hear what her birthday reveals. And happy early birthday, Kay Travel, another Libra.
Yes, absolutely.
We're lousy in Libras here today.
We're lousy in Libras, that's right. Because we have to balance everything.
Yeah. Always looking for that harmony. Always looking
That's
for.
right.
Everybody needs to walk away happy. Okay.
How true
Even
is
if
that?
even if you need to pretend, I want to see happiness. And my son used to have a T-shirt that said, "Beatings will continue until morale improves."
Oh my God.
That reminds me of there's one with a big ape, and it says, "If I wanted your opinion, I would have beat it out of you."
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, that's better.
And Valeska says, "Thank you so much, ladies. I do treat myself with a
Good for
sweet."
you.
Absolutely.
That's the only way to live. You only got one lifetime that you can remember currently, anyway.
Yes.
I love that. So your numbers reveal you're a 26/8. So you had your life lessons were to be measured in your desire for divine order. If you want something done right, you have to do it yourself, that kind of thing. And then the collaboration. So you probably have already mastered that. It moves into an 8, which tells me that you are interested in security. Security. I'll just say security. So the man that you've met has somehow mirrored that to you. And that's very, very attractive. The thing I would just caution you, you're in a 3 personal year, which makes it so joyful and exciting and creative, but you'll have things like wanting to just happen into the coffee shop that he frequents, maybe to see him midweek instead of just the weekends. I don't know, something like that. So that creativity can get you going. But it does look like a 3 personal year is when we can start relationships. Absolutely. Very, very creative. And then the 4 personal year for next year is when you get down to the hard work of communication, right? It's not hard work. It's just tedious. Oh my God. I have to think of somebody else's desires. I just want chicken tonight. But, but as soon as you find out his numbers, then you can research him and know what his kryptonite is, what his triggers are.
Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
So yes, Kay, I get fertility for relationship. So yes, you are also protected, which makes me happy because he seems to be the one. But what I really love here is that he may either embody or he may amplify your divine feminine, and that's what we're in right now. We are in the time of the divine feminine. So he could be very comfortable in his balance of masculinity and femininity, or he could just say, you know, you are the goddess and I love you. Yeah. So how beautiful.
Perfect. Perfect. And I concur with the relationship. I start off with a star.
Wonderful.
That's a yes in any language. And then it's followed up by the 10 of Cups.
Oh, wow.
The happy family.
Nice.
You know, everything is working out and whatnot. And then I went to the Oracle and I got gift yourself. So, okay. Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
Take a leap of faith. Go for it. This is you're looking for something and you're thinking that maybe it's, you know, you don't deserve it, or this is coming too easy or whatnot. Let go of that thinking and say, you know what? Happiness and a fulfilling relationship is a gift that I'm going to give myself.
Yeah.
And it's absolutely perfect because I picked it. So yeah, go for it, girl.
Congratulations, Kay. Enjoy, sweetheart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw this one. I'm going to do 2 different decks for this.
Okay.
Should I sell my house through a realtor? Take the investor offer.
Amelia, can I ask you where you live? I don't need to know the state. I mean, you in the United States. That's what I want to know. Different rules that just came out in the United States.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amelia Ignatovich.
Oh, wow. This is so clear to me, but I'll let everyone else go first.
You're welcome, Kay. In Florida. Okay. All right. The reason I ask is because just, I don't know, a month or 2 ago in the United States, it used to be that the seller of a house would pay for all of the pay for the realtor fees, pay for this, pay for that. That's there's no more. Everybody pays for their own. It's all very, very different. Used to be that, you know, I suppose if you wanted someone to buy it, you wanted to negotiate that you would give this amount of money, but you don't have to do that anymore. So it's going to totally, it's going to totally be up to you. They said to take the steps to check out the 2 different ways legally, which, I mean, we're not legal, we're not lawyers. So we don't want to give you lawyerly advice. But look what I got. I got finances. It's saying it's going to be very important for you to manage the finances. And so if you ask someone to check out a contract, it wouldn't hurt, is my feeling. Because look what happens. You get the really good outcome if you do. Yeah. So.
Okay. Well, I start off with the world, and that is it. Yeah, it's the completion of a cycle, beginning of a cycle. It's success. You're reaching your goal. You're getting to achieve what it is that you want to achieve. the realtor or the investor, I get the Knight of Pentacles. So there's the guys coming in. You know what? For what it's worth, with the King of Cups, I would be tempted, in my opinion only, for entertainment purposes, is to go through the realtor. Investors sometimes they don't always come up with the best price because they're interested in turning things over. Yeah, undercutting. The home equity agreement, that is an agreement that you really do need to have someone go through it with a magnifying glass and understand every single word that is in there. Because you can find yourself, hey, glorious, I get to stay in my house and I've got all this money coming in. And then when you read the fine print, or after you pass away, you realize that, the $50,000 that you got from the equity agreement has now, through interest, grown to $150,000, and your $200,000 home that you had planned on leaving to your kids, they might end up with $30,000, $40,000. So that's what I'm getting. Like Aley said, yeah, we're not financial people. Just make sure that you've got someone who is willing to go through the paperwork and take a look at it. But I'm feeling the realtor, so.
Interesting. I got the opposite, but I'll tell you why. This means doesn't mean the realtor isn't a go. It does mean that I'm checking his energy signature or her energy signature right now, and I see something that's really disturbing, which means you at the level of action, just like what Marina said and Aley said, that to have that contract look over by someone else. He or she is saying, don't worry about a thing. Here's the 10 of Wands reverse. Don't worry about a thing. Everything's going to be fine. I'll take care of everything, which is so, that's like a siren to me, because I don't want to worry about anything. But I have so many unusual cards here. I'm so sorry. The reverse moon comes up. There's something underneath that isn't honest. And I've got the reverse magician, which is manipulation. I do see the 4 of Wands coming up, which gave me an impulse that maybe you're leaving money on the table or something because they're so nice. So it could be a realtor deal could be good, but just if you want to go with the realtor, that's fine. But just make sure you go and the words are just fine and they don't change them at the end before signing. Now, the other one, I have the Justice upright. So that's all about contracts. Your heartbreak when it's upright is over. You do feel imbalanced. This is the 4 of Wands. I have it coming in reverse. So you're just a little nervous about things, which I would be too. But it looks like you will be walking away from the mess. I'm sorry, the dilemma that, you've worked on this for so long, just thinking about it and then moving forward and then deciding and everything. So that looks like, just like what Aley said, it's going to be, it seems like it'll be quick, once it gets, once you decide. So,
but it doesn't hurt to check with a lawyer because, contract laws, you don't want to have a problem. We don't want you to have a problem.
No. And better to spend the money now than to lose it tenfold
Find out later.
Yeah. All righty.
Hi, Craig.
Hey, Craig Dixon.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. Oh, Craig, Clara looks particularly fetching today.
So he tells me earlier in the week that I think today is her DOD, and he's going to go out and get some flowers for her.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. And Clara says that's the day of freedom. So
absolutely. It's a lot nicer over there than it is here. That's right. Thank
And
you.
that's why she looks so fetching.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Excellent. What do we have?
Thank you, Moonchild. JH, go to the top of the page and there's a link to where you can donate. All right.
Thank you.
All right.
For
So Craig, I
donating.
got the messenger. The messenger, look at her. She's got wings on her ears. I love that. It says here, make sure that what is being said is what is being heard. The same words and message can mean different things to different people. So that is a good thing. Sometimes it's just nice. Can you repeat back to me what I just said? Then you know they're really listening to you.
Right.
Whoever's listening. They want you to take the path of least resistance. When all doors seem to be closed, it's just because you haven't tried to open up the right one yet. So don't be discouraged. And you are in the midst of a purging process. You may be experiencing emotional discomfort that is disturbing your inner peace. But I think Clara would say, don't let your peace be disturbed by anything or anyone. So there you go.
All righty. So I start off with the Knight of Wands. And yeah, the Knight of Wands is just, forge ahead, ready to go. Ready to go on a moment's notice at, take charge and whatever. And then I got the Devil. And I thought, that's weird. Okay, take charge. So you're saying don't take charge, or, is this something that you're, maybe a box that you're kind of putting yourself into and whatnot. And so I thought, well, I'll go to the Oracle and see what it is. And it mirrored what Aley said. Emotions are energy in motion. So you're paying attention to how you're feeling and what is going on around you, and knowing that, if something starts to feel bad, it doesn't mean that it necessarily has anything to do with you specifically. Maybe you're just picking up on somebody else's energy. And I got tap into your sacral power. And the sacral part, this is having to do with security, with the sacral chakra is about feeling the okay, my mind is starting to draw a blank. I don't know, maybe I need to take some chocolate or whatnot.
Isn't it the red chakra, the lower chakra?
Yes.
Isn't that the sacral?
Well, the sacral,
where your power is.
Yes,
Yeah.
because the other one is the solar plexus. Okay, I got them mixed up. Yes, sacral power is your security, where you live, where who you are, your beliefs, your all that kind of good stuff. So go back to that and see where you can kind of release some of the things that are no longer serving you, that kind of keep coming up, and just let that go. And in the meantime, I think you're going to have a fabulous time, with Clara. And like I said, she is looking particularly magnificent.
Oh, Craig, I got a message from Clara here with the 10 of Wands, meaning you're putting a lot of pressure on yourself to do something. And I think it's to collect information, because it's at the level of action, even though this sounds like swords, at the level of action to write her story or your story about her, that type of thing. But it's become heavy for you. I think that's what it is. And I have don't give up. Success is right around the corner. So she is encouraging you. And I can just see her here saying, come on, let's do it. Because I see nothing but great bounty after that with the 6 of Pentacles. Here's the 8 of Pentacles. Then we go to the 7 of Pentacles. It doesn't get better than that.
No.
So just move into it. Just write your first chapter title with a subchapter and just let her help you flow with it. Yeah. Thank you. God bless you.
So it
Yeah.
is the orange one, not the red one. I'm sorry. Thank you, Deb, for letting
That's
us.
all right.
Debbie Brady.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to have to get a set and put it somewhere in my room so that I can see which one it is, because
If you want a shortcut to remember where they are, think of the word Roy G. Biv. ROYGBIV. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. There you go.
Roy. Okay. All righty.
Hi.
Hi.
Can't
Hello.
hear you. Can't hear you.
Hello, Deborah.
Yeah.
Does that mean our time is up?
Oh, we can't hear you,
No,
dear.
we can't hear you.
No.
Thank you. We have to pause for a Project 2025 video.
Okay.
Oh,
And-
yeah.
Yeah, so we have part 2 of that. And Helen did a very deep dive if you didn't hear the first part. And now we are moving forward and some really juicy stuff coming up. So hang on, here we go.
Excellent.
This one is about the overview and the environment.
We're going to move on. Trump and Project 2025 restructure the government and the deep state. So Trump disavows any knowledge of Project 2025, which is hilarious. Many of the co-authors and the contributors were in his administration, including 6 of his former cabinet members, including Ben Carson and Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro is in jail right now, prison right now, These guys all helped to write this, to come up with the ideas, etc. He knows. So the mandate for leadership is essentially the only platform that Trump campaign can claim. That's the official title of Project 2025. The title is the mandate for leadership, and the project is what's described. So it's a 900+ page guide to dismantling the structure of our government, getting rid of the Constitution and democracy, and it silences the will of the people. Listen to white Christian nationalists. It's led by Kevin Roberts, the Heritage Society. He applauds the ticket of Trump and Vance as their best chance to implement the plan. Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Deadeye Christie Nome. That was my, I like that. Milquetoast Mike Pence, Mike Moses Johnson, the so-called Freedom Caucus, sadistic racists like Greg Abbott, Ken Paxton, zealots like Oklahoma's Ryan Walters. All of these people are aware of this plan and implementing it on a statewide basis. So this plan attacks all aspects of the federal government, which they call the deep state. With the zeal of a crusader, Leonard Leo, and this is a name that needs to be better known, Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society have captured and completely corrupted the Supreme Court, many other judicial seats up and down all levels of the judicial system. Hence, the overturning of Roe, the recent decision on executive immunity, with more shocking rulings to come. What do you think is going on in Florida with the documents? These people are following Project 2025. The agenda hopes to replace the federal government with an undemocratic right-wing regime. It advocates for expansive presidential power with its flawed unitary executive theory. Anyway, the agenda hopes to replace the federal government. We talked about that. It wants to eliminate 80% of the civil service right away, day one, fire 80%, and fill the remaining positions using an already prepared personnel database. They've already done this. This is a fact. With hand-picked sycophants who have already passed a loyalty test. So they want to get rid of 80% of those and never fill them again. With the 20% that are left, everybody gets a loyalty test. They already have picked who they'd like to put in position. You don't pass the loyalty test, you're out. We've got a guy for your job. So that they're all pawns. They hope to eliminate the Department of Education, the FCC, the FDA, the Department of Homeland Security, the DEA, the IRS, and the Nuclear Regulatory Commissions, just get rid of that, the EPA, and many more aspects of the federal government, deep state. They want to get rid of them, not improve them, not get rid of them. They intend to remove the independent decision-making the head of the FBI has, make it accountable to hand-picked superiors within their chosen DOJ. They aim to gut all regulatory bodies and take a wrecking ball to what they call the administrative state, the deep state. And it needs to be said, I didn't write this down, but the government is largely run by civil servants, and they are nonpartisan. They have jobs for a long, long time, and they're dedicated to doing a good job for the sake of the country. And it's considered a nonpartisan, sort of middle of the road kind of situation. Well, that will never do with these guys. So, questions to Alexander Hamilton. You were instrumental in defining the role for a civil service in our government. He's the one who created the civil service. What do you think this plan to dismantle the civil service will do? And do you really, could you tell us the real motivation here? What's going on?
Dismantling the civil service is tantamount to removing the supports that hold up the country. Without that structure and ongoing support system, the country will collapse. Chaos will begin, much to the chagrin of those in charge, as they're faced with the reality that the US of A cannot run on thoughts and prayers. It will leave them scrambling for any hidey hole they can climb into as they face the wrath of the people upon being betrayed at the most basic level. And here I will interject. If you live somewhere that gets floods, hurricanes, massive fires, earthquakes, and you've relied on federal funds to help you, you're screwed. None of that's coming. You're on your own. And nobody can help you collect from the insurance company when they don't pay up.
That's right. And if you get Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, disability, veterans benefits, if you run a small business, the loans that are coming from the government in the form of grants and federal aid, all gone immediately. I mean, I don't think people understand the import of this.
Wow. So back to the question, though, motivations.
Oh, motivations, sorry.
Yeah, simple greed, unadulterated greed allowed to run rampant. What they fail to take into consideration is how their friends will turn on them when the going gets tough. They best hope their plan is thwarted because it's a future I wouldn't wish on anyone.
To Presidents Garfield and Arthur, this was interesting little bit of history I looked up. You helped to create and sign into law the Civil Service Act of 1883. Now, it was begun by Alexander Hamilton, but this was a reform to make it more modern in 1883. Talk about what Agenda Project 2025 has in store for the structure of the government, especially the civil service.
Well, you can't really call it a plan. That's a little boy's notion of what paradise would be for them, and the hell with everyone else. They're functioning from a place of deep tunnel vision, where they've not looked beyond the ends of their own noses to see the disaster that awaits. The country has grown such that the civil service construct is the indispensable glue that keeps it all together. Admittedly, it's been weakened by inserting political yes-men into many key roles. Still, there's enough structure in place to avert a total meltdown. They must not be allowed to carry out their destructive plan. The people will suffer greatly should that happen. Many will die. It's an unthinkable future, one you must not allow to come to pass. Should they be successful, a day of reckoning will come eventually. The people will rise up to reclaim what is rightfully theirs. A second revolutionary war. That is the wrong direction, a future you do not want to experience.
No kidding. So this is for Teddy Roosevelt. And then we're getting some interesting people here. But the history of the federal government, you know, it's a living, breathing organism, and many people have contributed to what it is, right? So Teddy Roosevelt, you were a vocal advocate for a strong, expanded, and reformed civil service. What do you think of Agenda 2025, Project 2025?
Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. You must hunt down and dispatch those scoundrels post-haste. They have no idea they're being manipulated and set up. Scapegoats and sacrificial lambs. Meanwhile, the architects have orchestrated protection for themselves. They'll simply replace the frontline sacrifices with new loyal recruits.
Oh, we saw that happen with January 6th, right? It's just the foot soldiers, as they like to call them. Now, we're going to talk about Project 2025 and the environment, and this is existential. The Commerce Clause and government protections. And so at the beginning of these separate topics, making quick reference to, if it's not an absolute part of the Constitution, the Commerce Clause is in the Constitution, so that's the part to which this refers. But also, independently, laws and government regulations and protections that were put in place separate from the Constitution, those will also be affected. And so I'm going to be mentioning that along the way. The goals of the project for the environment are its biggest threat because they are existential on a global scale. It will eliminate the EPA and reverse its 2009 policy regarding CO2 emissions as harmful. It will remove all environmental regulations and protections, including rules around greenhouse gases, toxic dumping, industrial waste, emissions, ending all controls over and repercussions for large-scale polluters. It will close the Department of Energy loan program to environmental protection organizations. So it'll filter down and damage them as well. They'll lose their ability to function. It will remove climate change from the national security agenda. It says it exactly in this document. It will withdraw the U.S. from the Paris Climate Accords. It will incentivize our allies to use more fossil fuels. They actually want to aggressively urge our allies to do that. Use more coal. It will support the aggressive pursuit of American national gas, Arctic drilling, fracking, and will require the government to develop oil, gas, and coal resources. So, questions. To Richard Nixon, how do you feel about them eliminating the EPA? Because he started it.
Well, I'll preface it by saying, forgive the language, his, not mine. A giant step backwards for the country. Those goddamn fools don't have the sense to get out of the way of a speeding freight train. Couldn't think themselves out of a box. How the hell did the work of generations come to this? He's sputtering in frustration. He's so upset. Now that I've got that out of my system, I want you to know they might win the battle, but they will not win the war. I have faith that Americans will rise up and demand better. It won't be pretty, but it will be ultimately effective. Just you wait and see. It's going to take guts, but the good Americans have plenty to go around.
Well, I'll tell you, I never thought I'd be speaking with Richard Nixon, and I never thought I'd be agreeing with him. So never say never, right? To Rachel Carson, if you remember, Rachel Carson was an author in the late 60s, wrote a book called Silent Spring, and it was the book that revealed the damage that was happening to the bird populations. DDT, being used as a pesticide, was getting into the biology of these birds, and their shells were no longer hard, and their young were dying. And so by silent spring, she meant, in the springtime, there were no birds. So to Rachel Carson, predict the effect you see these decisions having on the environment.
Worst case, there will be plagues, mass starvation, and so many deaths you'll have to resort to burning bodies en masse. Pockets of people will survive. Those who've set aside supplies and can isolate themselves. When the dust settles, they may wish they'd perished. If they're able to survive a year or more, they'll witness life coming back to the planet. I wouldn't wish that on anyone. Best case, you stop the bastards before it gets that far, and everyone can heave a collective sigh of relief at having narrowly escaped annihilation.
Oh my God. To John Muir, and if anybody remembers who John Muir was, he was a very early environmentalist, very instrumental, especially in California. And I should have probably looked this up a little better, but in helping to establish the national parks and to encouraging people to enjoy the natural habitat that we have. And I just wanted to ask him what his view of this insanity was, and can we stop it?
Insanity, you say? I'd have to agree. Even if you had a planet B as backup, in what reality does it make sense to destroy your home and all its resources? What has happened to humanity for them to so recklessly choose destruction? It's like there's an insanity plague running rampant amongst you. Sure, you can incarnate on another planet, but there's no getting away from the pile of karma that goes along with destroying a planet. Foolish, foolish people.
Yeah, don't ask us. We're asking the same questions. This is really, it's perplexing. I guess the question we should have asked was, we know that this is motivated by greed and a complete careless lack of any kind of compassion. Mm-hmm. Who is the person? Who are the people at the top? We never asked that. Who are these people? We know the ones that have a public face. But like I mentioned earlier, people like Harlan Crow, who would just as soon remain anonymous. Clarence Thomas wishes he had. But could you ask, and just anyone who wants to tell, who are the people that are driving this at the top? Because they could just as soon depopulate the planet and have it all for themselves. I think that's the goal.
Well, imagine what they'd have left to themselves.
They're all going to live in abandoned nuclear silos or something. I don't know what they're thinking.
Well, or Elon Musk is going to fly them to Planet B.
Oh, God.
And if they trust that, then they're fools. But I don't know. Let's ask the question. Can you give us any insight into who these people are that have no regard for the planet or any of the people on it? It's just all about them and their greed. They are people who are backed by the Draconians. Now, the Draconians are a race of ETs. They're planet Draco. They have been infamous through eons for going to other planets, decimating them, stealing what they could, leaving them a burnt-out husk. Yeah. So these rich people are plotting with the Draconians, fools that they are, believing they're going to get them.
I was going to say, what's for them? I mean, what did they not realize there's no honor amongst these sorts of creatures?
Well, I would point to the people, the MAGA people who believe Trump is going to be their savior. Fools.
Yeah, that whole story of Draconians, people like to kind of laugh about that, but we've done some interesting stuff, you and I, and the videos that we've done, the books that we've done, becomes a philosophical question, and it becomes an issue of plasma physics, and they both agree, and it's very interesting.
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, I'll get it before we're done. So thank you, Helen. We're running a little behind you guys, waiting backstage. We'll be with you shortly. We need to do our giveaways very quickly. So hang on. Let me run them through. So we have 3 30-minute readings from Marina. And we have Tim Black Veil.
Ooh.
Anybody know Tim? Nobody's speaking up. And we have Interplanet Janet.
I love that.
And Chris Queen. So those are the 3 readings for Marina. Tim Black Veil, Interplanet Janet, and I'd say Chris Queen. Yay! And now, congratulations to all 3 of you. Now we have 2 oracle card decks from Aley.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Amanda Carroll. And Bora Bora 333.
Ah, Janet. Okay. Yes. Excellent, ladies. Just email me and give me your addresses. Thank you.
Awesome. And now we have 2 Learn Tarot video courses from Debra.
Yay.
So, have you checked on your book, Debra, to see if the numbers are changing?
I haven't. I will do that because I'm obsessed.
Yeah. So we have Kayenti Moen Kopi.
Alrighty.
And Moonchild.
Wonderful.
So those are the giveaways for this round.
Hey.
So we are going to say goodbye to you, ladies. Thank you so much for being
I
here.
had such a wonderful time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. And thank you, Debra. And Marina, Deb, it was wonderful to work with you. Thanks,
Always.
everybody.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everyone. Bye.
Okay, so we're going to run through another time our power anthem before we switch. So let's hear one more time. We won't be backing down.
'Twas a dark day, we were frightened, so much chaos, so many white men caught off guard, no one knew what to say. How did it all get so crazy? Facts were absent, the air was hazy. We stood watching, tears streamed down our faces. While in the White House there was a tyrant glued to the TV, cheering the violence. When they pleaded, he refused to say a word. He just sat there in his fury, lashed out against us. The world was worried. We didn't know if we would make it through. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take it down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. Now we're standing, we're united. Our elders showed us the most worthy fight is for our freedom, requires vigilance. We're courageous, growing stronger, not complacent. We serve with honor, and our power is the love that leads our way. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down.
Again, big thanks to Annette, Dion for our anthem. It is just so perfect for our cause. We really appreciate it. So you guys, we have a new total, $10,423.25. That is our cumulative total from last time and this time. And we're up to 312 donors. So please, if you haven't already given, please at least kick in $5 because we're counting bodies rather than the money. That's more important, the number of people who give. So next up, we have the Oracle of Whimsy. We have Teri of Holding Your Space and SunPsychic Jean. So I'm going to play their introductions and then bring them up one by one.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a naturopathic doctor. I'm a professional remote viewer, and I'm a medical intuitive. I started working as a naturopathic doctor about 15 years ago, and I've been a professional remote viewer for close to 30 years. I am available via telemedicine appointments and also tarot readings if you would like to contact me. And again, I want to give a special shout out to all the readers and all of you who have decided to come together on this special day to celebrate the Democratic Party. All right, thank you everyone. Let the games begin.
Welcome, Dr. Whimsy. So happy to see you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me again. Good to be here.
So now we are going to play the welcome for Teri.
My name is Teri. I have a channel on YouTube called Holding Your Space, and I have a website called holdingyourspace.com. Have you been interested in finding a space? That's what we do with a lot of people here. We have a tribe that has joined us. And we meet in the mornings and we meditate, but first we chat. We talk about synchronicities, things that are happening to us. Do you feel a little different than other people? Perhaps you've had some grief in your life. Grief is kind of shamed in this planet or in this culture. So maybe both. So just looking at that, perhaps there's been abuse even. So growth opportunities, trying to find joy, not just surviving, but finding joy, succeeding. So please come and join us. We have lots of different guests that come on to talk about these subjects, experts in their field. Also, we work with a lot of energy. I'm trained by the Chopra Institute to teach meditation, and we do that Monday through Friday. Also, we have lots of readings going on all the time. So mediumship, energy readings, past life readings, perhaps who were you in another lifetime and who are you now, more importantly. So looking at all this and kind of looking at your soul questions. Who am I? What am I grateful for? Why am I here? What do I want? So all the important stuff, but also all the fun stuff, finding joy with that, finding laughter with that, and finding a place where you belong with that. So please join us. Come by and see me, 8 o'clock, Monday through Friday at Holding Your Space on YouTube. So we're here. Come. We'll see you soon, I hope. Bye-bye.
Welcome, Teri. Hi there.
Hi. Thank you. Hi, Debra. Hi, Whimsy.
Hi, Teri. Good to see you.
It's so nice to see you.
I can just feel the energy building. You guys are going to have a fabulous session.
Oh,
so
good.
let's bring the video up for SunPsychic Jean so she can introduce herself. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. I am SunPsychic Jean. I am a psychic and a medium and a YouTube content creator. I have been on YouTube for over 3 years, and I have been practicing in the metaphysical field for the past 25 years. I started with Reiki, I moved to crystal healing, and then I moved into shamanic energy healing. And what an amazing expansion that I went through during those beginning years. And I had no idea where this was going to lead me. I worked a full-time job in accounting and just had this very strong thirst and yearning to continue on my metaphysical education. I then moved into taking psychic and medium classes here on YouTube, and that just took me right over the edge. Well, it took me right into what I'm doing now. It brought me into being a professional psychic and medium and a YouTube content creator. It was a whirlwind of synchronicities, signs, and really occurrences that were hard to explain in any other way. I was definitely being led by my spirit guides. What I liked best is I do enjoy making videos on YouTube, and we do answer short questions or short requests for connection to your loved ones on YouTube. And I also offer private readings. And you can reach me at sunpsychicgene.com, just like it's spelled right here below. And I offer 15-minute readings, 1-hour readings, spiritual journeys, quantum healing, all different types of offerings on there. So please do go and check it out and let me know if you have any questions. I am very much honored and touched to be included in this very special event of Psychics for Democracy. I think I am really very pleased to be part of this, and I'm looking forward to connecting with many of you and having some fun together, answering your questions live on YouTube. So thank you very much, everybody, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome, Jean. Hey there. The gang is all here.
Hi, everybody. Thanks, Debra.
You are so welcome. So you guys have fun, chat amongst yourself. When you're ready for questions, let us know. And let's raise some more money and warm bodies to get Kamala into office. We need it so deeply. Thank you. Thank you. See you soon.
Thanks, Debra.
So new, how's everybody doing?
I'm very well. I'm just really glad that I matched the background. Who figured?
Yes, I love you guys' backgrounds. I feel, I was looking at Teri holding your space and I thought, what a beautiful space. My goodness.
Yeah.
I think if I were to go and have a reading with Teri, I would just sink into that couch and cry on her shoulders. I just feel so safe in that space, Teri. It's amazing.
Can I just say it's an honor to be here with you, Whimsy. You were one of my early teachers, and anybody that hasn't had a reading with Whimsy yet, Dr. Whimsy, please go by and get one. You're amazing. So I was so excited that we'll be together.
Yeah, and I love the energy also of SunPsychic Gene, all that beautiful green. And you're like me, Gene, you've got that beautiful green. I don't know if you can see my green. And it just brings that, it's really life affirming. Hopefully none of you were in the path of the hurricane.
Not directly, but I do have a couple of friends who had to cancel at the last minute because of flooding and power issues. It's absolutely devastating out there and so unexpected. It's really, I mean, you say, oh, there was a hurricane coming, you knew, but not the devastation that we saw. And it's just, and they say that it's not over yet. Not to bring the energy down, but yeah. How about you two?
Well, I'm in Portland, Oregon, so I felt pretty safe. When I went into the energy just as a psychic and I sat in the energy, I went back into the energy of Florida last night and I tried to, I use something called heart-centered remote viewing where I try to, it's been used in ancient times in warfare. The Art of War talks about it. You try to put yourself in the shoes of someone you may have conflict with. And I found myself as a Trump supporter muted. I felt muted in Florida. I felt like I was almost embarrassed to tell people I was a Trump supporter. And I don't feel this raw energy in Florida that I used to feel for Trump. And I think the main reason is because he was joking just last week about more beachfront property. And there's a humbling happening in the Sun Belt. There's a humbling that's happening in the southern states. Tennessee was hit, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. And I think that this very likely cost Trump the election. What say you folks? What do you think?
Well, I don't know about, I mean, I think that was a long gone conclusion, I think, from the time that Kamala became the nominee. And I thought it was a done deal at that moment. And I rest assured, and I'm very much on the hope train, the train of we shall persevere, we shall overcome, we shall unite and conquer, we shall, elevate and evolve. I feel this immense lifting, this immense, I mean, I felt the sunshine. I heard the angels sing. I was like, oof, like we're all right here together. And that's what I heard someone say, that it's not enough to become awakened. It's now time to unite. It's now time to reach out your hand to your brother and not ask what color hat they're wearing, blue or red, but are you underwater? Do you need help? Are you a human being? Do you have a beating heart? And I think that uniting with each other and looking at each other at soul to soul is really just so encouraging and uplifting.
Yeah, yeah. I have to agree with all of you. This Helene had a different energy than most storms. It's like there was a heaviness about it, but also I feel like there's going to be Gaia shaking us up a little bit until we do come together in that unification process. And I think that's when we no longer have fear in our hearts, or so many people that do have fear in their hearts because times are changing, they're scared of it. People are coming aboard that they've never seen before, these powerful women, with different colored skin. I mean, it's just an exciting time in life, and it's not exciting for everybody. Some people are scared of it, and that's okay. That's where they are. Um, but we can really help them through this. And I think Gaia, unfortunately, is helping us with this, with storms like this, and other world events that a lot of us have foreseen happening this year, that are going to change things so that we do come together in unity, and we don't look at somebody and say, you're MAGA or you're a Democrat or whatever. You just say, hey, how's your family? Are you okay? How's your health? Can I do anything to help you? So it's a beautiful time. It's such a high energy time. And talking about Kamala, it's like we skipped a time jump. We skipped a time frame where Biden would have been in, and many of us saw Biden stepping out in this next 4 years if he would have won, when he won. But this is even better than before. And this is a very hard thing, this storm. But I think that it's going to pull us all together. I think that there will be an outcome of pouring of support. So.
What I felt really, oh, do I have it on? I hear myself echoing. Let me make sure I'm muting everything.
I can't hear it.
What I felt was a humbling and a reckoning that in the face of this, I feel like Trump just looks like a con artist selling $100,000 watches, dancing around the flood, smooth talker. I think it's becoming more and more apparent that this guy's a con artist. I just feel this unbelievable humbling as somebody. If I sit in the shoes of a person who's MAGA, who's just lost my home, I feel this humbling, and I feel that I'm having an account and a reckoning. And that is going to be contrasted towards Harris and Biden going to these areas and offering comfort, compassion, and talking about acid and CO2 and global warming and what they plan on doing, what FEMA plans on doing. And when you measure that against somebody who had no plan, believed none of it was real, that the sea levels were going to rise, according to him, 1/4 of an inch in 200 years, it just feels to me, as the person in that situation, foolish to vote for Trump. I don't know if any of you have done that or tried to put yourself in the shoes of those people, but this felt to me like the bad boy got smacked. When a person is annoying, or they're the kid that's screaming and ranting and raving, and you just want to shake the kid. And that was maybe how we felt about Trump supporters. We did everything to get people to wake up January 6th. But in this particular case, this is beyond shaking. This child has been thrashed. It's like, for the love of the goddess, enough already. I mean, this child has been thoroughly smashed and thrashed. And I just don't see how Trump can come back from this. I just don't. That's me.
Yeah. Pardon the pun, but took the wind out of his sails, didn't it?
Yeah.
So I feel like he's really deflating with this. But I felt like his energy was already deflating. How can he come up against a woman, and a beautiful woman at that, that's so eloquent and amazing? She speaks with joy. I mean,
Yep.
she has spiritual. I haven't never heard so many spiritual words spoken by the media. It's like they're talking about joy. They're talking about time jumps. They're talking about universal laws and truths. It's just, it's changing the universe, our part of the universe. So, yeah.
I saw an image, and I don't know if I can pop it up here, but it says, "Our unity is our strength, and our diversity is our power." And I thought it was so beautiful, and I'm just going to see if I can pop it up. I don't know, Shari or Debra, can you pop that up? It's just a photo. And it was so very inspiring to me. I mean, just the look on her face, and the pride and the confidence in her smile. It just really is so contrasting and so hopeful. And we're just so blessed to have such a wonderful candidate that would be so inspiring for all of us. And she's all of us. I mean, because of the diversity is our power. That's all of us. And if it wasn't, multiracial, then it wouldn't be America, right? Because it's just really, it's very inspiring. It's so beautiful. I'm just so humbled when I see these. And it really is just a reminder of the divine feminine, right? The compassion, the heart that is in her eyes, and it's not just her physicality, it's her energy. It's her, what she represents, what the positivity, the kindness, the working together, the let's all lift each other up. I just am, and this is why I'm here. I knew I wanted to do what I could for the campaign and to support Harris-Walz, and this is what I'm doing. I'm helping to raise the vibration. Let me see what I wrote on my. It says, join us Saturday and help to raise the vibration and frequency of this nation. And that's why I'm here, is to raise the vibration and frequency of this nation, because we are all one. We are all together. We're not different. We're not separate. And whenever we try not to other, because we're all one consciousness. We're all one vibration. We all have a beating heart. And it's really time to unite and to reach out. It's not easy. It's not, I'm not blind. I'm not deaf. And I do see and hear and understand the difficulty and the pushback, but that doesn't matter to me. What I'm working on is to raise the vibration, to bring us all together, and to lift up everybody as much as I can, lift up the vibration and the energy as much as I can.
I love what you just said, Jean, because it's easy to think in black and white terms. And I think that the energy out there, because it is a political race of we're going out punching and fight, fight, fight. And that's just not the world that I think we live in, and I don't think that that's what's good for our country. Instead, it's how can we come together? And I never liked this whole red states and blue states.
Yeah.
I mean, Florida is a beautiful state, and it is a national treasure. And the animosity that people are showing towards Florida, and if you study the environment, or if you study just what an amazing country this is, Florida is a national treasure. The manatees, the wildlife, and if we stop thinking, well, that's their state, and more about this is our country, I think we would take more pride in places like Florida and do everything in our power to save Florida. I see so often people saying, well, I don't want to give money to that state because it's a red state. But if we would just think in terms of this is our country, this is a national treasure. They've got the Everglades, they've got safari. People are coming from Africa. I've met people from Africa that are going on safari in Florida. You know, and so what are we doing? We have to snap out of this us versus them. And so I'm really glad you mentioned that.
Yeah, I think it's just a balance too. I mean, as light workers, there are more people going towards the light. There's more social discourse coming in with all of this. I feel like families are talking to families more than they did. I know my family is more than they did 8 years ago. There's none of that discourse anymore. There's social discourse. So it's things are changing, and I think we just need a balance. And there are some people that will not change, and that's okay. There is no judgment on the other side. I mean, I kind of feel like we have to remember that that's their choice. This is a free will planet, and that's who they are in this lifetime. And loving people where they're at is not an easy thing. It's like a ninja move, right? But we don't have to love what they do. That's for sure. And we can have boundaries with that. But shining our light, it's going to change the process or the yuga of the planet and the way that we step into the divine feminine. It's just that balance.
Teri, where are you right now? What state are you in?
Missouri, 10 blocks from Kansas.
Oh, wow. And is Missouri's getting, they're probably too far away, Missouri, right? Or did you guys get anything?
We did not. St. Louis was supposed to get something, but I don't believe they did either. So, yeah, no.
And how do you feel about Missouri? Because it's traditionally a red state, but it has put Democrats in the Senate. What's your feeling about things in Missouri?
I live in a blue city. I live in one of the larger cities, Kansas City, and we have 3 blue cities and the rest of the state is red. I feel like things are changing all around. I don't know that they're going to change this time, but completely, but things are changing. People are moving. And everybody has somebody in their family that a young woman perhaps that needs the right to take care of her body the way that she wants to, or has somebody in their family that perhaps is gender fluid. So, I mean, that's just a natural thing. And they may not notice it, but really when they start thinking about it, it just keeps coming back to family for me, that it's going to be about, and whoever your family is, if it's your spirit family or if it's your friend family, but people are going to want to come together.
Jean, where are you based?
I'm right outside of Washington, D.C., which is very international, United Nations, the Embassy Row. Every country has a representation here. And I had somebody say to me once, oh, you're there? Oh, I'm so sorry. I said, no, it's wonderful. I said, we have a Democratic president. It's wonderful. It's really very progressive and inclusive. It's really high vibrational. And, it's because of them. Some people listen to the naysayers or the loud, obnoxious people, but really what we need to listen to is the lower hum, the hum that keeps, us moving, keeps driving us forward. And just because they're not louder doesn't mean they're not working, doesn't mean they're not producing and supporting. It's really, it's a blessing. It was, I have to say, I came from Philadelphia, and it was a little bit of a culture shock when I did get here because of so many different diversities, so many different nationalities. Everywhere you went, everybody was always together and speaking all different types of languages, having all different types of outfits on. And it was a little startling at first because you didn't, I mean, I've been here for 20 years, but it wasn't something I was used to where I grew up in Philadelphia. So it really has expanded my horizons and really given me a worldview in just a small little place. I love to run down the Embassy Road because each and every embassy has the architecture of their home country, and it's just so beautiful. And all the different places of worship that are in this area, and each one is different and more beautiful than the next. It's really, I feel very fortunate to live here.
Cool. So what do you guys think? Should we answer some questions? I wonder if there's any questions that we can offer people. Sounds like, who do we ask? We ask Debra, or?
Oh,
it's like you speak to God. Oh my God. So Elizabeth Hunter writes, I am planning a dog club event. Well, that sounds like fun. With a friend for 2025. How will it go?
Elizabeth, I'm hearing that song, Who Let the Dogs Out? So I think it's going to be fun. There might be not a mishap with some of the animals, but make sure that they have plenty of space. And I'll pull a card. You guys go ahead.
That's kind of funny. You said, who let the dogs out? Woof. I got 9 of Swords. Oh my God, what have I done? So a friend of mine did that, and she made a birthday cake for her dog, and she made it from chopped liver and brown rice. Well, she got the recipe online. She just boiled a bunch of chicken liver and ground it up with brown rice. I don't know if the dogs went insane. And then she tried to put one little piece of doggy cake, and they all went, ah! And they started fighting. And then she had to, okay, we've got to separate the slices. And so there was a little bit of chaos. So just work with people, and 10 of Cups is great. That makes me feel like you've got a great group of people there, and 10 of Pentacles, a great legacy. You can see the dogs happy in the 10 of Pentacles. So yeah, a little chaos, but overall good.
Yeah, I too agree with both Whimsy and Teri. I feel that it's going to take a little time, but the caring and the effort that goes into it will come to fruition. What you put into it will come, you will get back out of it. I feel like there's going to be a little bit more work than anticipated, but I think in the end you'll be successful, and it'll be very rewarding emotionally. It'll be such a warm and satisfying, and you'll feel this sense of completion and sense of accomplishment. I feel this, and this is what is really so beautiful about it.
Yeah, I pulled New Beginnings card for you, dear. So, Elizabeth, I feel like this might be something that you want to get into as a job, doing these, that you'll be good at it. And I love go ahead and get a lot of help. So accepting that help.
Wow, that was cool. Are we ready for another one?
Yeah.
A lot of people asking questions. So. Ooh, past life readings. You ladies good at that?
Sure.
I can jump into it.
Cool. Let's
want to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
I'm getting old Hollywood. I'm getting, it's more recent than anticipated. I'm getting old Hollywood, like in the 30s and 40s. I see sort of like what is that, Prohibition kind of time, maybe right after the Depression, right at the end of the 30s, early 40s. I see you are a female. I feel like you work in the industry. I feel like you're work as a secretary for one of a talent scout. But you really wanted to be the talent. And you could have done both. But I feel you're really smart. I'm not sure if this is something that's similar to what you do or how you are in this lifetime. But I feel like you almost ran the talent agency, and but But you enjoyed it. You enjoyed it, and you were able to stay in the industry. That's what I feel.
Next.
That's interesting. So I was seeing you in a temple, kind of in olden days, but this will work with what the era that you pulled up to, Jean, that lifetime. I felt like had something to do with music in the temple. And this could be music in Hollywood too, like you were a singer or something. But there was some harmony there that you wanted to work with. You're also very connected. So I get answered prayer. So you're very connected from that lifetime to this lifetime. Something that you're doing right now, you're remembering probably old gifts. So, and it has to do with that harmony.
This was really funny for me because when I connected with Jen, I really liked her energy and she made me laugh. And they said, similar to what you both had said, this was somebody and is somebody who is a great thinker. She presents as a philosopher. And not only were you a philosopher, but you worked your ass off not to be reincarnated again. It's like, I worked my ass off. It was like I was talking to Jen Soul. She was like, you have no idea. It's almost like someone who has a near-death experience and is pissed off that they had to come back again because I'm this incredibly hardworking, complete confusion. I tried everything, and complete confusion. Like, what the hell happened? I'm back here again? New contract, you're reincarnated again. What the hell just happened? I did everything right. I was a philosopher. I tried a little bit of everything and a complete confusion. I'm back? New contract. So this is somebody who presents as really worked hard not to be reincarnated. I'm doing the mantras. I tried a little bit of everything. And then complete confusion. What do you mean I'm coming back? I'm contracted for another assignment. So it was kind of funny to go into your energy, Jen. And I don't know if you had a near-death experience or if that's just somebody who tried a little bit of Hollywood. They tried a little bit of worshiping the temple. They tried a little bit of this, that, and can't figure out why they've had to reincarnate again. It's kind of funny to glimpse of that. I don't know. Thank you, Jen.
Yeah, that was nice.
Next question. The next question. I guess we're ready, right?
So,
Yeah.
Jen, can I read what Jen's response is? She says, wow, so cool. I love being on stage. I love speaking in front of people, and I love music. I love learning and applying that knowledge to every facet of my life.
Yeah, you're right where you need to be, Jen. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Does somebody else want to read it, or you want me to keep reading? Or?
You're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, you're
Dr.
great.
Whimsy, if it's okay.
You guys might take over that. All right. Op Yop. Hello there. Hello, Op Yop. Lovely ladies. Yes, we are. Just kidding. I'm experiencing a lot of terrifying health problems. Oh, this is up my alleyway. Can you please give me some guidance? Thanks in advance. Sure.
Well, first of all, I would have to say congratulations. And I would also say thank you that this situation has presented itself, because it's an opportunity for learning. It's an opportunity for soul growth. It's an opportunity for you to find for yourself what is really important in your life and what is really most important for you moving forward, to take care of yourself, to pay attention to yourself. I feel like it's an opportunity to learn a lifelong lesson. And perhaps you were somebody who was always taking care of other people and, staying up late and getting up early and working extra hours at the job. Now it's your time to feel what it feels like. Allow other people to take care of you. Allow other people to tend to you and to help you along your journey. It's a different facet. It's a flipping of the script, so to speak. but it's an opportunity for you to expand your awareness. And I would say thank you.
Yeah, Apia. I'm glad we have Dr. Whimsy here, because I was going to say is, I am not a medical practitioner. When I go into your energy, I'm kind of getting that you might be having some headaches or some dizziness. And there's also something in the solar plexus that feels like you might have this could manifest as anxiety. This could manifest of, well, let's just go into the cards and see what they say. I see a lot of drive. So this could be that you pushed yourself a lot. And that would make sense if you've been taking care of others and not necessarily taking care of yourself. And as empaths, we all have a tendency to do that, don't we? You're starting to look at the new future, or that's what they're asking you to do. So start looking at what's coming up, because we've got these great opportunities right now. And it feels like you've got a lot of great opportunities, because this has led you to a spiritual quest. So I feel like this has been a great growth opportunity for you, Apia. So lots of blessings. And let's hear what Dr. Whimsy has to say.
Wow, I just love the way we're all kind of seeing the elephant from a different angle, but we're all coming to the same conclusions, and that's really beautiful. I went into the energy of a type A personality. Man, if you had been a man, you would have been this, or I don't know what gender they are. This is like a type A businessman, work, the King of Pentacles. So this is somebody who may have put stress on them, which is kind of what you had said, that this was somebody that you have really expect a lot from yourself. This is someone who expects a lot from themselves. The spiritual lesson for you is maybe to learn to more go with the flow, which is what I think Teri was talking about, to really enjoy the beauty of your life. But I feel this incredible stress, like the headaches, and then freaking out, which is just more of the same. This might have been somebody that had a lot of fear and stress in the beginning, because you've also got a 7 of Wands. I got to fight and defend myself and work. And then unprocessed grief, the 5 of Cups. So a person who spends their whole life working is afraid they're going to be homeless, is constantly living a life of having to defend themselves. And then at the end of the rainbow, what the heck, and is dealing with grief. I always tell people the middle path as a doctor, like go with the middle path. I usually will put people on an anti-inflammatory diet, reduce carbs, take a walk, learn to meditate. Don't be so hard on yourself, particularly this type of juxtaposition that I find myself in, where it's somebody that expects so much from themselves. And when we do that, that can actually be deleterious to our health. And maybe just cut yourself some slack, make some mild changes in your diet, and learn to not be so hard on yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we're ready for the next one, unless you guys have anything else you wanted to add. Or okay.
All the best to you, Apia. Keep us posted.
Yeah. Let us know how you're doing. All right. Hi, artist Liz. That's a beautiful picture of you. I like that. Similar glasses to mine, by the way, I'm noticing. I think you and I have the same glasses. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
All right. My longtime friend Helen is moving to South Carolina by the end of this year. Do you still see us staying friends after she moves? We talk every day. Thank you.
I would say, why not? Absolutely, for sure. And you may even you're going to need each other more through this transition. I think it's going to develop more deep spiritual type of conversations, and really like almost opening up your soul to one another because of the change, because of the challenge, because of the newness. And she's going to need you more than ever, for sure.
I definitely see this working out really well. I do feel like you might have some anxiety about it, Artist Liz. So I think a good tool for you is to rewrite that story and write out how you want it to react to it and how it's going to play out. I feel like this is going to be like a new doorway for you, a new adventure coming up, that you guys will be together. And then I get the Tao of the Flow. So just make sure that you're going with the flow on it. Like, you might have some ups, you might have some downs. Just watch it. Go with the flow on it. See how the energy is moving, and kind of direct the energy the way you want it to be. You do have lots of anxiety over it. Yeah, I felt that in my solar plexus, Liz, because I feel like you guys are going to just blossom together. Not only that, it's going to be abundant. So I feel like you have an opportunity here, either abundance spiritually or abundance monetarily, physically. So it feels like it's going to be something really special.
Wow. My first thought was, because this is my personality, I was like, well, why can't you just move to South Carolina? That's me. Like, all right, just move. And then I immediately found myself in the Eight of Swords, because I can't just up and go to South Carolina. I'm wrapped up in tape. Maybe relationships that Artist Liz has that's keeping her there. Maybe she's married, or maybe she's committed to her job or a mortgage. But so I went in with a question like, well, can you move to South Carolina? No, I can't. I'm stuck in a situation right now. Maybe you're married, or you have a boss or somebody that's keeping you. And so my feeling for you, Artist Liz, wasn't so much that she was leaving, so much as I felt stuck in my situation. Hopes and fears, the other person will grow and pass you by. And the outcome is Ace of Cups. No, because it's an eternal love. Ace of Cups is the eternal love. It comes from God. It's the spiritual love. I am more focusing on what the root cause of the concern is. And the root cause for me, as I sit in your shoes as an empath, is, man, I feel stuck. I feel stuck by obligations, by bosses, or finances, red tape, husbands or partners, or commitments to others. And that is the thing that get yourself unstuck so that you have more options. I guess that's where I would be going. I don't know. What do you guys think about it? Is that what
I think that makes a lot of sense. And it also makes room for more friends. And it also makes room for you to stand up and realize your own resilience and your own strength. And that it was you all along. And it wasn't that you were leaning on her for support. It was that you could do it on your own the whole time. But you two are soulmates. You two are soul sisters, and that bond will not disintegrate. That bond will not change just because of miles, for sure. Time does not equal distance.
Yeah. She says, I'm stuck because of finances. I'm single and on disability, and she's in New York. I feel like that abundance card is just something that you're going to get in that. What did you have? The Ace of Cups, Whimsy?
Yeah, it's the final outcome, which is like universal love, godly love. It's very sacred love, Ace of Cups. That's how I see it. You can't really think of Ace of Cups as a negative card, because it's, this endless love. Instead, and this is something she talks about. She's disabled. She doesn't feel like she can move because she's disabled, her finances. And that's kind of how I felt when I sat in the Ace of Swords, is I can't get out of this. And that is the thing that I would want you to break free. Break free. I feel like we're singing today.
Yeah.
To break free from that Eight of Swords, and to see yourself as more able than you realize. And that is the thing I would want to heal in you, to not see yourself in that light. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Change your story, Liz. Sometimes we become this thing because we've been told that that's what we have. And what happens if we think about it and change the energy? Because this hand is just energy and motion. It's not really solid. So, yeah, you're working on changing. I think you're doing a great job. Your cards are really good for that change. Flip the script. Thanks, Debbie. I like that. Yeah.
Cool. I think, oh, wow, look, psychics here. Oh, Tina, I got another question. This is so much. Is this fun, you guys? You guys
Yeah.
should coffee. I love you girls. You're like, this is so much fun for us. Okay, Tina McSee. I am planning a visit to my estranged daughter at Christmas. Oy, boy. I hope you've got a hotel. I found that I've learned the hard way when I've gone to visit families. Like I'm staying at the Howard Johnson, or whatever. Problem with an estranged daughter at Christmas. We both have accepted to do therapy, and it has been 6 months. Can you see how this visit will go? Thank you, ladies.
Tina, is your mom on the other side or your grandma? I feel like you've got somebody around you that's helping with this. Yeah, she's coming in and she's really pushing for it. There's healing coming, and that looks like a daughter and the mom, right, working together, and letting down your defenses. Yeah, you have both on the other side. It feels like they're really behind this, and so ask them. We're on a free will planet, so tell them what you want, Tina. Dang, you've got great cards, girl. Forgiveness. So just make the slate empty. Nothing happened before, nothing's happening in the future. It's just right now, and it's love. And your mom was oh, I love that. Okay, and then retreat. So make sure you take time to rest. And I love Whimsy's idea of getting your own place if you can, or having a space in her house that you can go to if need be, if you need to stay there, that you can have solace.
I'm getting lots of neutrality there, Tina. And I love that staying in the moment, Teri, and not bringing up anything from the past and agreeing to disagree and trying to, obviously you've been working on therapy. You've been going to therapy for the past 6 months. And you don't want to wait until after you are on the other side to reach out to your daughter. Now is the time to reach out to your daughter. Now is the time to swallow your pride, bite your tongue, and say, daughter, it's your turn to learn your way through this world. Even though you can see, oh, you're going to step in that hole, your foot's going to get wet, or oh, you can see it because you lived it. But she needs to make her own mistakes. She needs to have her own decisions on her own life. And it's a point of contention, I understand. And I feel as though you understanding that she's on her own journey and agreeing to disagree and, maybe biting that tongue for both of you. And she's going to treat you with a lot more respect. And I think after the initial uncomfortableness, maybe the first, 4 or 5 hours together, I feel like you guys are going to fall into this like comfortable zone where you can just get along like friends. I feel like it'll be a little touchy in the beginning, but I think you'll really get into this comfortable trust, and it's all about trust. So I think it's a good thing. What a beautiful thing that you're doing there, Miss Tina.
It's so interesting. Like, I guess because I'm an empath, I just put myself in the situation of Tina, and I just felt like everything is my fault. Everything is my fault, right? Where is where is her father in all of this? Like, I feel like the onus is put on Tina, and then where's her dad? And then 7 of Wands, like I'm having to defend myself about things that I didn't even do, like your dog died. It's like everything is on me. So I feel as Tina, like, wait a minute, everything is my fault. And then my opposition is lunacy. So I love my daughter, but she's a little crazy, and I'm not responsible for the fact that you're going through she might be going through some stuff that has nothing whatsoever to do with you. And it's because you're the convenient one. You're the one that stayed. And so everything is your fault. So like that is how I feel. So being able to say, you know, I'm only human. And I screwed up, but come on, you know, everything is my fault. Everything is not my fault. This feeling of having to, like what these ladies had said, this kind of feeling of defensiveness, and then the confusion or lunacy of the other person. So being accused of things that may not even be rational because of the other person's own emotional limitations. And then the hope and the fear of the truth. Archangel Michael comes with the sword of truth, and having to come to terms. In the end, you have a strong partnership. Two of Wands. Forgive each other. You're both imperfect, but I don't see the Father here for some reason, and I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, she's saying, yes, Whimsy, I'm working on that. Katie's dad is nowhere to be found.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, she knows she has me, and she is longing for missing dad. Spot on.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. There was no male archetype in the cards. I don't know if
Yeah.
you guys picked up on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. We're getting through these. Okay.
Yeah.
This is fun.
This is fun.
Are you guys having as much fun as I am?
I am. I am.
This is like a tarot party. Okay.
And I feel like we all have.
What you gonna say, huh?
Oh, I was just going to say, I feel like we all have the goddess behind us. I just feel like the strength is coming in.
You always get a little nervous, and then afterwards you realize, we're all having fun. It's good.
Yeah.
All right. To garden chicken. Oh, cool. Are you afraid of chickening? Are you? Is it the chicken is afraid of gardening? I don't know. Tea garden chicken. Would love a past life reading. What am I supposed to correct or learn from in this life? Thank you.
I got that. And please take this with a grain of salt. I just want to say what I get because I feel it might be relevant to you. I feel like there's some sort of an addiction, and I don't mean drugs or alcohol. I mean addiction to shopping, or addiction to staying home and watching movies, or addiction to avoiding difficult situations. They also, I feel like you were someone who sort of like stayed behind the scenes and under the carriage and behind the door. I'm not sure if you were a servant or something, but you were unseen and able to keep out of the limelight or keep out of the line of fire. But I do feel as though this is a safe place for you. And I think that each lifetime you're given opportunities to step outside of your comfort zone and to claim this autonomy, or this like standing in your power each lifetime. And this is your opportunity. This is what they're asking you to do in this lifetime that they asked you to do in last lifetimes. And you always sort of, snuck behind doors or stayed underneath or hid behind whatever, anything out of the line of fire, like sort of not facing things head on. So I'm not sure if that resonates with you, but that's kind of the feeling I was getting.
Yeah. I feel like something is missing too. Like you lost something in that previous life. It was, I'm hearing that song, Aware, Aware, is my little dog gone. And it's like, you were searching and you couldn't find what you were looking for. And even in your heart chakra, it feels like, there's some sadness there from that, or perhaps something similar has happened in this lifetime. They're talking about that you don't really need to feel the pain from that lifetime. You need to feel the love that you are cherished just as you are right now. And feel your child emerging, your inner child. They're talking about that. In your dreams, you're visited So you might ask before you go to bed. It's always a good idea before you go to bed and when you wake up to tell yourself an affirmation like, I love you, you're beautiful, or you're amazing, or ask for your guides to watch over you, because that's the time that your subconscious is so close. Make sure that you're taking time to treat yourself well in this lifetime and taking care of yourself, time and space. I do feel like you've got somebody in this lifetime that was in that lifetime before with you. So, which would be common, but this is a really special person. Like sometimes we have somebody that comes into a lifetime and you pull each other up in each lifetime, or special lifetimes when you want great growth. And again, they're still saying, take care of yourself, take good care of yourself. Tea Garden.
Wow, that's so interesting. I threw 4 cards and it kept, I got lovers, I got 10 of cups. It was all about marriage and to love, or to be love and to love. And I thought, well, so it was talking about what your karma was in this lifetime. And it's interesting that you got the soulmate card. And I thought, well, that's what she's supposed to do in this lifetime. But what about in her past lifetimes? And in your past lifetime, there was too much rigorousness. Did you not do yours yet? Did you not?
I did.
Oh, okay. It was a very rigid life, and you just followed the rules and followed the rules. There was a past life as a monk. This is the monk's card. The monk's going before, and it can be a dogma. So you might have been born in a priestly class, or very early on you enter into a Tibetan monastery, and then you're a monk. And so it's follow the rules, follow the rules. And then you have this other life where it's the King of Swords, which is an officer, and you follow the rules, follow the rules. And so to some extent, it goes back to what you had said about being hidden away, or, not wanting to make a dent in society. This is someone that maybe was trapped in their roles to some extent, and also turned things down, didn't pursue the thing that they didn't pursue, wealth and money, and instead it was just following the rules. And then 7 of Wands, which was to be defensive as a result of having lived within these strict parameters. Yeah, it taught you discipline to be an officer and a gentleman or a devout priest. So you did learn discipline, but it also kept you locked in to some extent. And so in this lifetime, it's more about love and soulmates and expanding your energy in ways that you weren't able to do in the past. Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Lots of options.
Yeah. Okay, Amy Kirscher. Hi, Amy. I have recently had a friendship with a decades-old friend shift into what seems to be the start of a relationship. Oh, nice. Am I misreading this shift? I have been single for 15 years now, and this is scary. Okay.
Amy, do they live nearby you, or do they live across the country?
Well, my first hit was clear the air, get it out in the open, and clarify your thoughts and assumptions. And I know it's a delicate matter, and maybe the other person isn't quite sure either. That's why it may still be murky for you. But regardless of what the other person's intention is, it's important for you to figure out for yourself whether or not you want the friendship to change and whether or not this is something right for you, regardless of what the other person's intention is. I feel there's a need for clarification and I think there may be something behind it, like an emotion or a fear or a control. There may be motivation behind it. In other words, I don't feel as though it's sustainable. I think it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction, like they just need comforting and may have wanted some comfort. But I think it's really important to clear the air there because it's really hard. It doesn't seem clear to me when I'm going into it. It seems murky. It seems, many different feelings behind it. And it's really hard with the long-term relationship, but it's important. How about you ladies?
So I get numero uno, live your joy, girl. Have some fun. So, what would bring you happiness? Because you would be the gift in this relationship. Know that. Own it. You're very important. Relax into it. Ease into it. If this is something that you're interested in, like Jean was saying, just kind of look at it and look at the relationship too. Has this person been needy for a long time? Because that's kind of what I got when you were talking about that, Jean. Perhaps this person has been quite needing. And a lot of times we love to be needed, don't we? Especially as empaths. We're really good at it. You have a lot of protection around you. So I don't know who you have on the other side, if it's a past partner or I feel like it might even be your father back there or a male protection or someone that comes in with a lot of male energy. So, just harmonize, kind of play it, see what it feels like. You've got new beginnings. So that can be whatever you want it to be. So write out a scenario of how you want this to look and what it feels like and do what is going to bring you joy in your heart. So that's it.
Yeah, I think my feeling is kind of similar in the sense that I really want you to explore, is this what you want? Because sometimes as people, if somebody is pushing for a romantic relationship, we have to, we may feel overwhelmed or just go along with it rather than saying, do I really want this? Do I really want this? I got the devil, which can be codependency and addiction. So why did it change? Why didn't it happen 10 years ago? What has this person become more vulnerable? Have you become more vulnerable? What has changed in the last 10 years? I'm concerned with the devil card because it could be that you have a great friendship, but if it's turning codependent or the person is trying to create something that you may not be totally okay with this, the friendship presents as a gift, Page of Pentacles. So the relationship was a gift, but your hope and fear is Four of Cups, which is to reject an offer. I'm on the fence here about, I think this person could be putting a romantic, I think you're not imagining it. I think that this person is changing the energy. And I would want to clarify why, and have they felt this way for a long time? I think this is time to have a conversation because I'm a little concerned about this. And I'm very concerned about this Four of Cups. Like, I don't know if I want this, and the Tower coming in. So we never want to hurt somebody. We never want to hurt somebody who maybe they're in love with us or maybe they had feelings, but it's really important for you to, and maybe you're the most compassionate person in the world. And so they've turned that compassion into something romantic. And so I want you to stay safe, Amy. And you are a loving, wonderful person, but this may not be what you want. And so just be very clear with that devil coming in, that you're not being pulled into something or having your empathy be misunderstood. And hopefully you can come through that Tower. I just feel like there's a real reservation on your part. And when you tell me that you're scared, that's a red flag for me. You could be a clairsentient person, and that fear is there for good reason, because maybe you see that this person has some baggage or some issues,
And while you're complimented, there's another part of you that's saying, I don't know if I want this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Clarity.
Yeah. Really good question.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to take a break, or do you want to go in? Are you ready for another one?
This is our
Yeah.
last question. Sherry just popped up there.
Okay. Go ahead. You want to read it?
Maria says, any message my guides feel that I need to know today? Thank you so much. So a message from her guides. Oh, you had 3 little angels right there for you, Maria. And I bet your vibration and frequency in that house with all those angels is really high. Oh my gosh. I can just
They're all
imagine.
beautiful. I can't say no to a Westie. Supposedly,
There's 4.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You know, the Westie is considered one of the most intelligent terriers. And, my friend had a dog. We called him Sherlock Holmes because he would figure out how to break out, and then he would walk the streets looking for cases. We'd see him like in a trash or something, and you caught me, copper. Like he was just so dang smart. And I don't know if I want a dog that's that smart, but boy, do I love Westies. They're just beautiful.
Right. It's hard when you've got a dog that's smarter than you.
Yeah.
My dog used to do that. He would escape every other day, and everybody in the neighborhood knew him, and they would give him treats, and it was a game, and he was so good at it. So good at it.
I love Westies.
So the first thing I'm getting, and it's really the main thing I'm getting, is shine your light, Maria. You have all this unconditional love around you. You have this confidence. You have a self-assurance. You know who you are. You can see things clearly. You have a balanced approach to things. You're analytical and diplomatic. I feel like you're a key person in your place of work, and also in your family. I feel like you have a really beautiful balance. I'm not even sure if you're a Libra, but you have this light inside of you. You have this charm, this love, this optimism that you hold in your heart that just radiates. It's almost like, sparkles drop off of you as you walk through this world. It's really a beautiful thing. And to shine your light and to, I feel like you hold your space for other people too. You're really very supportive and very grounded, a beautiful light worker. And that's what I think is important for you to know today, Maria.
That's beautiful. Yeah, you have such great energy, Maria, around you. This is going to sound, well, let me get to part of it. There's a gift that comes in for you. So I feel like you're being given gifts. Is there a celebration coming up pretty soon? Because they're showing me a celebration and you're receiving gifts. This could be just gifts coming in from your guides of remembering how to do something. A Claire coming up. Also, they're singing a song, I'm Henry VIII, I am Henry VIII, I am. So it's like, I don't know why. And I kept saying, do you really want me to sing that? And they're like, yes, sing it, Teri, sing it. So I don't know if there's somebody named Henry on the other side, or have you got married to the widow next door, or you are the widow next door. So you've got a lot of protection around you, and very, very intuitive. They're kind of bringing in, there's so much unconditional love around you, and that unconditional love are not just your puppies, because they are from the angelic place, but also the unconditional love coming in is others around you. They see your light. They know who you are. Get out in nature. They want you to make sure that you're taking care of yourself. And they're talking about the ego. So, the ego, while we're here on this planet, is a funny thing, isn't it? And they bring in all sorts of constructs. Like, I need to do this, or I need to do that, or I need to be this or that. But really, you've got a higher love. You don't need to work those constructs because they don't suit you anymore. They don't fit you anymore. And that's it.
Wow. It's so interesting. When I got the 8 of Swords, I saw her trying to walk those 4 dogs and the leash is tying her up.
That's hysterical.
I love that.
So it could be limitations that we put ourselves in. A lot of the time it's when we have committed to ourselves to too many things, when we overspend, etc. But it goes back to this idea of not limiting yourself and finding the things that are restricting you. Like, I would never be able to go on a vacation if I had to leave those 4 faces. I'd be like, that's it. I'm just going to live here. If I want to go travel, I'm going to have to look on YouTube videos because, but 8 of Swords can be to be trapped or limited, sometimes by our commitments, etc. You have good stars over you, many blessings coming your way. Regarding issues of your own evolution and higher education, you're entering into a period in your life where you could be getting a lot of really great downloads and stuff like that, because you're entering into the time of the High Priestess. Good for you. And also sound judgment. 3 major arcana out of 4, very auspicious. I think that you're headed towards some really great breakthroughs, and it's break free. Again, it's this whole idea of breaking beyond your own limitations and seeing yourself as something far greater and recognizing your own power, particularly in the way of spiritual gifts, with High Priestess moving into 9th position. Yeah, great cards.
Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
Yeah, wonderful, Maria. Yep, how lovely. Well, it was wonderful reading together with you, Dr. Whimsy, and Miss Teri holding space. And Debra Lupien, you are muted, just so you know.
There you go. Thank you. Yeah, so we have another in the series of Project 2025, and Helen's going to join us for this one. Part 3
Hi,
is
Helen.
Hi, messing with the earphones. Okay. Hi, you guys. That was great.
Oh, thank you.
Part 3 is LGBTQ rights and First Amendment. This is a big one.
Oh, wow.
So prepare yourself. And then we'll have giveaways right after.
2025 and LGBTQ rights. So this is about things like the 14th Amendment and privacy and civil rights laws and, human decency. Okay, so this part of the agenda is especially influenced by the rhetoric and deranged theocratic vision of the extreme Christian right, which is mired in religious homophobia. It often overlaps with attacks on the civil rights of other groups, namely women and racial minorities. Some issues are specific to the LGBTQ community. They, for example, Project 2025, they want to return to the criminalization and demonization of homosexual behavior. They want a return to sodomy laws. They want to legally categorize homosexuality as a deviant lifestyle choice, akin to pedophilia, that puts children and democracy at risk. Gay couples would not be allowed to adopt, and legal adoptions already in place would be revoked and the children rehomed. And they said that. It would be drastic for trans people. Their existence would be denied. That's not a thing, right? No gender affirming care or surgery would be allowed for anybody. Doctors who provided it could face jail and punishment up to and including the death penalty. They talked about that. Parents advocating for their trans children would lose parental rights. Questions. Oh, man. To Bayard Ruskin, famous activist in the 60s, he had a double whammy. He was a black man who was gay, and he had a real dilemma to choose, like who would he advocate for? He didn't want to weaken his advocacy by biding his time, so he became an advocate for the gay community. Share your thoughts on the potential loss of everything that you fought for. Can this be stopped? And this is a question that tortures me. What drives their contempt for homosexuality? What is it?
She had a lot to say.
Oh, good.
It's a sad day in America when a large swath of the population chooses to demonize their fellow citizens. This country has come so far, breaking down barriers, fulfilling the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness after a fashion. Now this theocratic movement stands poised to rip out the guts of the Constitution to satisfy their megalomaniacal delusions. I tell you, they have underestimated the bravery and determination of the good Americans who will stand shoulder to shoulder defending the rights of all, no matter their way of life. If it gets that far, the theocrats will learn to dismay exactly how much of a minority they are. They may find themselves sent off to the Huskow, where they can no longer disrupt, create havoc, and spread their hateful ideas. Too many good Americans have been sleepwalking through their lives, expecting others to deal with the messy parts of running a democracy. They're in for a rude awakening. Once awakened, the destructors would be wise to scurry for cover because a reckoning is coming. What drives their contempt for homosexuality? It's fear. Simple fear for being found to have certain proclivities themselves. They mistakenly believe attacking others provides cover for them. They would be wrong. Sadly, they won't realize their error until it's too late. Their souls are consumed with hate and fear. There's little left of them to rehabilitate. Don't spend a moment worrying about them. They will reap what they have sown. Karma will not be denied. That is immutable truth.
Thank you. And that fear, where does that come from? Institutionalized religion. All paths lead to these authoritarian constructs. Theocracy is one of it's the great evil in the world. Theocratic control was designed to keep people at each other's throats. Very effective. Okay. Marsha P. Johnson, really interesting person. There's a great documentary about Marsha. You were murdered because you refused to hide and be quiet. What's wrong with us?
Fear and ignorance, honey. There are some confused people who believe they might catch the gay if those like me are allowed to peacefully exist alongside them.
Might do some good.
Yeah. That's some crazy ass shit right there, but it's true. Too many lost folks afraid of their own shadow who surrender to the bullies of the world. They trade their values for protection. But it's a devil's bargain because they don't need protection from us. They need protection from the bullies. But take heart because the people are waking up. Some are getting mad as hell and vow not to take it anymore. Encourage them. Support their better instincts. Together you can rise up so high that the bullies shrink in fear. Once you've got them on the run, you've won. Bullies can't handle being exposed for the actual cowards they are. Shine a big bright light on their black hearts. Let the world see them for who they really are. With enough love and light, you can vanquish any evil. Tell them Marsha P. sent you.
Okay, John Arthur James. Now, this is a name that means nothing to most people. If you remember the case of Obergefell, this was the Supreme Court case that created marriage equity, allowed gay people to marry each other. The couple that took it to court, brave enough to take it to court, were a guy by the last name of James and his partner, a guy by the last name of Obergefell. So they successfully took the fight for marriage equity to the Supreme Court. The reason they did this was because John Arthur James was dying. He had, I want to say it was like a motor neuron disease of some sort. I could be wrong, but he was dying and they wanted to get married more as a commitment and a romantic gesture, but also because as his health deteriorated, it was becoming more problematic to get the authority to be involved in his health care because, there was no protection for that. So they took this all the way to the Supreme Court. So the question is, you were married on your deathbed. This must be particularly painful for you. Will we be able to protect marriage equity? And what would you say to the haters?
No one can take away the sweetness of our win. It's a temporary setback. We're not giving up. The other side is fighting so viciously because they're losing. Once a body chooses the dark path, they've already lost. Nothing good comes from that choice. Will you be able to protect marriage equity in the short term? Perhaps not. However, the long term is another story. Have faith. Persevere. I wouldn't engage with the haters. Best to ignore them and go about your business of creating a better future. Marriage equality is part of that package. Stand together, united in common purpose of liberty and justice for all. That's your path to lasting success.
Project 2025 and the suppression of opposition. So we're talking demonstrators, journalists, etc. So this attacks the First Amendment, the Posse Comitatus Act, and the Espionage and Sedition Acts. So the rhetoric of Project 2025 is fascistic. Those who oppose it are referred to as vermin, locusts, enemies of the state. All sound familiar, right? It provides for the jailing of anyone who pushes back against its actions. The plan is to silence the media, journalists, books, protesters, artists, any vocal opponent. Trump promises to, quote, root out Marxists, fascists, and the radical left. He promises to send the National Guard and the military, if necessary, to police urban, which means black, areas. And that's against the Posse Comitatus Act, which says the government will not use the military to police the people. He will give permission to local cops. He's already talked about this. Shoot shoplifters, go right ahead. This is Donald Trump's words. He intends to place his vetted supporters, so pre-approved, in all positions of authority within the police and the military. So he's going to go do to police and military across the country what he has already gotten planned for the civil service. Remove anyone who doesn't meet his loyalty standards and replace the people at the top with his, sycophants. He will reform Pentagon leadership in his own image. So all these guardrails that we depended on so heavily in 2020, gone. And he advocates a federal takeover of Washington, D.C., just in general, the city of, the municipality of Washington, D.C. To Fred Hampton, he was the Black Panther shot in his bed by the FBI. His girlfriend beside him in bed 9 months pregnant. And by some miracle, she didn't get shot, but they killed him. Young man, not doing anything, sleep in his own bed. Describe a future under this agenda for dissidents.
Bleak, hopeless, devoid of happiness. A virtual slave nation where everyone is regimented and controlled. A dystopian nightmare. Life is not worth living in such a place. Many will flee, leaving behind everything. Those left behind will have to resort to subterfuge in order to communicate, plan, and ultimately overturn the despots who've wrested control of the country. Fortunately for you, that is only a wet dream of the destructive right. Ain't never going to happen, as long as the awakened amongst you do everything in your power to stand against their tyranny now, while you still can. There's power in numbers. You have no idea how many will stand with you when push comes to shove. There's going to be a lot of shoving going around, and it's the right that will be on the receiving end.
We're trying. To Eugene Debs, union activist and socialist, you served 3 of a 10-year sentence in prison for sedition. He ran for president while he was in prison. How dangerous is the suppression of opposition, and where do you see this ending?
History amply demonstrates just how dangerous such suppression is. It's all laid out for you already. Don't want to repeat that history? Then by God, do something about it now. We're not just whistling Dixie here. This is as serious as it gets. Stand for your principles and values now, or you might as well surrender now. Go on, march right up to that guillotine and lose your head. If you're not planning to do everything within your power to protect democracy, why prolong the agony?
He got over 1 million votes from prison for president. To Daniel Ellsberg of Pentagon Papers fame, talk about how the silencing of opposition and the suppression of government wrongdoing will destroy democracy, and how do we stop this?
It's a modern-day coup d'etat waiting around the corner. Cow the people, scare them into submission, threaten their well-being, that of their family and home. That right there will cause a chunk of the populace to surrender without a single bullet being fired. They simply do not have the intestinal fortitude to fight for what they believe in. Witness a bloodless coup. Only when you're willing to put your life on the line to save democracy do you stand a chance of defeating the would-be occupiers. They have deluded themselves into believing the majority are too stupid to realize the danger, while the others are too cowardly to risk their lives. They would be wrong. They've underestimated the fortitude of the American people. There are indeed enough of you to soundly defeat and send them packing when you stand together. That's what you need to focus on now, marshaling your troops, preparing and planning how you will stand against tyranny. Stand against them and watch them run. Yes, you may lose some lives, but war requires sacrifice. I assure you, fewer lives will be lost when you take action sooner, before they take over. Do not let them get that foothold, for once they do, it will require a far greater sacrifice to oust them. Hold the line for democracy while you still can.
Okay, to Benjamin Franklin, my old pal. I love Ben Franklin. Publisher, writer, huge advocate for freedom of the press. Talk about the censorship that's happening now of journalism and books and libraries.
Scared little men resort to the tyranny of censorship. Don't let them steamroll you. Fight back. Keep speaking out. Keep holding the line for democracy. Gather the like-minded to join the resistance. Never give up. This is the time when you demonstrate to yourself how brave, resourceful, and determined you are. Make a plan. Work the plan unceasingly until you succeed. Democracy is a precious prize you must not let them steal out from under you.
Okay, to George Carlin, somebody I love George Carlin. George Carlin had a 6th grade education. Yeah. He couldn't get along with the nuns. He left school. Anyway, talk about censorship in the arts.
Censorship is as old as time. Small-minded little men trying to remake the world into their boring, unimaginative vision. Not a scintilla of creativity amongst them, and so they hate those who are creative. They envy and hate what they don't understand. Take a sledgehammer to that thing and smash it to smithereens. Then they must suppress the voices who speak against them to maintain their bland world order. Is that what you want? A milquetoast world devoid of color, independent thought, and creativity? Is that a world worth living in? For God's sake, step up now or forever hold your peace. What's democracy worth to you? That's what you've got to decide. What will you do to keep it? Makes no difference to me. I'm out of there. It's all yours to lose or keep now.
I'll rub it in.
Hi.
Thank you. Are you muted too? Yes, you are. Okay. So we're going to do a quick giveaway, and then we're going to start your next session, Helen.
Okay.
So I've got the names here. We have 2 45-minute readings from Jean, and the winners are Tea Garden Chicken and Tina McC. Tea Garden Chicken and Tina McC. Congratulations. And those are with Jean. Then we have a 60-minute reading with Teri, and that winner is Jamie Johnson. Congratulations, Jamie.
Jamie.
And then finally, we have 2 Learn Tarot video courses from Debra Zachau, who was here earlier. She's the lady who had the book launch today with us. Those winners are HM Lab 1075 and Dora Smith. Congratulations, all the winners. Thank you for being here.
Oh, I was offering a free half-hour reading, and second was a free medical consultation with me.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. We will put that in there. Let me go grab some winners.
While she's doing that, Teri, it's nice to see you again. Jean, see you tomorrow.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it, Helen.
Nice to meet you. We've never met. Whimsy.
Oh, you're talking to me? I was like, who's she talking to?
You're not just hearing voices. To believe me.
Yeah, nice to be here. Yes, yeah. It's a lot of fun. I'm having a blast.
Yeah, it is. It's great. You guys were great. It was interesting to listen to your points of view. It's great.
Yeah.
It's tough squeezing it into 11 hours though. So your winners, Whimsy, artist Liz for the reading, and Carla Joe for the consult. Congratulations. All right. So thank you, ladies. I'm sorry we have to say goodbye.
Thank you very much, Debra and Helen. Bye,
Great
ladies.
job,
It was
ladies.
fun.
Bye. See you later, everybody.
Does that make you feel powerful?
What? Taking people off stage?
Just disappear them.
I'm just trying to keep all the balls going. Thank God.
Like you're some kind of powerful thing on Star Trek, you know?
No, if it were more streamlined, maybe. So let's play Helen's intro because we haven't heard
Oh
that.
God, do I have to? Oh my God. Okay.
Yes, you will like what I did with it. We couldn't play the same exact thing again. Had to change.
Kate Falcha, welcome. I'm Helen. I am Irish Granny Tarot. I was born in Ireland and raised in Southern California. I am an immigrant. I come from a large Irish Catholic family and everything that implies. I served 17 years hard time in Catholic schools and eventually came to the metaphysical exploration that led me here today. Psychic ability runs in my family. We recognize it now in at least one of my grandchildren, and it has never been considered anything unusual. It's just another sense. I began creating my YouTube channel, although I didn't really know it at the time, as a MAGA mob was storming the Capitol, and I feel very much like this was a call to action for me. My channel is really diverse. I provide political background on public figures and public issues, and then I read tarot cards about them to give more insight, trying to understand current events. I also discuss a wide variety of topics: metaphysics, paranormal activity, near-death experiences, out-of-body experiences, remote viewing, UFOs and ET contact, plasma physics, psychopathology, history, just you name it. Every week on a Saturday, I synopsize a book, and when it's possible, I arrange a friendly chat with the author or some expert on the subject of the book. And I have frequent guests, wonderful guests, that join me for free-flowing conversations or tarot readings or both. We women are in an existential battle for our rights. This community here is a strong community, supportive. We've rallied together in defense of democracy. The Democrats, Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, Tim Walz, Governor Walz, offer our best chance to avoid an authoritarian, Orwellian corporate theocracy. The threat is real. Please join us in supporting Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. Check your voters' registration. Check it regularly up until November 5th. Once is not enough, and please vote. 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 And as they say in my country of origin, Guramayagat. Thank you.
So what does Guramayagat mean?
Guramayagat means thank you.
Oh, never would have guessed that. Okay, so let's bring up Rick. We're going to play his intro. And then we have Denise.
Hey there. I'm Reverend Rick Cempie Comparator. My journey into the mystical began so early that I actually had to ask my mom when it even happened. As a kid, I didn't have the words to describe it, but those early experiences set me on a shamanic path as a healer, though it took many years to fully understand. I've always been drawn to stories, fables, myths, anything that sparked my curiosity, and that love led me straight to astrology, where I could see the big picture in people's lives, but I wanted more than just the overview. I wanted to dive deep into the details. That's where tarot came in. While astrology gives us a panoramic view, tarot reveals the hidden insights in the here and now. Together, they're like a cosmic roadmap guiding you to your true self. I'm not just here to read your chart or flip some cards. I'm here to help you connect with your higher self in a way that's down to earth, yet a little bit otherworldly. If you're ready to explore the stars, unravel the mysteries of tarot, and maybe share a laugh or two, I'd love to get to know you through a reading. And who knows, you might just get to know me too. Because in the end, it's all about connection. between the stars, the cards, the spirit world, and most importantly, us. So book a reading, and I'll see you on the other side of the cards.
Welcome, Rick.
And I have unmuted my camera. Or
Awesome. Awesome. So, Rick, meet Helen. I don't think you met last time.
So
No,
nice
it's
to
meet you.
you.
Very nice to meet you.
I loved your work with your historical coverage of the culture.
Oh, thank you. And I love your background in that little biography, the tree and the moon. Oh my God, that's beautiful. Where did you get that?
I actually did film that in the shop that I work in. It is a crystal shop, and that is part of the meditation room.
You work in a crystal shop?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I'm the house astrologer.
Oh, that's so cool. That's wonderful. Oh my God. No, you didn't do that to me, Debra. You didn't pit me against two astrologers. Oh my God. The only thing I know about astrology is Linda Goodman's love signs from the 70s. Oh. That's an inside joke.
Well, I'm also an avid and happy card reader.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I enjoy the cards very much so.
Oh, good.
I actually use a deck that is part Celtic.
Oh, is that beautiful one?
This one is the Legend Arthurian Tarot that blends Celtic theology and the Grail mysteries.
Yeah, that's so pretty. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah. Well, let me get Denise going here so you guys can all chat together.
Sounds good.
Here comes Denise's intro.
My
Brace
name is
yourself.
Denise Siegel. I'm originally from Chicago, and I was born psychic. And as a young person coming out of CalArts, I started working as a professional psychic in the early 1990s, shortly after my graduation. While I was working as a psychic, believe it or not, I didn't believe in astrology. And I met some amazing astrologers who looked at my chart and told me things that just based on transits of things that would have happened to me in my life. And I was hooked. And I learned astrology from them, my mentors that I worked with as a psychic. And then I worked and learned and read every book I could. I literally have thousands of books on astrology. And I took classes at the Kell Writer Institute in Los Angeles. I quickly began incorporating astrology into my process, and I'd get visions and information, and then I try to pin it down in terms of when and where and how these things were going to occur based on astrology, which is great for timing. But in 2008, I knew there was going to be a horrible crisis, and I felt I needed to do something to warn people in advance of that. I had gone to my bank and taken all the money out of Washington Mutual, and I told the guy that was working there, hey, your bank is going to go under, and there's going to be a massive financial crisis, about a month before everything happened. He just looked at me and said, oh, you're probably one of those people that just freaked out when 9/11 happened and took all your money out of the stock market. I go, nope, I actually put more money into the stock market. I started my blog, Astrology and Psychic Prediction, with a warning for people to take their money, especially middle-class people, take their money out of the markets. I started calling all my friends, telling them, get your money out of the market. It's going to crash. Well, unfortunately, it did crash. And my blog went from being completely unseen, unfindable, to giving hundreds of thousands of views every year. I predicted Obama's win, his second term win. I've been predicting political things in this space and psychic stuff on the internet since 2008. In 2017, when Trump became president, I felt like I needed to reach more people and let them know that Trump was going to be impeached. So I started my YouTube channel. So I predicted that. I predicted Ukraine's invasion by Russia. I predicted so many things. COVID-19 I predicted on my blog in 2010. So I've had a really record of a lot of accuracy. I was named Best Insight Seer by the LA Weekly way back in the day. I've been on Coast to Coast. I've been doing this for a long, long time. So I do private readings still to this day. I do classes in astrology and in psychic development. And I do all this. I see this as a public service to do YouTube videos informing people on what's coming.
And welcome, Denise. Yay!
Hey guys. Round two. I think I met you last time, didn't I, Rick? Did we do it last time together? Yeah. Good to see you.
Oh, this is doubly unfair. Now they have a coalition.
The astrologers against the tarot reader. Actually, we both read tarot. I read tarot.
Everybody, yeah.
We all read tarot, so yeah. It's a lot easier to do readings on the fly with tarot than it is with astrology, because you kind of have to look at a lot of stuff and process it. But yeah.
I can't believe how complicated astrology is. I feel like at my age now, it would be a race against the clock. There's no way I could learn even a solid foundation, you know.
Well, you probably could. You could learn it.
You think so?
It's just, yeah, you could learn the basics of it, and you could keep learning it. You know, it is complicated, but you can learn it. I mean, if you really wanted to, you just have to throw yourself into it.
Yeah, get them.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you just go ahead and look to understand yourself better through your own chart,
yeah, that's helpful too.
That will help open up your understanding of how it works, and then just go ahead and incorporate your family charts.
Yes,
because you know them better than anyone else in this world.
Yeah.
So those charts, you'll be understanding in no time.
Yeah,
that's true.
Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Can I ask you something, Rick?
Wait.
Sure. I think Debra wants to let us have her make her leave.
I'm just goodbye. I'll be back later.
I know. I was like, we're just going right into it. All right.
That's why I was here. See you later.
See you later.
Okay, see you later. Bye-bye.
I'm curious. What are you a reverend of?
I have had a diverse spiritual background. I was raised Catholic.
I'm sorry.
Trained Baptist.
Wow.
Had an amazing colleague in the one ministerium I was a part of. He had been raised Baptist and ordained Anglican. So he and I had a way of connecting more than a lot of the other folks, of the other disciplines or denominations. And then I am also, because of my background in reincarnation and spiritualism, I identify with being a spiritualist more than anything, but my membership is in a Unitarian Universalist congregation.
Right, yeah.
So how did you get from Catholicism to Baptist?
I was very much aware at a young age, and I knew that I would not go ahead and proceed to make a lifetime of being Catholic. So took communion and told the priest that I wasn't going to pursue confirmation because I didn't want to dishonor my own word or dishonor the church, and that I would not be upset and running from the church, but I would walk away when the time had come.
What did your family think of that?
Well, their thoughts were no concern of mine, and I never told them either.
Oh, snap. You haven't met my parents.
There's nobody who really does individuality quite like I do.
Oh, I admire that. That's wonderful. That's strength of character. It's called having starch in your backbone, you know.
And as an astrologer, Denise, you might recognize this feeling. I feel that there's no one whose chart sits before us that we cannot appreciate. And at the same time, I seek to help them see the ninth house and the connection with spirituality as doing themselves. You have to learn to do you.
Yeah, that's for sure. And have self-acceptance.
It is not about religion that is structured.
No, definitely not. Yeah. What sign are you, by the way, Rick? What's your sun sign? Leo. Oh, I'm an Aquarian. We're opposites.
Oh, is that good? Oh,
it's complementary in the right.
Yeah.
I mean, now do I have to also be the mediator? Oh,
well, you know what? We're all fixed signs. You're a Taurus.
Oh, yeah.
So we've
got everything here but a Scorpio.
Yeah, exactly. We need a Scorpio. We'll have a grand. So it means we're all kind of strong personalities, which is why she put us together.
Sure. Very able to hold our own.
Yes, that's right. Yes, for sure.
You know, that's the power of the fixed sign.
Fixed sign, yes. Yeah. You can't really change a fixed sign. They have to want to change or they have to try to change. But yeah, so I guess people are asking us to like give them little readings. Do you guys
Yeah.
want to, should we read some of these? Okay.
Sure.
So let's see if I can find one. Okay. Somebody put up one. How will all of us feel here?
We all feel.
Oh, and we enter into 2026.
Well, I will jump in and just
Go
say,
for it.
astrologically, I examined Pluto going into Aquarius at the beginning of 23, and my thoughts are I was very surprised how much Aries-Taurus connection there was with all the planetary representation. So there's going to be a lot of wounded individuals, a lot of people seeking to find their voice, but not a lot of places of healed, recovered experiences. So there's likely to be a lot of people taking sides, and 20 years worth of people needing to deal with their own shadow.
Yes, I agree with that. Also, did you look at the Neptune ingress chart when it moves into Aries next year? It's right on
Not
a
yet.
big,
But I know that it's in an incredible trine in certain spaces here.
well, it's conjunct the North Node and Saturn, and a bunch of planets in Pisces, and a bunch of planets in Leo. And a bunch of planets in Aries. So it really looks very much like more of the same kind of bifurcation and escalation of anger and people fighting with one another, and it's a little bit scary looking, honestly. So you have to check it out.
A lot of need, like any other card reading, you have to go ahead and help people to figure out how do you go ahead and navigate difficult people.
Right. Well, I think
Isn't
you
that
can.
true, Helen?
Well, I think we need a translator here. You guys are speaking astrology, so I'm not entirely sure
what that means.
But I
And
do
that's
know
it. Yeah.
what
Well, so what it means is basically the next Neptune moves signs about every 14 years or so. So the next 14 years, starting next year, will be the beginning of a period. It'll be an escalation kind of the place we've been in, that we've been building to. So, we're still going to have a lot of confusion, misinformation, people kind of taking sides, bearing down, fighting with one another. But like you said, Pluto and Aquarius does give us hope, because Pluto and Aquarius is basically power to the people. It's a power to the people kind of energy, as opposed to power to the authority figures in Capricorn. So there's going to be a breakdown probably of big organized sort of, like oligarchies and things like that. People are going to take their power back. They're going to demand democracy, I believe. And so this really is excellent for a big change coming, like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, and a lot of this kind of going that direction. But that doesn't mean it's going to go down easy with some people. Is
Right.
basically
That's what I got. That's what my cards are. Shall I tell you?
Please.
So
Sure.
I got a sense of things being overturned, faith in leadership, faith in people that have been held up as an example, faith in faith. People are going to question their belief systems, their leadership, their institutions. It's going to be a period of disillusionment, and it's going to be a period where authority, the law, it's going to be all about the laws and the politics, and we're going to get sick of hearing about that constantly. People are going to really miss that sense of stability, the sense of us as a united people, the sense of the world as a stable place, the sense of institutions as being reliable. And we're going to come to a point where we're just, we've had enough. Death by 1,000, punctures. It's too much. People are going to long for the good old days, and that can be a problem, because the people who long for the good old days look at the wrong place. They look for authoritarian guidance from outside. But also, this is going to motivate us to take action and to try to reestablish justice in the world. So in the long run, the results will be positive. In the short term, it's going to be a slog. It's going to be hard. We have to keep our eyes on our values and ultimately compassion for each other.
I also think, coming up, and I don't know about you, Rick, but thinking about the fact that, I've been looking ahead, a lot of ingress charts going forward in time, and also the fact that Uranus and Taurus is kind of a part of all of these ingress charts, meaning all of these shifts. It tells us that we're coming upon a new way of working. AI, as Pluto goes into Aquarius, will become much more dominant, and it's going to change how we work. It's going to change our society in ways that we don't fully understand now. So it will change how we work. It will reorganize our society eventually, I think, over the next 30 or 40 years, and eventually probably to a more egalitarian society. But we're in the throes of the end of one paradigm and the beginning of a new one. So that's always a tough kind of situation to be in.
I think that 10 of Swords that's what that's about. It's just we've about reached our limit, and we have nostalgia for what's left behind, what we're moving away from. For some of us, not all of us, but for some of us. But on the whole, it'll lead us down a path of really starting to take action for justice and fairness.
I think that nostalgia really connects too with what we have focused on. So it's not always a twisted sense of reality, but a perspective of our hope and our faith and our work.
And nostalgia for some people, for other people, the past is best left in the past. There are a lot of people who didn't benefit from the way things were.
That's why I look at it and I say, for those who are doing their work, it'll go smoother.
Right, for sure. That's
those who are not doing their work,
it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. I agree with that 100%.
So I pulled a couple different cards. I pulled a past life card, and I pulled up wisdom.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. So that tells me there will be a global need. This shift calls us in 2026 to pull back and wait for things to unfold. It reminds me of the Zen koans, to go ahead and wait until you see how something unfolds. Something that appears positive may turn out to be negative. Something that appears negative could turn out to be a blessing. And the other was stepping into power. You're strong beyond measure. I think we have our inner resources, and this almost gives a feel in the imagery. I don't know that it'll focus well, but it shows the journey in the dark of night, giving you like a Six of Swords feel. And the idea of carrying the light with the individual who's trying to work with other people to lead the way. I think there's going to be a real important place for each of us to go ahead and encourage one another when there's stumbling and falling and stress that they don't know. I'm frequently telling young people, sit back, pop the corn, and watch the show. It's not worth getting riled up over.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I threw some astro dice. I got 9 of Neptune in the 9th house in Scorpio. So kind of goes to your point of spirituality and trusting your own inner guidance, I think, is going to be key in the next period of doing your own shamanic kind of work, your own connection to your inner source, your psychological work, your spiritual work. And as long as you're doing that and you're following your own instincts and your own connection to creator and source, you'll be okay no matter what.
Well, that's like that card that you had, Rick. Do you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of if the Hermit card and the Fool card got married and had a baby.
Yeah, it does look like that.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
It does look like that they got married and had a baby. A baby card.
A baby tarot card.
The Fool, the Hermit, and the Journeyman walk into a bar.
Exactly. Yeah, so I guess maybe we're going to get another question.
Yeah, Neptune, interestingly enough, is in the 9th house of the Pluto ingress.
That's interesting. That is interesting. I didn't remember that. I looked at it a while ago. Question for session after Irish Granny intro. Any messages for me regarding a future romantic relationship? Prosperity. Snow Dragon wants to know any messages for me regarding a future romantic relationship? Question mark? Prosperity? Question mark? Okay.
Shall I just go? I got some interesting cards.
Go for it.
Okay. So my cards don't reflect what came to my mind immediately. They go together, but let's talk about the cards. I got the Hanged Man card. I think you're feeling stuck. I think that the question kind of indicates that. I got the Death card, which means you're ready for change, and change is coming. These two cards are interesting. I got the King of Swords and not the Knight of Wands. So perhaps somebody maybe a little less emotional, somebody who's kind of a thinker and less a doer would be the kind of person. And gender's irrelevant, but there you go. And then ultimately I got the Star, which is a real positive card. But I'll tell you what came to mind. The minute I saw that question, I thought, in order to find success in romance, you have to love yourself. And rather than putting energy out there, desperately seeking, the thing to do is to work on making yourself the kind of person who attracts the kind of person you want. So I wish I had known this when I was, 18. But work on yourself. Find those interests that make you a more interesting person. But you have to genuinely be interested in them, and find ways to be of service to others. And you're going to make yourself the kind of person that has the vibe that the right individual will come along and say, oh, Snow Dragon, that's the one for me. So yeah, ultimately the cards say you will, but there's a process that you need to undergo to get there.
I got mostly information about the financial aspect of it.
Nothing about money.
It looks like there's a lot of anxiety, right? This is the card of anxiety and usually stress. I got that there is a change in career coming, or a change in job. So a couple cards in, so it's not immediate, but it looks like coming up in the next couple months. And I got the Ace of Wands, and that is usually a new beginning, a new career path, and an ending of an old one, and some very great success that will come in this new path. So that sometimes that Ace of Wands is going back to school. Sometimes it's just getting a new position, but whatever it is, you're learning a whole new skill set, and you will be successful in it. So there is a shift coming, but it will be really good for you, and it'll put you on the right path financially where you want to go. That's what I got.
A lot of changes.
Yeah.
So I threw a few cards out here. I have the Empress.
I got
the Empress is really showing me that you're standing in your power, full of creativity. The Ace of Swords, which is frequently looked at as a marriage card.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Because of the intuitive feel that it has, it is laid out in this deck on a marriage bed.
Huh, interesting.
In other decks, it looks like this sword that has a garland about the top, and it looks like a veil over a bride.
I never thought of that. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So there are some ideas of taking your own thoughts, your own swords, and connecting them, marrying them to someone else. But then I also end up with the 8 of spears, which with the white heart in this deck is suggesting that, yes, there's new energy afoot, and you have power and the capacity to move forward, but you must go ahead and look for the signs. And funny enough, another deck that I used was the Sacred Traveler, and it says answering the call, and it has the image of a woman of means, I would say, going out to follow the deer. Just like in the other deck, saying the time is now. And then here in the past life card, I get the High Priest or the High Priestess. And I cannot help but feel like your responsibility is more to yourself and your faith than it is to aligning with anyone, or especially the wrong person.
Yeah.
An alignment for you must be in accordance with the ancestors as far as your best path.
Yeah, I agree with that, because I also, when I threw some dice, I got the Sun and Sag in the 9th house. So it was like, you really have to be on your spiritual path.
Yeah.
You're really, what's going on with you right now is more about you. I also got the Empress card. And you know what? Good changes are coming, and your financial situation, new career, all these things are going to be happening. And then you'll find your right person as you get onto your right path. So don't worry about that. You'll be fine.
I also think work on yourself.
I also think you're going to need discernment to know you're not looking at the wrong person who's clouding your vision from the right person.
Yeah, that's always, yes, true. Very true.
But as Helen said, you be the right person.
Yeah, that's right. That's the focus right now. That's definitely the focus right now. In alignment with the answers. What does that mean? I am on a spiritual path. Yeah, well, that's what it seemed like. You're on a spiritual path. In alignment with the ancestors, I think what Helen is saying there, or maybe Rick said it, was meaning you have to know you need to know yourself. You need to know your depth of who you are, from where you come from to where you're going. You need to do the work on your shadow stuff. You need to do the work and kind of getting to know what kind of stuff you're coming from in terms of your family of origin, what kind of pitfalls there are, and understand that there are patterns in your life that you can recognize, and don't repeat negative patterns and go towards positive patterns. Is that kind of what you meant, Rick?
Yeah, and all of the whys. Why do we do this? Why do we do that? Where do we go? It's always shaped when you're living in alignment with the ancestors, with the guides, with your higher self, with your angels. Ancestors is a collective term for everything on the other side. So do you listen to the voice?
Well, also, I would add that it also has to do with epigenetics, karma, combined. It's what we bring into this life spiritually, and it's what we receive as we're born genetically, and then our experiences. And it's self-work. It's doing that work. So you're connecting to your relatives, relationships of near relatives, and then moving backwards and trying to figure out what kind of karmic weight did you bring forward here today.
I want to. Oh, sorry. You go ahead, Rick, and I'll say something.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to say the one thing I forget to mention. It's also the people that you are connected to from past lives. Those get forgotten sometimes amongst our ancestors. The ones that you have repeatedly coming in life after life, that circle shouldn't be forgotten. And go ahead, Chair Denise. What was?
Yeah, I was going to say in less esoteric terms, I think I can put it maybe in less esoteric terms, is that, we all have a pattern in our life. That's what astrology deals with, that we have a setup, we have a map of what we're supposed to do. Cycles of being and things we're supposed to learn here. And the more you are attuned to who you really are, accepting yourself, learning what your strengths and weaknesses are, and valuing yourself, the more healthy your relationships can be, not just with yourself, but with everyone else. And sometimes, in relationships, especially I've been married for almost 40 years now. Relationships are all about mirroring other. There's a lot of mirroring that goes on. Relationships are work. They're difficult. And if you're not in a good place with yourself, having a relationship with someone else is going to mirror your own shadow stuff. So this is why they're saying you got to do the work on yourself first and really get right with yourself so you can get a partner who mirrors the good stuff and helps you to grow instead of mirroring the shadow work that you need to do.
Sherry's reminding us to hurry up.
Okay.
I was just there's the question I'm showing.
Okay, once Kamala wins and the inevitable lawsuits are filed in protest, will SCOTUS try to hand the election to Donald Trump? That's a good question.
Do we need cards on this?
No, I think it's just whatever you guys want to do.
I'm going to say no. I don't think they'll try to handle. I mean, lawsuits are one thing, but it has to go through the system.
Yeah.
I think he might want to have the voice of the highest law court in the land because that's where he feels he has the deck stacked. But I think things are going to get in gear. We're not going to go ahead and see a freshly seated president get unseated because of his whims.
But we're going to see a very strong attempt.
Well, you know what? I want to say, like what
and
you're
a stronger
saying,
woman to fight.
You know, I got to know. And I think this is a really good concern because certainly if it was tight, if it was Biden versus Trump, that might be the case, right? If it was tight enough where he could win some of the lawsuits and get a bunch of recounts and eventually end up in the court. But this isn't going to be that tight. And what we're going to have, I think, is more Michigas trying to interfere with the election than and eventually, you know, there's not going to be any standing, I don't think, in court. So I don't think it'll get to SCOTUS, and that's why it's not going to work. But and they kind of know that. I think Donald Trump already knows that. So if it had been Biden, I think it could have been a problem, but I don't think it will be a problem with Kamala. That's my feeling. What do you think?
The choice is going to be litigated, you know, and the fool will be overturned.
What deck is that? What deck is that?
This is the United States of.
I was going to say, is that looks like a politician, and
that's right. That's Mueller.
Okay, that's Mueller. Okay, wow, that's wild.
And this is this is the fool. Check this fool out. He's in a mock hat.
Oh my gosh, I want this deck. Where did you get that deck?
I heard the creator of this deck is a married couple, the McCunes.
What's the name of that deck?
It's the United States of Tarot.
The United States of Tarot.
They were on my channel. They came on my channel, and here's their name. I'm so terrible. I can never remember her name. I either forget her first or last. Elena McCune.
Okay, cool. I'll look for it. The United States of Tarot.
Yeah, it's on Etsy.
Okay, on Etsy. Cool. Yeah. All right. I guess we answered that question. Rick, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm comfortable without even pulling a card on that one.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
We could move on.
I'd love to know if Spirit has any messages for me that I should know. Wendy Mason. Okay.
I'm going to use my influence of the angels.
I can see right off the bat you're going to have to go ahead and process all the answers you get because the headline here is taking shelter. You need to go ahead and recognize that the answers are within. So the way you understand everything, please sit with everything you're told during this reading and take it deep into yourself, and you're going to get more out of it.
I got the Page of Swords with the Fool. So the cards are saying that there's something coming up that you're contemplating, taking action on, and it's a new direction for you. And I got the Three of Cups, so it's going to be good. And then I also got the Knight. Yes, I don't have my glasses on. Knight of Swords. So that whatever this particular new venture, project, whatever is, will not only be successful and make you happy, but you're going to be, it'll be successful for you.
Well, I got some, I just got there. Yeah, I got something about some kind of new career path, some kind of thinking about work and career and things like that, and her being a strong person. But I'm seeing like, in terms of like, just like intuitively, I'm getting a lot of dark blue in the aura around her. So I kind of feel like she might be a little too isolated right now. She might be spending too much time by herself. She's got a lot of green. She's a spiritual person. She's an intelligent person. And I see like she's got a lot of leadership ability. And I think she just may be spending too much time by herself, and she needs to get out more and kind of be more social again right now. She might be kind of leaning towards getting into depression if she's not careful. That's what I got.
I'm seeing cards that are showing me that you have ended a cycle of working on a project and you're looking to reevaluate what's coming next, which is kind of what I'm feeling from what's already been said here. But then I also see a churning up of wanting to understand what is going to emotionally fulfill you with the Ace of Cups. And honestly, I think there could be a surprise in as far as a karmic love.
Nice. All right. Yeah, I saw a lot of green in the heart chakra too. So that's very open-hearted. It's good person. Okay. Question, Water Lily. Can you ask my guides if the exercises I am doing to hear them are working? Is what I have written accurate? Okay. Can you ask my guides?
I like your name. I've seen that before. I really like it.
Can I just say, I get a lot of magenta. I'm just going to start using the aura stuff because it's faster. I get a lot of magenta. I think she is very connected, but also she thinks differently. She thinks differently, Water Lily. And I also got fairies. I got a fairy kind of energy. So I think maybe, you're probably connected not just to your guides, but I think talk to the plants and the animals and go and hug a tree, because you actually have an ability to communicate with nature spirits, I think, naturally. And maybe that'll be an easier thing for you to hear and feel, because it's something you can interact with than trying to listen to your guides. And maybe that's why you're having trouble hearing them, but you are very connected. You're just connected in a different way than what you're looking for.
Yeah.
That's what I get. Yeah.
That's what I got too.
I'll say too that you're opening up in your understanding of your connection with guides, because you have been on a long journey to listen to spirit. You did not just start listening when you started these exercises, and spirit wants you to know, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, because there's things you are already doing, which is why you probably have that magenta quality to your aura.
Totally.
That you need to not question yourself as far as, are you doing something right, but are you sitting with the message to understand it?
Advice.
I love these cards. These are the influences of the angels, and look at that. What you're getting is coming from spirit. This is a reassurance that whatever it is you're writing about from a deep emotion is coming from spirit. They're telling you to stop with the self-doubt, and you're making it happen. Continue to do what you're doing, because as above, so below.
Yeah, that's good. Those are nice. Nice. Very nice. All right. Next question. All right. CEV12. Shari at Shari of Voices from the Swamp. Question, please. When will my plans work out? CEV12 at Shari. I'm confused by that. Are you guys confused by who's asking?
No. She's asking through Shari is in charge here of putting the questions up. So the question is, when will my plans work out from CEV12? The whole thing about Shari, just ignore that. Ignore Shari.
Okay. That's what I was going. I'm like, is Shari asking this or is he? Okay.
No.
Okay.
She must have gotten the question to her in a different format, a different device or something.
Right, maybe through her email or something, or a text.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, stop.
You are not easy to ignore, Sherry. Not even close.
I'm just ignoring you.
Okay.
Yes. Go for whatever it is that your plans are. Yes, you're on the right track, and you have what it takes. You have strength. You are going to manage to be able to do whatever it is you put your mind to. So yeah, if this is what you want, go for it, and it'll work out.
Okay, go ahead. You go.
I see a desert passage. Trust there's a divine plan. What Helen just said makes me realize you take on difficult tasks. You don't pull up easy things. So
yeah,
there's nobody else that would think they could go ahead and pull off what you do. Roll with it. You're rocking it.
You know what? I got this 9 of Wands here, and this is always like a struggle. It's a feeling of struggle. And then I got this, which is feeling like, you're waiting and you're meditating on things and you're planning it. And then I got this, and this is kind of like you're waiting for you're watching, you're taking a step back and waiting for everything to come. This is, again, it's kind of like a break card. But then I got the Ace of Wands. So it's taking a while for things to kind of get where you want
like
to
this Ace
go.
of Wands?
Yeah, exactly. So, but you've been waiting for a long time is what I get, and struggling, but it is about to change and go somewhere. And then I got the Devil card, which is not necessarily a bad card. It just means you're in control. And it means that basically you can, dictate how you want things to go and be the boss. So I think it is going to work out, and it's probably going to be sooner than you think. So don't stress about it. Just make your plans and proceed as forward.
Have faith in your own strength.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're learning karmic trust because you're walking your cycle, and this is something that you have tormented yourself with before because you're so impassioned about what it is you're doing. You have a hard time containing the emotions, but that doesn't mean you're not equipped.
Nice. Good one. Awesome. Okay, Rose Helia. My health has been debilitating for the last 2 years and really last 22. Is there any hope to get better? Or is this going to be an endurance test till I die? Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
I don't
Rose.
like
That's
to
really
hear
sad.
that.
I'm sorry to hear that, Rose.
Yeah.
Let's just say that. That's tough. That's really tough.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. You know what, Rose, can I just say one thing? There is a bunch of stuff that's going to change next year, starting when Neptune goes into Aries. A lot of new medicine is going to come down the pike. A lot of things that were untreatable before will be treatable. There's going to be a whole new pathway of medicine that's going to open up things that we can't even imagine right now. It's a whole new beginning for the medical field because Neptune does rule drugs and the pharmaceutical companies. And going into Aries is probably going to be like things like gene splicing therapies that are geared directly towards you as an individual that really could make differences in things that are untreatable before. I would say what you should do is really keep an ear out, do research about your illness, look into different studies, go, look into research studies that are going on in different universities, and kind of keep your ear to the ground and locally, if there's anything you can get involved with that's related to your health situation, because there is all kinds of breakthroughs that are going to be happening. They've already been happening, but it's going to accelerate and become things that you couldn't imagine them figuring out how to cure are going to be curable. So I think there's hope for you. That's what I would say, just intuitively. Yeah.
Look at this. That's exactly what you just said, Denise. The 3 of coins, the 2 of cups. This is talking about working with the community, working with help, seeking help from other people, reaching out and getting assistance and advice. That's going to hold you in good stead. And then the emotions can be regulated by your spiritual life. I think you need to trust that you'll get help from the outside and trust that you'll get guidance from the inside.
Yeah. What do you say, Rick? Yeah.
I'm going to say that I just pulled some tarot cards that really gave me some insights. Your last 22 years, it's like I got the Hermit reversed. It's been a time of forced isolation, and it has. And then I see the current situation is the Four of Cups reversed again. So there is this feeling of emptiness, emotional unfulfillment. But it ends with the Four of Spears, Wands. You are going to be in a space of celebrating. And I think the advice and the hope that you're hearing out of this crew is going to help you get rid of all of those Nine of Swords angst feelings. And I picked an extra card. It comes up with the Ten of Cups.
Oh, that's great. Happiness.
You're going, as long as you go forward, feeling your hope and your faith, then you look up and then you see solutions. If you look down, you don't see what's around you to make you find solutions. Keep your eyes on any groups that are doing research and support with newsletters so you know what's coming out. As a medical advocate and social justice advocate, I think that's really important.
Well, that's what that Four of Wands is. It's about institutions. It's about, you know, I got that cooperating with people. You got the cooperating with institutions. It's that reassurance that's out there.
Yeah, I really think there's a lot of good things coming. I'm going to just say really quickly, I remember I was a long time ago when AIDS was a crisis and people were dying of AIDS. I had one of my clients was a nightclub owner who had AIDS. And he was asking me to, you know, and I kept saying to him, you know, there is going to be a breakthrough. It's coming. And, you know, it was coming and it took a while. And but, you know, so it did eventually happen where there was a breakthrough in AIDS. You know, not everybody got to enjoy that breakthrough, but you will. So just keep your hope up and okay, Amanda Carroll. I am curious to know about Jasmine Crockett. Will she continue to serve? Have more presences?
I certainly hope so. Let's see.
Okay. So meaning she'll be more visible? Is that what she's trying to say?
Become more important in democratic politics, like rise up in the party. I know that's what you mean.
Is that what you said? Yeah, I think that's more prominence. Yeah, that's
she's young, she's new. This is her first, foray into it. She's going to be a star. I felt that from the first day I ever saw her before I even heard her talk. She's going to be, this woman has incredible energy. Plus, she's got the gift that gets you very far under any circumstance. She has a sense of humor.
She does. That's true.
Shall I go? I'm
go ahead, Helen.
Okay.
Sorry.
So no. Okay. So the Ace of Coins. Here's this new, young, fresh politician with bright ideas, really concerned about social justice, the practical things in the world, housing, food, education, things that are tangible in the three-dimensional world. And she's not afraid to defend what she believes in. She's very strongly in defense of what she believes in. The Ace of Swords, she stands for truth. She stands for justice. However, she's going to struggle. They're going to put obstacles in her path. She's going to take on too much because she's idealistic. Ultimately, she's going to appeal. I got the Lovers. I'm trying to censor. She's going to be beloved, and ultimately, at the bottom of the deck, I get the Queen of Wands, and the Queen of Wands is all about intuitive feminine leadership coming from the heart, but more from that light within, that inner guidance. She's got strong intuition about what matters in this world, and she's not afraid to take action. So, short answer, yes.
What did you get? Yeah.
I see, and she's bringing with her this end to letting people project on her the imagery of nostalgia. She's really more moving forward, and she is not only a go-getter, but she's putting out fires. She's taking care of serious issues, and she is going to pull alongside her she's going to help raise up other women.
Yes.
And she's going to watch things shift as she ends up going forward. The past life card that I get with her is Native American. So that would suggest maybe this place where women were respected as the keepers of the old wisdom.
Well, I got something.
By Mary Trump.
I got something. I'm sorry. I got something different than you guys, but it's not bad, but it's different. I got that she's not going to serve in the same way that she has. That's what my card said. That she's going to walk away from this particular way of being of service and be more of a mentor and a teacher. So I think that means that maybe she's going to go into a different line of like political kind of avenue. So she's going to expand into a different area. I don't know if she's basically, maybe she'll run for the Senate or instead of being in the Congress, or maybe she'll become a governor, but it looks like she's going to end up still working, but changing the direction of her work slightly.
Yeah, I think she'll always work as a defender of social justice, but moving in through the government, through politics is one direction. Maybe she'll become somebody involved in nonprofits.
Yeah, I think so, because I got
nonprofits. Yeah.
it looked like she was gonna. I don't know, but like the amount of crap she has to deal with, and the amount of crap she's gonna have to deal with. I think she's going to decide there's other ways to do the work she wants to do, and that she's not going to give up on the work. In fact, I feel like she's actually going to, maybe her work will be in getting a lot of other people into positions of power so that everybody can do the work like what you guys are saying. But it's like it's going to shift a little bit over the next several years.
Maybe she'll go into journalism and be really instrumental in getting the points across.
There's a lot of ways to go ahead and put out fires and raise up and celebrate.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Yes.
I see those to be incongruence, those readings.
She's not going to.
Yeah, no, they are. Yeah, it's just, I don't know if she'll go ahead in the same exact way she has been. It doesn't look like it. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Patty. I hope you're having chocolate cake and you have a second piece.
Any message for the next couple months? Thank you, Patty D. Patty D.
I see your sacred path is to be finding your sanctuary so that you can open to your spiritual source. So it seems to me like a space and time of expansion. Whatever you've been doing, press in.
Interesting you would say that. I got your feeling just a little maybe stagnating right now. And it's time to take control of that situation, to move forward. And I get this card a lot today. Have faith in yourself. You have what it takes. You can manifest it. Where did that go? Where did that magician go? These are the two cards. No, these are the two cards that you really want to see when you're starting something new and you're hoping that you'll be capable of dealing with the challenges. You certainly will. So it's going to be an interesting year for you with the Ace of Wands.
Yeah, I got a similar thing in that it seems like I got a lot of dark blue and then I feel like there's a lot of isolation kind of as well. And that there's a feeling of kind of feeling like not a lot of movement forward, but you have the power to change that, and I think you just need to kind of maybe focus on what kinds of things you want to manifest over the next year. Maybe because it's your birthday, You know, it's a great day to write down all your goals for the year, and subconsciously kind of sets yourself up to kind of start to manifest those things, and directs your unconscious towards, you know, some bringing, it's like planting little seeds. Yeah, it's like planting seeds about what you want to have. I think you should do that, because otherwise it looks like you're feeling a little bit lost, is what it looked like to me. And, you know, just like, how do I get unstuck? So just take some time to think about it, and you'll plant the seeds, and you'll get there. Yeah.
Patty, I also grabbed a past life card and I saw the word vows. So it strikes me there may be some unconscious things that you're experiencing from baggage from previous lives. Recognize that sometimes the unconscious things that we entertain are easily challenged, and we can go ahead and say, oh, that came from somewhere, we don't need to hold on to it, you know. So don't go ahead and allow other stuff to distract you from your path.
Hold you back, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Since we're talking about birthdays, I have this written on my hand so I wouldn't forget. One of our viewers, this person has been commenting back and forth quite a bit. Today is Artistic World's birthday. Happy birthday.
Okay, happy birthday.
And tomorrow is Alice's birthday. Aley of Heart and Soul Connected.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
AKA Alice, because now she's mature. So
okay.
Her birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday, Aley. Yeah.
Funny. Okay, Lady Starlight. I have a job interview coming up. How will it go? And is this the job for me? Is it the right path? October Scorpio here. Thanks. Okay. Lady Starlight. So you're going to have a birthday coming up too.
Oh, that's right.
Oh gosh, Spirit can be so conniving. I see it's the first light, beginning a new cycle, but the way that question was formed, you're already aware that just because it is the cycle and you could be handed the job doesn't mean it's right in the long term, but it very well may be right in the temporary.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, that explains why I got what I did.
There's conflict in the way we're seeing this unfold.
Yeah.
She has Scorpio depth the way she went ahead and worded this. Her energy is coming through. She knows there's something good and there's something holding her back from jumping it.
Yeah. Because I got the Knights of both Cups and Swords, which is kind of it's almost like a choice, you know. You're weighing, is this, which direction should I go with my head or should I go with my heart? And I got that you are going to find the right path. You are going to make the decision that will move you into the next phase. But I also got the Devil, and you know, don't freak out, it's just about a change coming that's a challenging change, and it's a not monumental, but a very important change in your life. So yeah, you're being faced with something that actually is of substance, and the decision you make will be important. So listen to your heart, use your head and listen to your heart, weigh the odds, and you're doing that. So that's half the battle.
I got very similar things in that I got that they're going to like her and they're going to hire her, you know, but
you may not want to stay.
But you might not want to stay there. It kind of was like, yeah, you might not love it. I mean, it'd be maybe great for the time being, but that's okay. You just because you take the job doesn't mean you have to stay there. I mean, right now, I mean, it also looked like there might be another job option as well that kind of comes up maybe around the same time, another employer who wants to hire you as well. And that might be a conundrum, which way to go. That might be more your problem too. I don't know. That might be part of why you're not sure.
Yeah.
So you're just,
Lady Starlight, I want to address your loyalty here. It is not our grandparents' job market.
Oh God.
Our loyalty is not reciprocal.
Right.
It is not given back to us. Don't let your loyalty hold you back from taking something in the short term while you're getting your feet to see the lay of the land, to know where you really want to go.
That's really good advice. That's really good advice. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of
It
sense.
was a message coming from me thinking,
Yeah.
you are worried about starting one thing and then, I made the wrong choice. No, you didn't. You made the choice to get yourself to the next step.
That's right. Even if that next step is the step to get to the next step.
It's a place.
Right. Right.
A place.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's
totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what this is. It's a step to the next step. But that's okay. And doesn't have to all be resolved in this one leap. You know, it's a step towards the right direction. Yeah. But you will get that job, looks like. Yeah.
Debra has told us we're finished.
Okay, Debra. Fine.
That went really fast.
It did go fast.
There was a thing just now from Sherry, unless Sherry is trying to torture us. Yeah.
No, it's time for our next. Oh wait, I'm not muted.
Maybe a giveaway.
It's time for the next Project 2025 video.
What about this?
And we're done. Yeah, because the 2020, it's 6, almost 6. It'll be 6 pretty soon. I mean, it might take. It's like 15 more minutes of time that we're gonna
do the Project 2025 video. Then we'll do a giveaway. And then we'll start up with another group. So if you want to hang out for that, that's great. But if you need to go, that's okay too.
No. Just briefly, I probably neglected to tell you because that's how I roll. It's as before, as last time. I'll donate a couple of readings.
Okay, I'll put you down for that.
Yeah. I just assumed you knew.
Yeah, I have the fixed star reports that I would be happy to donate 2 of those as well.
Okay.
That I can do for people, that I can send people through email.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, let's get that other video playing.
Do you love her background?
Mm-hmm. Very pretty. Very pretty.
Trippy. Very trippy.
Yeah, and I like it. Very Libra like.
Don't do one we already did. Yeah. So this one is religion and voting rights.
Oh God, I think I better leave.
Yeah.
Plug your ears, Rick. All right, now my favorite topic here, Project 2025 and religion. Theocracy, which is their goal. The First Amendment is being challenged, the separation of church and state, the 19th Amendment we'll get to here in a second, and the Voting Rights Act. So the authors of this project are theocrats. They want the world to be run by their version of God. They're zealots. They have blinders on. They're extremists who see nothing else to be true. And the text of this Project 2025 is written in a coded fundamentalist jargon. They speak to each other. And if you read it as a secular person, you wouldn't necessarily catch all the words. What does this mean for society? This is a reimagining of America based on a biblical worldview. And I'll add that the original founding fathers were deists. They did not believe in this. They believed in a separation of church and state, and they were looking at this country from an Enlightenment point of view. So these people are reaffirming for themselves that this is a Christian country, and as such, all institutions should be predicated on that. They're wrong. I'll just add that. Laws should be more punitive, and this is all in their eyes. Laws should be more punitive with an Old Testament eye for an eye, Sharia style flavor. Capital punishment should be applied more broadly, should be a public event, and children should be required to attend. They would assert what they call the dignity of work. This is a Catholic concept. The dignity of work. All men must work. All women must mother, and more about this later. Strict gender roles would prevail. A mandatory Sunday Sabbath would be required, with any business remaining open forced to pay time and a half to its employees. This is a clever way, because what would happen, essentially, it would necessitate smaller businesses closing on Sundays because of the cost of remaining open. It's a way to force them to close without forcing them to close. And since the employees can't work, well, they would be strongly encouraged to attend church. Prayers in school, prayers at public meetings, government sessions, and the like would be required and would be Christian prayer. Bible study would be mandated in every class, kindergarten through university, and they're already well on the way. Now they've got, in some states, mandatory 10 commandments in every classroom, including up to junior college, and mandatory Bible in every class for every student. So they're, like I said, this is being done on a state level already. Creationism would be taught as a reality. The age of consent to marry would creep lower and would be encouraged. So, you know, marry off your 12-year-old daughter, right? Covenant marriage is about a much longer attempt. Like if you wanted to get divorced, it's much more complicated. It's a much deeper oath. When you get married in a covenant marriage, it's much harder to get divorced because it's not just the law, it's the law and God. God is in your bedroom, you know. Marriage will be legally enshrined as only between one man and one woman. No fault divorce would be completely eliminated. Divorce would be much harder to obtain. There would be no access to reproductive freedoms of any kind, and the assertion that there is no such thing as marital rape would effectively create forced birth. Now, this is a term, forced birth. People think they're running around intentionally impregnating everybody by force. It's a little more subtle than that, but they do give it the title, forced birth, which is there is no other choice for women but reproducing. You don't work, you don't have a life outside the home, you have no financial independence. It's coverture, which is the man is in charge, the woman is dependent, and it's a dependence that's enshrined in the law. So you couldn't have your own bank account. We wouldn't be allowed to have credit cards or, you know, loans or mortgages, or you wouldn't be allowed as a woman to be the head of a household. They would assign a think Handmaid's Tale. That would be the reality. Or were we? Okay. So they want to establish a society in which every institution is patriarchal and dominated by white Christian men, run according to a brutal interpretation of biblical law. For the government, there'd be no separation of church and state. They want to replace the Constitution with the Bible. A likely abbreviated form of democracy would be established in which each white Christian property-owning male head of household would be allowed to vote. No poor, non-white, non-Christian men could vote. So women would not be permitted to vote, nor to have any participatory role in public life. It's going to end up like Afghanistan, where now women's voices are not allowed to be heard in public.
Right. But which version of the Bible is going to replace the Constitution?
Good question. Very good question. Marriage between different races would be disallowed, and their offspring would be shunned. To Adams, Madison, and Jefferson, we've talked with them before about this when we did the Founding Fathers, but let's do it again. Talk about this travesty.
This was really interesting because Jefferson stepped up to speak for the three of them.
Well, separation of church and state was his great. Yeah.
So, a dark foreboding cloud hovers over America. All is not yet lost. There is time to save the day. You must speak up now whilst you still can. Talk to everyone and anyone who will listen. Too many remain oblivious to the nefarious plan to trash your carefully constructed democracy for a rigid, unforgiving theocracy. American Taliban, indeed. That is an apt description. A hell America never expected could or would be visited upon them. And there's still time to stop this runaway freight train plot. Vote like your life depends upon it, because it does. You must come out and vote in never-before-seen numbers to overwhelmingly elect the Harris-Walz team, and democracy will be saved for now. Then you must remain awake, vigilant, involved. Work to cull out the implants whose purpose is to sabotage democracy. It's time for an honest assessment of those who you choose to trust. Pay careful attention. Does their action match their rhetoric? If not, throw the bums out. Do some major house cleaning until Congress is filled with democracy-loving individuals who actually represent the will of the people, rather than corporate masters. It may be painful, but it's absolutely necessary. Time for a major reset and realignment of your priorities, which serve the majority of the people, not just the wealthy. Balance must be restored. The rich have played fast and loose with the rules for too long. Time to rein them in and hold them to the same standards as everyone else. Yes, it's a big agenda. If you want to save democracy in your way of life, it's going to take courage and some hard choices. You can do it, but time is short and you must act now. Reach out and touch your fellow Americans. Invite them in to help you hold the line for a democratic America. just as your forefathers imagined for their descendants. And I would add, that's exactly what we're trying to do with psychics holding the line for democracy and asking everyone out there to please join us.
It's a start, and it's the best we can do at the moment. And the more people that join in, the louder the voice. And I'm just going to toss this in here, a little psychic thing here. I'm very concerned. Why do we still have Louis DeJoy in charge of the post office? This would be a perfect example of one of the very first steps, according to Thomas Jefferson. The post office is mandated in the Constitution. The government will provide a postal service, and it was supposed to be a part of the government. Now, they have corrupted that with all their redefining of corporations as people, blah, 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 that now the post office is not really, truly a part of the government. It's like a subcontractor, some such magical hocus pocus to justify what it is today. And I am very worried. This is like my psychic gut is really concerned about how Louis DeJoy will actively, allegedly, interfere with the mail-in ballots. I'm very worried about that. So I strongly urge anybody who can deliver their ballot by hand, do it before Election Day if you have that option in your state. Deliver it by hand. Paul Weyrich, or however you want to call him. Do you regret this monster that you've created?
Well, sue me, but on one hand, I'm proud of the desire to bring Christianity to the forefront. On the other hand, it's not exactly what I had in mind. The plan wasn't to turn America into a mirror image of Russia, with a dictator and greedy oligarchs lording it over the common man. That's a reality not even seen in my nightmares. It's unimaginable that the American people would follow the Pied Piper right off the proverbial cliff. That visual disturbs me greatly. I pray that you'll successfully neutralize the threat and find a way to restore kindness, common sense, and the rule of law. Order must be created out of disorder and disharmony. From my present perspective, I recognize how destructive hating one another for their skin color or belief is to democracy. Fomenting hate, separation, and a feeling of superiority has put you on a collision course with the religious right. I beg of you, take action now to prevent the collision, because you're not going to like the way your world looks and functions in the aftermath of that collision. Avoid it at all costs without surrendering.
This is a person who's still arguing for the importance of asserting external order and still supporting this theocratic worldview. That's the problem. Oh my God. Okay. To Pat Robertson, our favorite bigot, where did you go wrong, and are you sorry you misled so many with fear and hate? And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I forgot to write this down. He's the one who said that people who died of AIDS, it was God's punishment.
Yeah. I fell in love with the sound of my own voice. I was gifted at persuasion through obfuscation. Got too big for my britches, you might say. I was wooed to the dark side by the adulation and money that came flowing my way. That's intoxicating power that corrupts, absolutely. A challenging mistress to serve. One with a voracious appetite. I totally lost sight of my soul and was under the spell of ego. I wear a great big P for champion proselytizer, and that's not a desirable thing from where I am presently. Regret doesn't begin to describe how the consequences of my actions have impacted me.
Wow. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, to the Lovings now. Who are the Lovings? The Lovings were the couple who mixed race, and they're the ones who brought their fight for the right to marry because it was not allowed. It was called miscegenation, which kind of means badly mixing the genetics. You know, it's really what that word means in life. Ridiculous, just absurd. And they took it all the way to the Supreme Court, and they won. And mixed racial marriage became okay. I'm getting hiccups, sorry. What does it say about us now that it's threatened again? Despite the fact that one of the Supreme Court justices advocating for this is a black man with a white wife. I mean, he is what they were. I think it was a white man and a black woman. But that's not the point. The point is, one of the most vocal advocates of making this a criminal offense again is a man who's living it himself. What? What is that?
Can't make this stuff up. So the Lovings say, it was a long, hard battle. Some days we felt it was all for naught. But then our love for one another sustained us. There simply was no other choice than to continue to fight for ourselves and all the others who would benefit from our victory. In the end, it was worth every ounce of despair and overwhelm that we experienced along the way. Good things come to those who wait. Not always true, but in our case it surely was. That can also be true for your present struggle. Never give up as long as you have breath in your body. The stakes are too high to do otherwise. We feel pity for Justice Thomas. He may tell himself he's free and can do as he likes. He even married a white woman to prove that it was true. But deep down, he knows the truth. He's as much of a slave to his wealthy masters as his ancestors were of plantation owners. He knows that truth, and it's eating away at his insides. He's not a well man, filled with bitterness, vitriol, and righteous indignation. Of course, he must smile and keep a lid on it so as not to anger his keepers. But he's paying the price, and this is just the beginning. The karma waiting for him, and his wife too, you wouldn't wish on anyone. Focus on what you can do now, and less on being outraged. Learn to channel your focus and energy into positive action. That's the way you overcome your opponents. You've got the power. Don't hesitate to use it for the good of all. We're counting on you to stay the course. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And they're such an example of courage. It's a dangerous thing that they did, going public like that.
Oh my goodness.
What the hell was in my coffee? Did you do that on purpose?
Do what?
Speed up the recording, the audio.
Didn't see that? It was like I had been mainlining meth.
Oh, no, I wasn't paying
attention. Well, you were going,
that
was just as fast.
Oh, yeah, you and I were. It was ridiculous. Oh, my
I thought you were
God.
trying to catch up for lost time.
That's what I thought, too. I thought, okay, well, I'm glad I researched
No.
that.
When I edit, I put it on double time so I can get through quick, and then I slow it down before I save it.
You didn't slow it down. That's okay. All the more reason for everybody to come on my channel sometime this next week and watch all of it collated, because you also edited quite a bit of it. So there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Out because it's too long, so we're going to put it all together in one video. They're going to get all the pieces that were left out. Yeah.
Well, all the historical political nerds were really happy with that founding fathers thing we did, and they were looking forward to more of the same. So this kind of is more of the same after the meth works its way out of our systems.
Okay. I was busy with the giveaway because you guys gave me so much time to do drawing.
You can hear us laughing. I was hysterical here. It was hilarious.
I was holding it back myself.
I think you killed Denise. She's gone. Oh my God, Debra, that was so funny. That's epic. It's going down in history.
It's live. What can you do?
Well, it was hyper live.
Oh my, I need my fan.
Woo. Don't have a hot flash. You'll be okay.
Okay, I got a whole bunch of winners. Are you guys ready for this?
Yeah.
So we have a 30-minute reading from Rev Rick to go to Mystic Bond. Mystic Bond, yay. So send me your email, answers@akashaunleashed.com. I'll connect you. Then we have the Learn Tarot video from Debra, who was here earlier. And we have two of those. One goes to Water Lily, and one goes to Vicky Howell. Congratulations. You're going to get that video. Then we have two readings from Helen. Those go to Melissa Johnston and Lady Starlight.
Those names sound familiar.
We did a reading for Lady Starlight.
Yeah. They both sound familiar to me, I think. I'm so bad with names, but I think I know Melissa.
Well, we're grabbing from the people who were in your session.
Okay.
Not who've been here the entire day.
Right. No, but I mean, I think I know Melissa.
Oh, cool.
No, Melissa. Yeah.
That makes it more fun. Awesome. And then we have 2 star reports from Denise. That goes to Mary Williamson and Wendy Mason. Congratulations to all the winners.
Very exciting. Yes.
Yes. So we have a little bit of a change in schedule. Lady G, if some of you know her, was supposed to be on with Hogarth tonight and Lena, and Lady G is sick, so she can't be there. So Sheila went into sub, which means she can't be here right now with myself and Jelly Beans. So she's coming later. So Sheila will be here later. Hang on if you were waiting for Sheila. And Jelly Beans and I are going to do our thing. And I think what we might do is a little bit of a speed reading to catch up with some of the people who've been waiting patiently for a while.
Okay. You're okay. You don't need
How
us.
much speed reading?
We already did that. I gave a master class.
Yes, you did. Well, with 2 of us, I think we can get through more.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Good.
we'll be fine. And Sherry's going to man the comments, and then you'll be back later for another session, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we'll have our time at the very end
Yeah, it'll be
whoever.
short because we cannot go too far past
Right.
the 11 hours or YouTube will kill the video.
Right.
Yeah.
I just thought I'd tell you, Debra. Do you know what time it is for Nathe when we do our session?
2 a.m.?
2 a.m. I said, well, what, so what? What did you have plans for the evening?
2 a.m. is a great time for us night owls. That's a great time.
I have no problems with it.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much. Reverend, we'll say goodbye to you for
Thank
now.
you.
And
Nice to meet you, Rick.
Good to work with you as well, Helen.
Really fun. Really fun.
Yes.
Solancha.
Many blessings.
Okay, so next up to join me, we have Jilly Beans. So let me bring up her intro. Hang on, where did it go? Here we are. So we have Jill DiLiberti. Hopefully I said that right. AKA Jilly Beans. She is an intuitive oracle card tarot reader. She was certified as an intuitive reader in January of 2019, 1 year after her mother's passing. So I think she'll tell us about that, the connection. Jill uses her intuition along with the cards to share messages and guidance for personal growth and healing. She's passionate about delivering messages that illuminate challenging situations, healing grief, or any blocks that are preventing personal and spiritual growth. Please welcome to the stage, Jilly Beans. Hey there.
Hi. So can you hear me okay? I have new internet and I'm on a different device. This is the first time I've used it on YouTube. So just making sure you can hear me.
I hear you fine. I can
Awesome.
see you. You probably in the future, you might want a little more light on your face, but otherwise it's great. The picture's really good.
Well, funny you say that because I have this horrible recessed lighting and I was moving it around and my ring light was not cooperating. And I just said it is what it is. Considering it's been a long time, I'm just happy technology's working.
Yeah, it's good.
Hi, everyone.
Hi there. So tell us the story. There has to be a connection from your mother's passing to you getting into tarot. What's that?
There absolutely is. So I was in general, as a kid, I was fascinated with tarot readings, anything metaphysical, but really never thought that was something I could ever do. And so just some context, me and my mother had a very complicated relationship, let's just say. But the way the universe works, she had been dropped into my life. She had suffered from colitis for many, many years, needed surgery. And I do work in healthcare. I am not clinical, though. You do not want me to take care of you. I work in the finance end. But I brought her to the organization that I worked at. I knew the department I was close with. So, I then took care of her because she had a colostomy. She had to have an ostomy bag. So I always, I had just started to dabble into a little bit of meditation. Like I was already starting to do a small little pieces of things. And I have a trusted person that I've been seeing since like 2013. So my mom passed away. We had a magical Christmas and she passed away in her sleep on January 28th, 2018. Total shock. What I know now is like she made a choice. She was tired. There's all those things. Well, don't you know, I had an appointment with my psychic that like literally not even a week after she passed away. And I didn't think I would get a message from her because, she was I happened to catch her before she fully crossed. It's almost like my Nana was holding the back door open just for her to talk to me quickly and give me one last message. And the message that came through was for grief. I was really struggling. Back in, almost, my God, seems so long ago, 7-8 years ago, never good with feelings. I used to always say, didn't like to feel the feels. And I knew this was hard because I went from a not great relationship to what I've always wanted for 9 months. And then she was just gone. And I looked just like her. I live in a small town. So everywhere I went for the first 2 months, I had people coming up to me. So the grief, I'm just shoving it down. So I was told I would do really good. My psychic had a friend named Debra, funny enough, named Debra, who did guided like meditation journaling classes, and that would really be good for me. So I still sat on it, but then I contacted Deb. Her class had ended, but she's like, I'll do 4 sessions with you. And it was just meditation. It just helped me break the ice, get into that, like, place where I could finally allow myself to cry and all that. So she just happened to be doing a beginner's class that was $30 for beginners for oracle reading. And I was like, what the hell? And that kicked off the journey. My mom kind of put me on this path. The fact that I got to see, her name's Donna, the woman that I see, was on a Saturdays next to Impossible. She just happened to say, oh, I have a friend. And it just went from there. And my mom has been, my mom crashed a couple classes that we had because I did the 30, it was just 30 days of beginner's class. I didn't know what an oracle deck was. I just knew what tarot was. I clearly do now because that's the joke. I have like over 100 card decks around me. And so then Deb was offering a master class. In that master class, that's when I got certified in 2019. And I never expected to do readings for people. I did it to like work through grief. I spent that year working through the grief of my mother. Forgiveness. I had to forgive my stepfather. That was a huge, huge piece of healing a childhood wound that was resurrected when my mom passed. And then she offered a second class. And that's when I started to really branch out. It was more, we used to do Facebook Lives, and we could bring 2 decks, and we just was like, we just had to answer, and we had to be able to do like give a good message within like 3 minutes. Like she also trained us in a way that we weren't here to save people. We're not here to save you. We're here to help you, though. Find your way, to give you the tools, to guide you along, to get through those breaks, to help get you on your journey and your right path. But we can't save anybody. And I really liked her philosophy. I think that's part of the reason why I stayed with her. And she's actually my YouTube channel. It is my friend Deb and another girl that I met through her class named Teri. The 3 of us have always had this connection. And yeah, it started off simply to help with grief to, oh my God, now I'm doing readings for people. And I never in a million years thought that was something I could do, or I always thought you had to have like a special something, a gift, that certain people got that I didn't get. And, who knew? So yeah, that was kind of my journey. My mom has always been around. She connected with my friend Kerry when we started to do some mediumship. Kerry is the first person that she connected with, and my mom's always around me. She, like I said, she crashed a couple of the classes, gave her approval of what I was doing, and even admitted if she was still here in the physical world, she would have thought I was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. But no, now knowing what she knows I was doing the right thing. So not to get too much into my whole life, but I was really sick in 2022. I had a near-death experience. My mom was there pushing me like I wanted to die. She kept kicking me out. And she was huge. Do I have a mic echo?
Just a little bit now and then. If you've got headphones, it would probably be better.
I do.
Okay.
I had them out just in case.
Yeah, that's
anyways,
sometimes it doesn't. It's funny.
I do. They're just next to me. 1 second.
Yeah, so what you're talking about, Silly Beans, that's a perfect example of the breadcrumbs from the angels. All these things just show up in your path. When you see them, you take action upon them. That's when life gets magical and you get on your path. And look what happened. You have this whole new career going on. It's just phenomenal.
Yeah. And it's, it's funny because like I used to just know stuff, or just my intuition. I just never really always trusted, like didn't know how to trust it. And of course, now I know. Hold on, I just got to find where I can plug this in. 1 sec.
Yeah, it just takes practice, like anything else.
All right. Is that better?
Yeah, that sounds good. You hear me okay?
I can hear you okay.
Great. Okay. So we're going to pause for just a minute and we're going to play our anthem song. We didn't do that last hour, so we're going to catch up now. And then you and I are going to jump in and do some speed reading because there's a bunch of questions backed up here. Here we go.
Was a dark day, we were frightened, so much chaos, so many white men, caught off guard, no one knew what to say. How did it all get so crazy? Facts were absent, the air was hazy, we stood watching, tears streamed down our faces. While in the White House there was a tyrant glued to the TV, cheering the violence. When they pleaded, he refused to say a word. He just sat there in his fury, lashed out against us. The world was worried. We didn't know if we would make it through. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take it down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. Now we're standing, we're united. Our elders showed us the most worthy fight is for our freedom, requires vigilance. We're courageous, growing stronger, not complacent. We serve with honor, and our power is the love that leads our way. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down.
Just have to say thank you again to Annette. Every time I hear that, I get goosebumps. Oh, so amazing. So, you got a question for us? If not, I can grab one. Okay. She's hunting one up. Sherry had a crash, so she was just doing a reset.
Well, funny enough, as I was getting ready, when I used to either on Corey's channel or my own channel, I always pulled for a collective. Like, what does everybody need to know, highest and best, all that fun stuff. So I figured for today, I would just pull from The Universe Has Your Back. I love this deck. It's just a quick, nice meeting. So anyone that's here that doesn't get a chance, just know that these messages are for you too. The first one I got is, I do whatever it takes to get closer to consciousness. You probably can't see the card, but it's an owl. Wisdom, right?
Mhm.
The second card was, obstacles are detours in the right direction. So as we know, we're going to come up against a lot of obstacles, right? They're just detours. So everyone remember that. You know, obstacles are hard, but they're just getting you to where you need to go.
That's awesome. Thank you. Glad you thought to do that. So we have a question here. You want to do a political question?
Sure.
All right. Any ideas on what might be in the new 180-page brief that Jack Smith submitted to Judge Chutkin? That is the $64,000 question.
Well, considering I don't know what any of that is, but I am just going to go off my intuition. I decided to do my deck. This is called Intuitive Whispers Oracle, since we're doing a speed round, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to have to look up what that is.
What, speed round?
No. What the bill is, speed round, I know. The magic of nothingness and the power of silence. So tell me again what the bill is. What's the
Jack Smith is the attorney, the special prosecutor who is going after 45. And the case has been stalled with all the legal maneuvering. So he's just submitted a 180-page brief that everybody kind of thinks might be to get around that whole immunity thing from the Supreme Court.
So it's the magic of nothingness. There's nothing there. He's got nothing. And the fact that people, so I'm hearing like it's been kind of like crickets, right? As he's trying to submit this big thing, the power of silence. The fact that nobody's been reactive, it's all taken his power away. He's got nothing. And the magic of nothingness. So the magic within, he has nothing to give us. There's nothing in there that's going to serve our country. And people are, hate to say it, I just hear people are going to just start laughing at him.
Well, hopefully that's aimed at 45, because we want Jack Smith to have something in that 180 pages that will get around the block. So let me just see what I can get. So what can you tell us about the 180-page report from Jack Smith? Can you give us a clue what's in this thing? There's lots of whispering. So he's been talking with a lot of people behind the scenes, gathering all of this data for some time now. And he's had to go through it line by line, carefully parsing it out, because, he's between a rock and a hard place with this whole block from the Supreme Court. And he's having to play footsie with them, trying to get around all of the gamesmanship they've got going on. But can you give us a little hint on what it might be? Anything juicy that we can latch on to? We'd really appreciate it. So there are witnesses that were interviewed by the grand jury, and they weren't brought up in the first case, but he's going to have some of that stuff coming forward for the next one. He's found a way around the blocks to submit that information. So it's very carefully parsed, but he's got some stuff that's going to allow him to kind of slip between the cracks. And Chutkin, of course, is I believe, it feels to me like she's willing to help him all she can. So that's what I'm getting. What you got?
And when I look at this card, the power of silence, there's a woman crossing a bridge. So it's like almost like he, crossing to the other side. He's getting to the, he's been on a journey. He's gonna, you got that bridge you have to cross to get to where you need to be. And he's like halfway there.
Awesome. Yeah, we all want to hear that.
Yeah, and it's all red. So like root chakra, power, all that stuff.
So that's the same question, Sherry. There it is. Okay. So Cher Spirit wants to know if she's ever going to stop feeling waves of grief. Okay.
So I'm going to pull from my empowerment deck for you. So just from my own experience, and grief never goes away. Honestly, waves are always going to come. It's just going to come in different ways, if that makes sense. And this is one thing I'm just feeling like I'm being drawn to tell you this. Embrace the waves, because when you fight it and you just don't give it give it the love that it needs, if you don't acknowledge it and honor it, then it's never going to move along. So I know it feels endless, but I feel like there's resistance. But if you just kind of lean into it and feel the feels, feel the grief, feel the waves, you're going to start to find eventually they're going to start to lessen up a little bit. And I'm so sorry for your loss. Grief sucks. And the message that I got for you was change. You are transforming. Let go of the past, embrace the light and joy of this new day. So are you letting this grief hold you back? I know it's super hard. I've done it myself. It is not a good time. But in order for you to move forward in life, you do have to let go. The person that you're grieving, they love you. They're with you. They're looking over you. If there's one thing I know, people that are on the other side, they don't want to see us sad over them. They want nothing but happiness and the best. And it makes them sad to see us not living our best lives because we miss them here today. So the message I'm getting is you have to make a change. If you want these waves to go, you have to start living. You will always love them. They'll always be with you. They're watching over you. Know that. When you miss them, ask them for a sign. Trust me, they'll send one. They always do. You have to be looking for it. And embrace all that is you. That is great. You have a great life to live. And that's what they want for you.
So
that resonates.
Sarah posted down below that she's lost 25 people, and that is this hard.
Oh God, I had no idea.
Share, yeah. So here's the thing to understand: the veil is very thin. Mm-hmm. They are not gone; they're very close by, and you can reach out and reconnect with them. Send me an email, and I will get you a link to a couple of meditations that you can use that will take you into the Akashic records, where you can meet your loved ones. You can hold them in your arms. You can talk to them. Just spend time in their presence. That's incredibly healing. When you come to the place of understanding that they're not gone, they're just on the other side of that thin veil, and you can still connect. That does a world of good in helping you to heal. Because as Jilly said, they don't want you to stop living your life. They want you to go on to live a joyful life. So for you, if you can get comfort by connecting with them, then you can get back to living your life and finding your way forward and sharing with them all the exciting new things that you're doing. So I hope that helps.
And you'll be surprised when you do something that is for you, that brings you joy, they're going to be right there clapping next to you. And don't be surprised if you get a sign there too. But I am so sorry to lose that many people that are your core. I'm so sorry for your loss. That is a tough one.
So Roswell, I'd like to receive a message regarding Paul. Are we meant to do something together in the future? May it be a relationship, work, or anything. Thank you. Okay, so for Roswell, message regarding Paul. So are they meant to do something together? So there is a connection. I'm seeing this flower that's very, very slowly starting to open, a budding relationship. But what they're showing me is really interesting. It's not like you go into this grand, passionate relationship. You start out with this really deep bond of friendship that has the potential to blossom into a romantic relationship. That's kind of up in the air whether you want to go that direction or not. So first you're going to have that introductory time where you're feeling your way through, is this something you want to do? But the potential is there. So it's really all up to you.
So I just pulled from my romance angels. So about Paul, the first thing I got was forgive and learning. As you release and heal from the past, your experiences, you experience more love in your present moments. I'm getting that. Are you ready for this new relationship? And that by any chance, did you recently split? And I do get a cautionary card of codependency. Are you being drawn to him because he's like love bombing you and it feels like it could be something more? Because it might be that he just needs that somebody and he's connected to you and latched to you. So I think you really need to ask yourself, like get your mind quiet and ask yourself, how do you feel about him? Does he make your stomach flutter? Do you blush when you think about him? But I do think there might be some letting go of a past relationship for you before you move forward. Something ended recently, a few months ago. I think you're still healing from that separation. And I would just caution to go slow because, he's going to show you who he is and you'll know. If I was you, look out for the signs of potential codependency, like when he gets comfortable and lets his true colors show, then you get to really see him, see who he is and how he lives his life. How does that sound, Debra?
That sounds like what I was feeling. She needs to take her time, decide whether she wants to stay or go with this relationship. It has potential, but not immediately. You got to go slow. Rose Helia, a physical experience that psychics have not been able to perceive. Can anyone sense it? Okay. I don't know. When I read a question like that, Rose, honestly, I have a negative reaction to it as a psychic because people come up to us and they think that we're reading them constantly. We're really not. We're minding our own business unless we're trying to do a reading for somebody. So I will ask, but yeah.
I would say for me, like
different.
I would have to have a little more information. Like, was it with spirit? Was it with a prediction? Was it with you saw something you don't understand?
Yeah, I'm seeing her slamming into a board. It's almost like a diving board, except it's standing up. So I don't know, maybe she fell on a diving board. But it's like, I get this visual of something slamming into her. And the diving board could be metaphorical. But it was like just, hitting a brick wall. It's that kind of a feeling that just stunned her. And she didn't know what to do about it. So anything else you want to elucidate about that? Yeah, it's like the reverberations from hitting that board go on for a while. So physically, yeah, it's like it shook you up. There's some internal stuff that went with that physically. So is there anything physically that still needs attention? So it seems like it's been a while since this happened and you've kind of processed the physicality of it. But that's all I'm getting right now, Rose. If you want to give us more details, maybe we can probe it, but that's pretty vague.
So I pulled one card and I got hostilities. So I feel like, to Debra's point, like whatever happened stunned you. And now I'm getting the sense that you're tense all the time, waiting for this experience to happen again. Because whatever happened kind of spooked you a little bit. So see, the guy has his sword up all the time. Like you're always ready for this experience to happen again because you don't quite understand what it is. And it definitely kind of shook you to your core a little bit. But I don't feel like anything like it was nothing that had bad intentions. It doesn't feel malevolent. Like I don't think it was a bad energy or spirit. I think it might have felt that way at the time, but I don't think any intentions behind it were bad or evil. That's the feeling I get around it. Maybe if you put your guard down a little bit, you'll get a little more information yourself.
So I don't see if there was a follow-up message about that from Rose. Maybe she's gone. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Cherry Lady. Hey, can you ask about Wesley? What is his impression of you? You just met. You think he's wonderful. Okay. So for Cherry Lady, what about Wesley? I'm hearing that old song by the Archies. Honey, honey, sugar, sugar. Remember that song? You don't know what I'm talking about? Jilly?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I was pulling my card. Sorry. Boys.
You
Sorry,
know that-
concentrating.
Yeah, sorry.
What
The
song?
Song by the Archies. Oh,
Yes.
honey, honey, sugar, sugar.
Oh yeah, I'm here to.
Yeah.
Yes, that's how my head's feeling. That's how she's feeling. Like, that little, like, when she sees him, she's like doing a little, like.
Yeah. So, but
Oh.
what is he getting for her though? So what is Wesley feeling about Cherry? He's cautious. He's optimistic, but cautious. Not ready to dive in. Go a little slower. Don't push. Because you're very enthusiastic. It's like, boy, you want to get your lips around that sucker and just have this all day sucker happening. And go a little bit slower than that. That would serve you well.
So I pulled from my True Love deck, and I got the Gardener. So exactly as what Debra's saying, he's slow and steady. He likes to cultivate. He wants to grow. You're like, sugar, sugar, honey, honey, come here. But he's like, no, I need to water this garden. I need to grow this garden. I need to nurture it. So I think there's great potential. He definitely has attraction, but you have to pump the brakes a little bit because you don't want to scare him away. Because he's a slow and steady kind of guy. He wants to make sure that his garden is clean and taken care of. And that's actually a good thing.
Yeah, rushed relationships often turn out to be problematic for people. So let us know if that makes sense.
Yeah, all that passion.
Okay, so for Amy, is there something she should be doing differently to get her energy healing practice going? Okay, Amy, what can she do to get the energy practice going? Now I'm getting that song, Reach Out and Touch Somebody's Hand. So it's like if you are doing this in person rather than online, you might need to get out there, collaborate with some people who are in similar fields, speak to people. You might have to do some demos, because you've got to prove to people, you've got to build that trust and confidence so that they'll want to come to you. You can't just hang out a shingle and expect people to show up. You've got to get out there, reach out and touch them. That's what the angels are saying. And then let them experience the beauty of the healing that you have to offer them.
I heard the same thing too. That was the first thing I heard as soon as I picked up my deck, was that you need to get out there more. You're not forward facing. You need to put yourself out there more. And I know that's kind of hard, but I did pull 2 cards. The first one I got was adversity. See the gifts in the challenge. One can be taught through with the calm, but the greatest lessons are learned through the storms. So this is saying the challenge. This is a gift to you. This is pushing you out of your comfort zone. That's not a bad thing. The second card was destiny. Acknowledge your mission. Align with your purpose to have gifts to share with the world. So yes, you're doing exactly what you're supposed to, but it's going to be a challenge, but there's a gift in it because it's going to make you get out there more. It's going to make you collaborate. It's going to make you network. And then you're going to reap those rewards.
Yeah, so I see Rose just posted. She says it's going on 24 years later. So it had such an impact on her. But what we don't know, Rose, is whether it's an emotional trauma that needs to be resolved or whether there's something physically, or maybe it's both. So we need a little more information on that one. If you can, Rose, come to the first Monday in October at 7 p.m. on my channel. I'll be doing metaphysical chat, and then we can go back and forth and get clarification. That would be an easier way to dig it a little deeper for you. We can get there, but it's harder to do in this format. So, yeah, do that. Or, hey, you know what? When we end tonight, I happen to know that Ms. Shari, 1 hour later at midnight Eastern, is going to be having another live on her channel. So she's going to go from here, take a little break, and then go live again for another hour. So she'll be putting that link up for you later, and you can follow over to Sherry's channel. And I'll bet you she can help you too, and you won't have to wait so long.
I'm also hearing you should do a past life regression, that this ties to a past life somewhere. That's why it's had such a profound effect on you. So I think if you could book time with one of the readers that were here doing some past lives, that if you went back in time, this would all make more sense to you. I feel this is I'm getting now like there's a connection that something that happened in a past life got carried over into this life time.
Interplanet Janet was singing along with us. I love it. Mystic Bond, is there a message about the project you have in mind? You're hoping it can change your life and open new doors. Okay, so Mystic Bond. Changing life. This is funny. You know that thing that people used to do, and I don't know, in your grade school, where you tap your head and you rub your tummy and you got to coordinate and do it at the same time, which I can't do. But it's like this project that you're doing is going to require that kind of coordination. So it's going to feel really awkward in the beginning, but that's okay, because it also has a very good warm in the tummy kind of feeling, which to me is an indicator that there's a ability there for you to bring it to a successful business. So, or project. I'm not sure if it's a business. I don't know. Maybe it is a business. Anyway, the success potential is there. Go with it. But also, slow seems to be the theme tonight. Go slowly and get that coordination thing going so that it will be really successful. Just don't rush, but the potential is there.
So I got, I pulled from my life purpose deck. I got leadership. You need to take charge of the situation. So if there is, so this project that you have in mind, if you want it, you're going to have to drive this bus. I also got body work, which to me also is a message about slowing down. I swear to God, I already had the cards pulled as Debra was talking. And, you know, this says that, you know, your life purpose involves body work. It could be massage therapy or whatever. But I'm just hearing body work for you, like this project, like you have to make sure you take care of you, because you're going to have to take charge and take on a lot. And it's going to be exactly what you want. But don't forget to take care of you during this if you want to be successful, because you could easily get lost in this exciting idea that you want to, you know, come to fruition. But it all looks good. My head's tingling too. Yeah, it's like, you know, you got to like kind of have that balance. Take charge, but remember to rest and recharge.
Awesome. And Amy's saying, yeah, she's doing her business in person. So yeah, Amy, sometimes it's hard to get started because they don't know you. So if you have to go out and do some freebies or some discounts, you know, whatever you got to do to get that business started, that is really key, because if you can do that and slowly build that momentum, then you've got a really solid foundation to build on. But don't hesitate if you got to do freebies or, you know, very discounted, just to get it going. Because a lot of people don't want to do that. They think they're undervaluing, or, you know, they don't want to give it away, whatever. But you got to get the business going somehow. So
Yes,
if you're finding clients, then you do what you got to do to get the clients.
Go to like psychic fairs where like-minded people are all gathered. That's where you're going to meet people that are in the business and potential new clients. And same thing, discounted quickie, freebies, you know, just to give them a taste, to get them to come back for more.
So Dreamweaver's Joy. How long until an Alabama Democrat comes along who can and will unseat Tommy Tuberville? Oh my God, please. Same question about replacing Governor Kay Ivey. Wow. She ought to be out of office soon, I would think. Okay, so when will Tuberville get replaced? What you got?
So I got vulnerability is power. And I'm looking at it. So I see a lioness. And because I do not know anything about, I'll be totally honest, I know nothing about Alabama politics. I live in Massachusetts, so I am so disconnected. But so I feel like a woman potentially is going to be the replacement. Very fierce woman. I get a feeling overall I guess this is just what I'm being guided to say. A lot of the talk today, I just kept hearing this recurring theme of females, right? Of that feminine power, that energy. I feel like it's going to be women that's going to overtake. I just not getting really anything on the timing though.
Yeah, I got the timing. So
cool.
Yeah. So immediately I got 2026. Now, I don't know if that's when his term is up or what, but it was very definitive. And I asked, is that 100%? And they said, yes, 2026. And for Ivy, it's 2028. So here's hoping that's true. I mean, sooner would be better, absolutely. But, that's something anyway.
Well, hopefully it's going to be a fierce woman that comes in and overtakes them.
Mayor S., I'd like to know if you see me selling our house in a 2-year period. Thank you, Mayor. That is a great question with all the details. So, selling the house in 2 years. So I'm getting that, 2 years is a very realistic time frame for you. Not sooner, because I asked, would it be sooner? And no, it's right now the energies are aligned for 2 years. So whatever inside info you've got about that time frame is spot on at the moment. Could change in the future, but right now that's what it is.
So I'm getting welcome the new. So yes, that gives me the yes. There's external things outside of in your life that's gonna make it 2 years, because I pulled from another deck, a ground from the root, and then I got dietary changes. So I'm getting, this might be some health things that come up, nothing crazy, but things you're gonna have to address before you can welcome this new change that comes in. So the fact that you have a 2-year expectation is kind of spot on.
Awesome. We are 7 hours and 45 minutes in. We are past halfway through this thing, you guys. And let's see, we have gotten close to $1,000 in that amount of time, which is kind of sad. And we have 18 people who've donated in 7 hours and 45 minutes. You guys can do better than that. Seriously, just $5, please. Because we're here emoting our hearts out, sharing with you, putting in our time and our energy and our effort, our intention, everything we got to save democracy. But you got to meet us halfway. I don't want to be a downer or anything, but the angels have asked me to do this again. And I'm looking at doing it on November the 2nd. But honestly, if we're only going to get this much interaction, I have to question whether that's even a wise use of my time. So I need you guys to step up and show me that you really do appreciate that we're all coming together doing this for you, and you want another one if that's going to happen.
And think of it as the energy exchange, because what readers charge for a reading, never less than $100 for 30 minutes. So you're getting great. I mean, I've been listening all day. These people are fantastic, and they're all here. They're worth the $5. And Debra, thank you so much for doing this. This has been fantastic.
Yeah, I'm just feeling a little disheartened right now because, it took the whole month of August to do the last one. And this one took me nearly the month of September. I'm not doing much paid work because I'm focused on this because the angels asked me to do it. So something's got to give. I'm hoping maybe we get some Saturday night people showing up and these numbers start changing for us because, gosh, there's probably better ways we could spend our time if that's what's going to happen. So back on the happy tune here. Ginger wants to know, do you see me getting my screened-in porch and fixed backyard anytime soon? So allergic you can't go from your car to your garage. Oh, I'm so sorry about getting attacked.
That's horrible.
Whew. Okay, so screened-in porch and backyard fixed for Ginger.
So I got action. So you have to take action. So I know that if you want to get something done, taking the small action. So are you going to be the horse riding that's moving forward fast? Or are you going to be tromping behind like the black horse? If this is something you want, even if it's like, I know there's logistics, money, people, all that stuff, one little action will then make another action in the snowball effect. You need to take action. If you want to get your screen fixed, you're going to have to take action because nobody else is going to do it for you. Unfortunately, it's on you. So that way you can be, I get allergies too. It's miserable. Totally get that.
Yeah, well, you can definitely get it done in approximately a month. And I ask, okay, so is this going to be somebody that you pay to do this? And it seems like there's somebody that you know who can do it for you. So yeah, you will be paying for it. It won't be free, but it will be something that you can manage. So the opportunity, the possibility is there for a month. Now, I don't know where you live. That might be past allergy season, but at least it'll be better for next year. And I don't know, if you are open to homeopathic remedies, send me an email because I have a couple remedies off the top of my head I could recommend to you that might help. So no guarantee. I'm not a doctor, but I know that they have worked for other people, so I'd be happy to share that information with you. Thank you, Sherry. Yes, all the money goes to Harris-Walz. We don't touch it. That is their secure federal election account that it goes into. So
and it looks like we just got a $50 donation from Maureen, who has not been watching all day.
Yeah, that's where we got the $7.59. We were down lower, so she brought us up to that. Thank you, Maureen. Mary McSorley, your mother passed July 30th, and you know it's soon, but does she have a message for you? Yeah, I'm sure she will, Mary. Mothers do not turn down their daughters from the other side, at least not on a normal basis. There are exceptions, but not usually. So, Mama, you got a message for Mary. Okay, Mary, she's singing Que Sera, Sera to you. So it was her time. It was okay. She's doing well, and she would like for you to do well as well. Don't worry about her. She's catching up with all of her old friends, family, having a ball. And she would love it if you could let go of any negative feelings at all surrounding her passing or feeling that she's gone, because she's really not that far away. Whenever you think about her, she creeps in and she's looking over your shoulder and hanging out with you. And if you close your eyes when you're in the kitchen, because that's where I'm seeing her with you, is in the kitchen. I don't know if you guys baked together or what, but it's like she's watching over your shoulder while you're making maybe recipes you made together. So she's there and she's loving it that you're continuing on that tradition. So just imagine that she's there, feel that she's there, and just lean back against her and put your arms around her. Let yourself feel that comfort. And then say, thanks for stopping by, Mom, and let her go back and do what she's got to do. And you go back and do what you got to do.
So I watch over you every day. And she wants you to know I was met by so many loving people. So even though I got the feeling like she's of course sad. She didn't want to leave you and it breaks her heart. But she's now gets to see all the people that she has lost. She is now reunited with them. So she wants you to know, as much as it hurts and she's sorry to leave you, for her, she is happy. As like Debra said, she is happy. She's getting to see her mother and her ancestors, and she's with you every single day. Definitely, for sure. She's watching over you. And if you bake together, if you ever use like one of her recipes, don't be surprised. Let her guide you. You'll be surprised.
Hippie hiker, hey there. You had a reading last week where it was suggested a new romance was on the way. You weren't even asking about romance. Any more info? So, hippie hiker, is that true? Romance? I get a yes on that. So when?
I'm hearing love comes. I'm hearing love comes when you least expect it. When you're not looking for it, that's when you find it. But you obviously you're open for it. But now I'm feeling that you're a little bit obsessed about it because that's what you were told. Now it's like, okay, who is he? Where is he? Where are they? Why aren't they here yet? The card I got for you is worth waiting for. Divine timing is at work in your love life. So my friend, just be patient, have your heart open, and be ready to receive that love when it comes. You'll know.
Yeah, I get it's about a month, and it's not somebody you know. So it's a new person. You're going to cross paths with them. Maybe if you're out traveling in that time, you're going to cross paths with them. But it's somebody that the angels have coordinated for the two of you to connect. And
divine timing.
Where it's going to go from there, who knows? But could be fun. But keep
written in the stars. You just got to be patient.
Yeah, be playful about it, though. Don't get too serious about it. You want to have that lighthearted, playful energy, and that's a really wonderful way to begin a relationship.
So let it go. Don't obsess about it. Just let it unfold naturally, because the more you're worried about it, it might stop it from coming into your life. You want to just be open and live your best life, and when it's right, they will be there.
Mary Weatherhead, you've recently learned that your daughter is pregnant with your first grandchild. Congratulations. Any messages from the soul? Is it somebody that has lived with us in a prior life? Exciting.
I'm hearing nothing but blessings. This is such a blessing, a blessing, a blessing.
Yeah, I get that they were sisters in a past life. So that's why this soul chose your daughter. And yeah.
I pulled the love card. Listen to your heart. It says embrace what makes you happy, but the love, when I see the love, it's yes, definitely familiar. Someone that was loved before. They're coming back. That's why it's when I saw blessing, I was I saw cheers and hoorays, I'm coming back.
So for Dora, anything with or about your past life? Well, you've had probably a lot of them, Dora. So let's see if we can hone in on one special one.
I am hearing the Dora Explorer theme song in my head. So I feel like your past life was I'm hearing adventures. I'm seeing walks through the woods. Always on the go. And I'm hearing that stupid backpack. Because I see you with a pack.
I'm seeing Carmen Miranda. I don't know if you know who that is, but she was the Latin lady who was famous for wearing those big hats. They had fruit in them very often, and she danced and she sang, and I'm hearing La Cucaracha. And so, not that you were Carmen Miranda, but you were a character that was similar to her. So that's the life that's popping out at me. So why? What is it about that life she needs to know? It's the joy. It's the joy and the happiness and reconnecting with that. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I just the Explorer, when you think of Dora the Explorer, she was on an adventure. You were very adventurous, but not in an irresponsible way.
Yeah. So that it feels like it could be kind of a prompting for you to be more adventurous, to get out there, be a little more flamboyant. That word's coming up. So that's associated with Carmen Miranda. So maybe use her as your model in whatever way that makes sense in your life, to be a little more like that kind of a character, and see what that does for you. What doors does that open? What new exciting adventures come as a result of that?
And you don't have to do the little cucaracha to get there either. That's what I just heard. She doesn't have to do the shake to get there.
The shimmy, shimmy, shake. Yeah. Okay, Cookie. Will your son be okay driving? He almost lost his life in a car accident 2020. He's 90% recovered. So, for Cookie. What you got, Jill?
So I got the journey card, right? Focus on how far you have come, not how far you'll have to go. You'll find help in unexpected places. And then, oh, funny enough, I got anticipation. That was right there too. I get the feeling that you're more anxious for him to drive than maybe he is. And that maybe, and I know driving's like a big deal. That's like, it gives you independence and all that stuff. But maybe just really sit in the joy of his journey, how far he's come and how much he has recovered, then focusing on the things he still can't do, and be okay if he can't, like, the anticipation, you don't want to give it this energy that makes it a negative thing. And I get the feeling it's him too, that he's holding back a little bit. I don't know if the accident was around a car, but I'm feeling like he's a little bit nervous and holding back. And I don't think pressuring him will be in his highest and best. What do you got, Debra?
Yeah, I get it's uncertain. So it's not a yes or a no. And the feeling I get is that there's probably some emotional trauma attached to that, maybe even a little PTSD. So what I would do if it were me, I would check into EFT. You can find EFT all over YouTube. Have them do some tapping, because having that kind of a fear can be tapped away. Now, you might want to have a professional help you, or if you happen to find a YouTube video that is for something very similar to what he's feeling, if he taps along with that, he gets what's called borrowed benefits. He can actually get healing just from doing the tapping and going along with it. And I can tell you for myself, I had carpal tunnel. It took me 3 months of tapping several times a day, every day. And it was mostly cured. That should not happen. But that's the magic of EFT. Physical and emotional stuff, it can fix. It is miraculous.
I was doing tapping, not realizing it. It was like, because I do have ADHD, so I do have, I'm like a fidgety kind of person. Come to find out, I was tapping in a spot that right here, and no idea until during one of our classes with Deb, but we had a girl that was certified in EFT, and she did a lesson for us, and I'm like, oh my God, I tap here all the time.
Yeah, it's intuitive, because these are the energy meridians. And the other points, they're energy meridians.
Yes,
so when you tap on them, you're helping to release the blocked energy. Now the energy can start flowing, and with energy flowing comes healing.
And Reiki too. If you do a Reiki session, get anything that's stagnant, get that moving. When I had my near-death experience, I had so many people sending me that healing. And I got to tell you, it moved out the energy that was stagnant. It was part of why I survived. I know for a fact. So
yeah,
great benefits.
Energy is amazing.
That's what we are, energy.
So Divine Magic Occult, you're bringing this up now because there's an opportunity for a case to be reopened. You want to know if Wilbur, the boyfriend, had something to do with it. So it sounds like something happened to your daughter? Do you know, Sherry? Do you know the story? Maybe there was another message that went with that. So we can ask if Wilbur had something to do with the person, the female person, I guess, and will the case be reopened? All right, so for Divine Magic Occult, was Wilbur, the boyfriend, involved in whatever happened? Is
Yeah.
highly likely the case will be reopened. You got something?
I'm hearing yes. A lot of hostility. Going to so will the case be open? Yes, like you're getting ready to go to war. And then I also got Archangel Shamil, who's all about, it's like he's all in yellow. It's like your solar plexus. You're gonna have to be. I'm hearing like creativity. You're gonna have to look at this from all angles. Like it's not cut and dry. But I'm hearing a yes. There's like a break, but you're gonna get it in a way that's not the path, not the normal path, shall we say, that you would get what you need. Secrets, lots of secrets I'm hearing.
Yeah, I get Wilbur
I don't
was
know.
definitely involved, but getting the case reopened is not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of pressure. There's a possibility, but it's going to take a lot of advocacy. So be prepared.
Yeah, that's what that second card was about. Like the path, like you're gonna have to really pull.
Yeah, we'll send some good energy and some angels to help you with that divine magic.
And just be ready to go to war. When you get there, it's gonna be a battle. But you got this.
So we're going until 8:15 approximately, and then we'll do another video, and hopefully that one won't be on double time.
It was hilarious. I'm like, she has no idea.
No, because I was so busy doing this stuff, I wasn't listening. If I had noticed, I could have gone in and slowed it down, but oh well, it was
all
fun.
the work that goes into the skies. It's not easy.
It's a lot. So do we have another question? Good question. Anything happened to the people who gave gifts to the Supreme Court justices? So, will there be consequences for the people who bribed the Supreme Court justices?
I'm hearing karma right away. I just heard karma.
Yeah, I get the real culprits, the ones at the top who have the money, they're going to skate. And I heard skate. But some of the ones down below, they might get snagged because they're not as adept at getting out of such situations. But money buys a lot.
Yeah, I got flexibility. I feel like it's not really clear, and it doesn't. I'm hearing karma, but it's not gonna come the way we want to see. I think what I'm hearing right now is they're gonna get their karma in a way that's not going to be public. We might never know that they got their karma, but it's gonna come back to them because you get out what you put in. It's just not going to be the way we, the people, want to see it. We're just going to have to trust the universe that what's coming to them is what they deserve to get, and we may never know, but it's coming.
So sorry, I'm just pausing to update the ticker. What? Guys, thank you. We just went from 318 to 324 donors. Hallelujah. That's what the $5 donations can do.
We need to find a way to do like happy emojis and excitement emojis.
I need some kind of a little video that I can hit and pop up, somebody dancing or something. But I don't have that. So maybe next time.
We'll have to get fancy.
Yeah, but thank you guys. Now we're really making some progress. That is awesome.
Thank you for hearing the call.
Yes, I really appreciate it. Does your mom, Martha, have a message for you? I'll bet she does. So for Craig. Martha.
I just heard the same thing, like a Marsha kind of voice. Oh my God. But it's not Marsha. I don't know. I'm seeing Martha Stewart. Was she a homemaker? Was she really good with like cooking, baking, growing things? Getting Martha Stewart vibes.
I'm getting Marshmallow. I don't know if that was her nickname or what. Are you telling me that was her nickname? Somebody called her Marshmallow. Is that true, Craig? Anyway, the energy I get from her is soft and squishy like a marshmallow. A woman who laughed a lot. She might have been fleshy, and somebody who just that grandmotherly hug that you loved when you were a kid, who just enveloped you. And she smelled like, cookies and cakes and wonderful things because she was that kind of a woman, earthy and just a big love bug who just was adored by her family. So I hope that makes
She
sense.
wants you to believe in yourself because you can do it. So, that endless cheerleader, she was that person that anyone that went to her, she was going to give them nothing but that positive reinforcement. As a friend of mine always says, she's a soft place to land. You know how we all need that sometimes? So I'm feeling that, and that goes with us, that soft place, like home. And I'm still getting the Martha Stewart, but not the other stuff, but the homemaker stuff, very homemade. I'm seeing homemade cookies and all those comforts, that only come when things are made with love, like that. Love was infused in everything that she did.
Yeah, like the optimal grandma, the one that everybody would love to have, just by her family. So, but Martha, do you have a message you want to share with Craig? Because that's what he asked for.
I'm seeing big hugs. I'm just seeing hugs, and hearts.
She's saying weird stuff like, sugar dumpling and honey buns. And I don't know if she talked to you like that or not, but it's very sweet. It's very warm, loving energy. And it feels like she just wants you to know that that's still there. It doesn't change just because you're all grown up now and she's on the other side. That level of love is still there, and she wants you to feel it. Know it's there. I'm sure you do. You know this. Yeah, you're connected to her.
Absolutely. Yes, please. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thank you, Teri. And yes, and this all just happened. Literally, I happened to pop on Debra's last week and just was said, feeling lost, haven't done reading. She's like, what are you doing? Next Saturday, I said, nothing. And here I am.
It was angel arranged. Absolutely.
My timing.
Yeah. And Mare is saying they have trouble going up and down stairs with arthritis, but I don't know what that's in relation to. So if it's something you want to know, can you get to know?
Question highlighted. I see grandparents have a message for my son.
No, I was looking at comments.
Oh, sorry.
That one just popped up. So
After she left, food didn't taste as good because it didn't have her love infused. You can infuse it though. When you're cooking, channel her. Think of her. She'll guide you.
Thank you, Interplanet Janet. She donated. Thank you. We really appreciate it. And Barbara donated. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Linda, does your mom Ramona have a message for you? Okay, so it's mom time now.
I was just going to say the moms are in the house, huh?
So Ramona, what do you want to share with Linda? She is singing to you that I think it's a Justin Bieber song. It's like baby, 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 baby.
Baby.
So, thank you, because I'm not a Bieber person. I don't know.
It's the one Bieber song the only Bieber song I like.
I've heard a clip of it and it's stuck with me.
Yeah, my head's tingling.
Yeah.
Won't you always be mine?
Yeah, it's connecting with you, Linda. She wants you to know that connection is still there. It's not gone. You've been going through some rough stuff, and it feels like you've gone through this patch of just somehow an ache in your heart of I miss my mommy. Sometimes we go through that from time to time, and then we get over it and we move on with our life. So if that's what's going on for you, that would be why she came singing Baby, Baby. She's cooing to you. She's holding you in her arms like she did when you were a baby, rocking you. rocking, singing, cuddling. And she wants you to feel that energy so that you won't be sad and so that you will remember that she raised you to be a strong, independent woman. Don't forget that. Because life has had some tough knocks for you, but she wants you to know that's who you are deep down, and stand up, claim that power, and be that woman.
I got don't be afraid. I also got you have nothing to feel guilty about. And if I had known what I know now, I would have done things differently. So I don't know if you still have some lingering grief about the way she passed and you are feeling like you should have done more, or is there something that if there's something that you're holding on to that you still feel like guilt or it keeps you up at night, she wants you to know, don't just let it go. You were a wonderful daughter. She loves you. Don't, she doesn't want you holding on to anything that, let's face it, moms and daughters, right? It's like a love-hate relationship sometimes. Just know. And it sounds like she's acknowledging she might have done some missteps herself too. So she just wants to say, like, clean the slate. It's all good. Nothing but love.
Just answering Amanda in chat. Yeah, it's the number of people. We talked about that earlier, so if you weren't here, you might have missed it. But, because we're not going to be giving millions of dollars, that's just not in our bailiwick here to do. But what we can do is we can bring more people. It's the number of people that really matters. And that's why we've been talking about the $5 all day, because almost everybody can scrounge up $5 to put themselves out energetically, intentionally, standing for democracy and making a difference. That's why we keep bugging you about it, because it's so important that we get that number of donors up higher. That then will get them to take notice of us as a voting bloc, because right now they don't really care too much about the metaphysical community, and we need them to care about us because we're being threatened. So we've got to stand up, be strong for ourselves, advocate for ourselves, and demand what is our due. So by standing up, planting our flag in the sand and saying we're here and we deserve to be acknowledged and recognized, this will make a difference. And that's why we're going to do this again in November. Yeah, so what do we have? She passed me. You'll have to tell us sometime what that means. Can you tell me if my granddaughter is someone who passed in your lifetime? I don't get it.
So another reincarnated soul, like if it's an ancestor of yours that came to you as your granddaughter, like a past relative?
That one's just not clicking for me. I'm not making the connection.
I don't feel like it is. Like, I feel like it feels familiar, but I don't think it's an ancestor. I think you might have had maybe in a past life a connection somewhere, but I'm not really feeling anything. I'm hearing she's a gift. She was like a breath of fresh air that was put into your life. And you need to stop trying to figure out who it is. Just love her for who she is right now here. That's what I'm thinking.
I changed the question to something that makes sense to me. Did she have a granddaughter who passed during her lifetime? And I get a yes. So if there's somebody who you didn't know for sure whether it was your granddaughter, then maybe that's what the energy is leading towards. I hope that makes sense. And, feel free to leave a follow-up comment so that maybe we can get better clarity for you. Grandpa Kelly.
All of a sudden, I just heard, because I said the moms are in the house, I just heard and saw someone be like, my turn, like, finally, like.
Turning the page. Oh my gosh, it's 8:17. We got to shift gears here. So let's answer this one, and then we're going to have to put up another video. So Grandpa Kelly. So easy to lose track of time doing this. Oh my God, so many hours go by in just minutes. Grandpa Kelly.
Did Grandpa Kelly like animals by any chance? Because I am surrounded by loving animals and wish that I told you I loved you more often. So he's lots of hearts. He is sending to you right now.
It's so funny. I'm getting a visual of a guy with a kind of grayish white fuzzy beard, and he looks like a leprechaun, but he's people-sized. So I don't know if that's the energy he had. But
I'm getting. Are you giving me Santa Claus vibes? Because that's what I'm thinking of, like that. I'm seeing the old Christmas cartoons right now when you said that.
yeah, except this looks more like a leprechaun in the face than a Santa Claus. Because it's not a white beard; it's a funny color of grayish white. But I mean, he looks like a leprechaun, but he's a full-sized guy. He's happy. He's got a big smile on his face, ruddy cheeks, kind of a big nose.
Yeah, like and that would kind of go with like he's surrounded by. I asked, like, the first card I got was surrounded by loving animals, which to me means like someone that was outside a lot and
forest, yeah,
connected with nature, all that stuff.
So
almost like that was his comfort zone.
So he's given us all these pictures, but what's the message? So what do you want to share with Maureen? She wants a message.
I just heard he just wanted to talk about himself for a minute.
He's there. Yeah, just being acknowledged. You know, that's the thing with the dead. They just love to be acknowledged.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it just does so much for them when we think of them or talk about them, bring them up, because otherwise it's like they vanished and they never existed. But as long as we talk about them, share stories and pictures, then they live on. That's their legacy. And I think we can
that's
probably
why they want us to be sad about them not being here. They want us to remember them in the joyous times that we had with them and not remember the sadness that they're gone. And
Exactly.
they want to be there cheering for your successes. And trust me, they always have regret. That's what they're doing in the beginning. They're reviewing their, life and did they learn their lessons? And, I was told when my mom came through that she was going to be the mom I always needed her to be in spirit. And I have to say, she was right. Like the way she's been here is how I would have wanted. It's, of course, don't I wish she was when she was alive, but in spirit, she has been.
Yeah. The funny thing, when my grandma died and then I developed the ability to connect, she would have been the first one I wanted to talk to. But at that point, I had changed my whole perception about the whole death thing. And it's like, I can talk to her anytime I want to. So therefore, I don't need to talk to her because I know she's there if I need her. Right. It's a weird kind of thing, but it's very healing. I think once you wrap your mind around, they're not gone. They're just over there. And you can reach out.
There's a great documentary. It's called The Soul Plan, A Soul Journey. If I think of it, I'll put it in the chat later, that I watched, and it all talked about your soul connections, your soul family, people, how there's some tough conversations around kids and stuff, but it really helped me have a better understanding about the purpose and where death does not mean end.
Yeah, awesome, Sherry. Go. We got a few minutes and I'm going to play that video, so we're good. I just want to comment on a couple of things here before we go on. Mary, she's going to call friends for us now. Don't feel disheartened. Thank you, Mary. Appreciate that. Yeah, go grab your friends, get them here. Let's have a really big bang out party before we end this thing. So now we're going to go grab the next video in the series of Project 2025.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. It was a pleasure. This was so much fun.
You're not going yet. We got giveaways.
I know. I just want to get a chance to thank everyone.
Awesome. Okay, so this one is women and minorities. Oh boy, do we care about this one.
Project 2025 and women and minorities. I know we've kind of done a little bit of an overlap of some of these. It's hard to separate them apart, separate them out. But this is specifically about women and minorities. The 14th Amendment, the 19th Amendment. Now the 14th gave Black people the right to vote and freedom and just a bunch of different stuff. It was after the Civil War. The 19th Amendment, women voting, suffrage, and Marriage Equality Act, the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, that'll all be out the window. The project redefines the role of women in society along biblical lines. Men work, women mother. Motherhood will be fetishized and rewarded. I think I'm going to get an award. They're going to give medals. Hitler did this. If you had 5 or more children who got an award, like a thing, you know, a metallic, like a medal that you could wear. I have 5 kids. I'm going to get an award. I can hardly wait. Anyway, it's not a laughing matter. Non-motherhood will be stigmatized, childless cat ladies, and the women will be ostracized from certain professions, like, for example, teaching. They're talking about this in some southern states already. We really shouldn't let people who are not married teach. Laura Ingalls Wilder, Little House on the Prairie, was a teacher when she was a teenager. And it was very common for teenage girls. Now that I think about this, I think, oh, this was not good. They'd be shipped around and go to a different place entirely, someplace in the middle of the prairie, and they'd live with the family of one of their students. And they would teach. But when they got married, they had to quit teaching. And so this is kind of a reverse of that. It's weird. Women will be denied all agency over their own reproductive systems. They will establish a national abortion ban. Penalties for the woman, her doctor, and anyone abetting an illegal abortion will be harsh, including, and they've talked about this, a possible death sentence for murder or accessory to murder. The government will establish an office of fertility that will monitor the reproductive cycle of every woman of childbearing years. The fertility police. Doctors will be required to provide the medical records to government agents on demand. There will be no expectation of medical confidentiality for women. Government agents will be free to detain and question, and I should have said, required medical exams for any woman about whom they have questions. Women will be pregnancy tested at border states and questioned about their travel plans. There will be financial repercussions in the form of taxes or fees levied against the childless and the unmarried. Women will be denied the vote. Women will be forced to agree to covenant marriages should they choose to marry, and this from which divorce is an almost insurmountable obstacle. Women will have no right to child custody or alimony. Women will not be allowed financial independence, no separate bank account, no credit card, no personal loan, no mortgage without a male cosigner. Women will not be permitted to be primary owners of businesses. Women will be discouraged from pursuing higher education. Women will not be considered for most professions, and it will be frowned upon for women to work outside the home. I heard Charlie Kirk, in charge of Turning Point USA, talking to a college auditorium, and a young woman asked him a question about the conflict between, wanting to do everything. And his response to her was, quit school, go home, have a baby, and see how much more fulfilled you will feel. So the questions to Lucretia Mott, our friend Lucretia, we've spoken with her before. Your thoughts on the undoing of all you fought for women in education and for the franchise?
It's a travesty that women once again must fight the battle that was already won. A devastating blow that so many women haven't a clue what they're willingly giving up. So many good women gave up their lives to give their descendants a better future. And here, some are stomping on those gifts, foolishly throwing their rights away, happily surrendering to whatever their men want. It weighs heavily upon my soul. Where did we go wrong that our efforts have effectively been erased for a large portion of the population? Still, I encourage you to stand and fight. Never surrender. There is still time to win this battle and nail down the future so that you need never go through this battle again. You also must understand, the men are rising up now in the shadow of divine feminine coming to power. Just like they fear blacks will retaliate for poor treatment, so too do they believe women will retaliate. They project their own lack of character and compassion on others. They haven't a clue that divine feminine will actually make their lives better. Foolish men who never read directions. How could they be expected to understand such subtleties? And she shakes her head. Save them in spite of themselves. One day they will thank you. Keep fighting the good fight, my daughters. I am so proud of you.
Her great niece is a medium and does show Carolyn. She's a wonderful person. She and her husband, Peter. And we talked to Lucretia one night, through her great niece. And it was really interesting. Very remarkable woman who found the right husband. He was just so supportive and an equal partner. They were Quaker. She was a pacifist, a proponent of women's higher education. They started a college for women, and not only just a suffragette. She did so much. A remarkable woman. Okay. To Jeanette Rankin, you were the first woman to hold federal office and in Montana. What do you make of your home state now that it seems to have entered the dark ages? Can you explain why American men are so afraid of sharing power with women?
Oy vey, they're giving me a migraine. Pitch posh. Much ado about nothing. Those men have no idea how good that their lives are because of advancements by intelligent women. Try taking those advantages away from them and see how well they do. Nothing but big babies. Ungrateful wretches at that. Who do they owe their lives to? Mama! Therein lies the problem. They need women to perpetuate life, and that inequality, in their eyes, rankles the hell out of them. Why did God deny them the ability to produce life? Therefore, they must punish the women to keep them in line, lest they rise up and claim the power that was always theirs. Men are terrified of women because they know women are superior in every way. Therein lies the problem. It's their belief. They overlook the truth that God made man and woman to be partners, to work together, to create together, to live, love, and laugh together. It's high time they got over themselves and learned to appreciate the way that women have tolerated their nonsense far longer than they had any right to expect. Get a life, boys, and let a woman help you run it. That's the way to thrive.
Well, it's the yin and the yang. I think that's the misconception, is that women, that somebody has to always be in charge and be on top. And actually it's like a symbiotic relationship. Both parts of it need the other part. That necessity of both halves, because they complement and work together. Women are not out to be dominating men. Women are not out to be superior to men. We both need each other. It's craziness to me. It's ridiculous. Okay, to Shirley Chisholm, another hero. First African-American woman in Congress. First African-American woman to run for president as a Democrat. Why are we backsliding? Why do Black women always have to step up and save us? Why is Trump such a racist and a misogynist, and will Harris win? Just a few questions.
Yes, she was ready for you. All that pent-up pressure building up for years. It's like the dam is burst and all hell is broken loose. Men envy women's power. It makes them uncomfortable. Makes them question their own value. Anything that does that must be destroyed to validate that men are the most powerful. If you ask me, it's a kind of madness. They're too much in their heads, not enough in their hearts. That's the trouble with men. Too much thinking, not enough kindness and loving. It's time they got over themselves and realized there's more at stake than their personal dignity and ego. Their damned foolishness is about to destroy the world as they know it. They're too caught up in grievance to notice. Can't see beyond their own noses, which are perpetually out of joint. Tisk, tisk. So much angst for no good reason. Black women don't have to save you. They're saving themselves, and you get swept up in the pile. Black women have patience ingrained in their DNA. They know good takes time to win over evil. They know it will always win, even if it's not in their lifetime. They know progress takes sacrifice. They're all too familiar with sacrifice. Bone weary with it, I'd say. They have spines of steel and faith that can literally move mountains. Count your blessings that you still have Black women who care and are committed enough to keep fighting the good fight. You can learn a lot from Black women. Why don't you get to know them better? Listen to what they have to say. And with regards to Trump, he was born and bred to carry the seed of hatred and to liberally spread it around. He believes it's his birthright, inherited from his father and grandfather. He has no personal insight to recognize his own shortcomings. He was taught that he's perfect. It's others who are lacking. They're beneath him to be used and discarded when he's gotten what he needs. His needs are paramount. No others count, not even his children. The world revolves around him and must pay obeisance. That's his reality, and he's learned how to project that belief onto others. He's a gifted man in that respect. If only he'd used that gift for good works, he could have changed the world. Instead, he's failed to live up to his potential one more time. Sadly, it won't be the last. He's created a deep hole of karma that's going to take centuries to crawl out of. But don't feel sorry for him. He personally dug that hole, so let him enjoy the full-bodied experience as the slings and arrows he sent out boomerang back on him with force. It's his party. He can cry if he wants to. But don't you go crying. Move along and attend to your own affairs. About Kamala, she will win. I've seen it in the stars. It won't be easy, and there might be a lot of shenanigans, but ultimately she'll come out on top. Mr. Trump has nearly exhausted his life force and doesn't have enough left to reach the mountaintop. Pay him no mind. He's on his way out.
I love this answer, many facets of it. What she says about Black women.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not waiting for anybody to save me. However, I so admire the courage and the strength that it takes. You know, a history of being used, bought and sold, mistreated. I admire the strength, and I agree with her. We could take a lot of notes from their book, right? I think Kamala Harris, all things being equal, because free will. I think she's going to be the most significant president this country's ever had. She has the potential for making a gigantic difference, not just because, and I love the fact that she's not sitting around talking about, oh, I'm running as a woman. I love that because we're beyond that. We're beyond worrying about that kind of thing. But I think that her strength of character, her leadership, her compassion,
her joy.
I think she is going to be one for the history books. I mean, there are a lot of presidents you don't even remember. She's going to be one for the history books. Okay. That was great. Shirley Chisholm. Oh my God. Have you seen Shirley? Have you seen footage? I mean, I remember her, growing up. She was very much in the front of the news. And so I heard her make speeches all the time. Yeah. But to go back and revisit them as an adult, oh my God, she was fabulous.
I've seen the documentaries. They're wonderful. So you think that was double speed? That sounds normal.
At first it started off that way, then it stopped as soon as I typed it. I swear to God.
Okay. Because I thought, wow.
No. It started off like that, and then it went right back to normal. I'm like, I jumped the gun.
Awesome. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. So somebody asked if I could give today's total. So I just did that. Let's put that back up. So there you go. So today, in 8.5 hours, we've raised $1,265 from 27 donors. But I think we've probably had a couple thousand, if not more than that, people on the call. So that's the ratio that's really disheartening. And, I don't want to make anybody feel bad about it. I just want you guys to understand the depth of this thing, because you know what we're trying to do here. And if you've been on the fence about do I or don't I, and oh, please do, because we just need your body count. Sorry to say it that way, but we need your body count. It really makes a difference.
Yep.
So Sheila and Ramon are waiting backstage. Let's do our giveaways. We'll play our theme song again, and then we'll bring them up. So what we have, hang on, I gotta find it. Oh, just got buzzed by something. Where did you go? Oh, it won't let me bring it up that way. Okay, so we have a Lipsology reading from my friend Beth. I was trying to bring the picture up, but it's the wrong format. Sorry, Beth, it's not letting me bring it up. But what that is, she calls her company Kiss Marks. So it's a lip print reading. And that means you put on some nice colored lipstick and you smooch on a piece of paper or envelope or something. And then you either send that to her, or I think she can read it digitally if you take a picture and send it to her. She reads all the little lines and the shapes, and all of that has meaning, like they do, I guess, with palm reading.
I was just going to say, like a palm.
Yeah, and I had one, and I just was astonished, dropped to the floor astonished at what she got from those lips. It's unbelievable. And there are very few people in the world who are certified to do this. I think like less than 10. Beth happens to be one of them. So she's giving away a lip print reading to some lucky winner. So here we go. Barbara, and a butterfly picture beside your name. So Barbara with the butterfly picture. You got the Lipsology. So you want to email me, answers@akashaunleashed.com, so that I can connect you with Beth and you can get your reading. Congratulations. Then we have 2 more of the Learn Tarot videos from Debra from earlier. And those go to Cookie. Congratulations, Cookie. And Jules Learning to Listen. The 2 of you. Congratulations. And then I'm giving away a life tune-up reading, which is really a phenomenal thing. If you've got some challenge going on in your life that you need help with, we go through the Akashic Records to help you find the best way to resolve that issue. And that goes to Divine Magic Occult. Congratulations. So email me. Yeah, it's very cool. Excited about that. So let's get Annette up here one more time. We're going to say goodbye to Jilly Beans. Thank you so much. So
Bye.
delighted
Thank you so
we're
much.
on that call and all this came together. It was perfect.
Awesome. Much love to everyone. I'll be in the chat.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
All righty. Now, one more time. Here we go.
Was a dark day, we were frightened, so much chaos, so many white men, caught off guard, no one knew what to say. How did it all get so crazy? Facts were absent, the air was hazy, we stood watching, tears streamed down our faces. While in the White House there was a tyrant glued to the TV, cheering the violence. When they pleaded, he refused to say a word. He just sat there in his fury, lashed out against us. The world was worried. We didn't know if we would make it through. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take it down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. Now we're standing, we're united. Our elders showed us the most worthy fight is for our freedom, requires vigilance. We're courageous, growing stronger, not complacent. We serve with honor, and our power is the love that leads our way. The day they stormed the Capitol, they couldn't take us down, and now we're rising up in numbers much too numerous to count, and we are taking back democracy, and we won't be backing down. We are taking back democracy, and
Wow. Okay, here we are at 8 hours and 41 minutes in, and we are about to bring on the best team. We've got Shari coming up. We've got Celtic Tarot Sheila and Ramon from Moon Scarab. So let's get into their introductions.
Bonjour. Hi, my name is Shari. My channel is Voices from the Swamp. The number one question I get asked is, why Voices from the Swamp? Well, number one, I live approximately 3 miles from the largest land-based swamp in continental U.S. I also hear voices, so it just kind of seem to go together, Voices from the Swamp. I am a hereditary Cajun intuitive psychic medium. I give readings to folks through using tarot and oracle cards, pendulums, dowsing rods, and channel message from my spirit guides and my ancestors, and sometimes a little bit of all of it together at once. So it can get a little confusing sometimes up in my head. Anyway, I just wanted to say a great big thank you and a welcome. Thank you all for coming to see this special event as we raise money for Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. It's so very, very important that they become the next president and vice president of the United States. Our country desperately needs strong leaders like them, leaders that have the best intentions for all Americans, not just a handful of them. So that's really important. I have a YouTube channel, Voices from the Swamp, as I said. I do several weekly shows with other readers, kind of a collaborative event. I also do solo shows. I do recorded stuff on occasion. Excuse me. And I usually do a daily inspirational affirmation thought that I post in the shorts and on my TikTok. Anyway, I just wanted to introduce myself. I wanted to thank you so much for supporting our efforts and what we're trying to do. You are going to have a wonderful time. I'm quite sure we have some excellent, excellent readers that are going to be on with us. And let's have some fun. And don't forget, when we fight, we win. Y'all have a great day. We'll see you soon.
Amen. When we fight, we win, sister.
Yes, you got it.
So finally, here you are.
And the more I read, every time I read another section on Project 2025, it's like, put them up. I'm ready.
This is serious stuff, and we are ready for this. We are not backing down. All
right.
What's
so depressing is, as a child, my mother was the black sheep of the family because she was the liberal. I can't tell you how many marches I went on for civil rights, equal rights, women's rights, gay rights. She was involved in all of that stuff, and I got drug along behind her, and it just seems depressing that I'm 63 and now I'm having to do it all over again. It's like, what the hell?
It's only temporary. It will not stand.
That's it.
That's the truth. Yeah. All right. Let's bring Ramon up to join you. And here is his intro.
Hello there. I'm Ramon, the heart and soul behind Moon Scarab. Welcome to a place where tarot and divination are more than just practices. They're pathways to deeper truths. I've always had a strong sense of the spiritual, but over time, I felt drawn to explore beyond the boundaries of what I knew. That curiosity led me to create Moon Scarab, a place where we dive into life mysteries with open minds and hearts. So, how did this all begin? Growing up in a deeply religious household, spirituality was embedded in my life from an early age. But as I grew both physically and spiritually, I began to feel a disconnect between the beliefs I was raised with and the truths I felt within. For years, I searched for a spiritual path that resonated with me, yet nothing seemed to fit. until something extraordinary happened. One day, while exploring YouTube, a video on tarot caught my eye, and I felt an instant and explainable pull towards it. And before I knew it, I was searching online for a tarot deck. But the sheer number of options overwhelmed me, and I didn't know where to start. The next day, the universe answered in the most unexpected way. At work, while disposing of some documents, I glanced into a recycling bin, and I saw the full card from the tarot deck, just laying there. I reached in, and behind it was the magician, and then the high priestess, and so on. It felt like a magic trick unfolding before my eyes. And I thought, if all 78 cards are here, this is meant to be my deck. And guess what? They were all there, all 78. It was as if the universe itself was saying, take the leap. This is your path. And so I did, diving headfirst into a world of profound and fascinating spiritual exploration. On Moon Scarab, we journey together through a rich tapestry of divination practices, from tarot and Lenormand to Elder Futhark runes, tasseomancy, geomancy, pendulums, and beyond. This channel isn't just about readings. It's about peeling back the layers of life to reveal the hidden truths beneath. Whether you're curious, daring, or simply ready to view the world through a more magical lens, you'll find a place here. So if you're ready to explore the unknown and uncover life's mysteries with me, hit that subscribe button. Together, we'll embark on an adventure that goes beyond the ordinary and steps into the extraordinary. Welcome to Moon Scarab, where every reading and every video is a journey into the unknown. Blessings to all.
Welcome,
There
Ramon.
he is.
Hello, Debra. Great seeing you again. Hello, Shari. It's always great
Hello,
to see you
Ramon.
too. I'm blessed to
My
be
buddy
sharing
there.
with you, ladies. Yes, yes. We've done so
We
many
both
readings
like late
together.
nights, so
Yes, yes. We connect great. And thank you for having me again, Deborah. This is really important event. You know, our country right now is at a crossroads, and this election is very decisive. You know, a lot of things here are in play. You know, so every action that we do, any energy that we invest, including this that we're doing right now, is going towards a great purpose. You know, there is a direction, and I trust in the universe that, you know, the decision that our country is going to make is going to be a positive one that's going to help us grow, not go backwards. So thank you for having me. This is going for a good cause.
Yes, thank you. From your lips to God's ears.
Yes.
Okay, well, now I'm going to introduce our next guest, Miss Sheila. So this is Celtic Tarot Sheila. Probably most of you know her. She burst onto the YouTube scene 5 years ago, and today she has a thriving channel called Celtic Tarot Sheila. Her generosity of spirit and deep well of vision, wisdom, experience are legendary. Have you seen the grand tableau readings she does? They are amazing. And now she's doing as a cup readings.
She
which
was one of the first readers I found in this community, and I was hooked.
Yeah, I love me some Sheila. She taps into her skills as an empath and a remote viewer, and she brings an added dimension to every reading. In real life, she's a mother of two and a grandmother of two who cherishes every moment with her loved ones. She's also an avid dog lover and a passionate gardener who finds solace and joy in nature. As an empath, Sheila navigates life's journey with compassion and a deep understanding of the human experience, seeking connection and significance in the world around her. And I would just add sprinkle in love everywhere she goes. Come on up, Miss Sheila.
Wow. What a great introduction. Can you please get a note off to my friends as to how they're supposed to talk to me?
It's well deserved because your channel is fantastic.
Oh, thank you. Wow, thank you, thank you. So, hi, Sherry. Hi, honey. It's been a long time.
Hi,
I'm
Sheila.
just now learning about Ramon. So
He's wonderful. You're gonna love him.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check that out. Definitely.
We're going to have so much fun. So I'm going to jump out, let you guys enjoy your time together. I'll be popping questions when you're ready, but feel free to chat amongst yourselves and get acquainted.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you, ma'am. Well, I've been here all day. My butt's numb, so I don't know about y'all.
I mean, it's been a great. So far, it's been fantastic.
It's been a lot of
I mean,
fun.
the
It's
first
been a lot of
one was
fun.
amazing, 24 hours, like it, and I just admired the strength that Deborah had to see it through. You know,
She
and
impressed
putting it
me.
together, seeing it through. Yes, she was very passionate about it, and it got all of us involved. So I was very excited, and it was a no-brainer to help participate in the second one.
Yeah.
And it's great sharing now
Yeah,
with
when
you,
I got that
Sheila.
first email from her, I was like, how does she know who I am? I've never met her. And then Helen told her about me. And I was like, oh, okay. But
We
no,
know
I was right when I said Sheila was like, I think the second reader that I discovered in this community. The first person I saw was someone else. And I watched her a couple of times, and then Sheila's channel popped up. And from Sheila, I found Kirsten Langston. From Kirsten, I found Linda G. And it just went down the road from there. But yeah.
Well, thank you. So are we waiting on questions? Is that what we're waiting on?
Unless y'all have something else you want to talk about.
I had something, but it left. It must be the old age. I'm gone.
The grandma vibes are kicking in.
I just got off with Hogarth and Lena. Apparently, Linda, Lady G was not feeling very well. So I usually fill in for her, or at least he asks me to most of the time. And that was it was phenomenal. We had almost 2,000 people in the room. And the questions and the energy, we were just answering some really good stuff. We were answering about Tim Walz and JD Vance's VP debate. And we kind of come to a collective that Tim Walz is like us. He'll be able to go in there and read the room like we can. And he'll be able to read. He's going to, when JD Vance bobs, he's going to, he's going to know what to do. And it's going to be really, a consequential debate that we're going to watch. So
He and Kamala are both very intuitive.
Yeah.
Both of them.
Yeah.
So and I want to take a moment to send positive energy to the people in the South. There's a lot of people who've been affected by the most recent hurricane. And,
Helene,
today we were going to have Scott with us. But he was affected. So by
I
the
think
hurricane,
he's still no power, and he
yeah.
I know I haven't been able to get in touch with him. So.
Yeah, so we want to send him and everybody in the South who's been
Is
affected
Lori
by this
a positive
strength.
way of change?
She's doing good.
She's doing good.
I talked to her. Her town was like south of the hurricane, and although they got the rains and stuff like that, and kind of some people around some downed trees, but her community and she's doing really, really good. However, have you been watching? I mean, North Carolina and Tennessee.
Yeah, they're getting slammed.
And I hope they understand that the Project 2025 eliminates all the help that they could ever get from any natural disasters. And it also eliminates the process of them tracking, is NOAA or something like that. Tracking, it eliminates that. They stop the funding for that. So I hope they get a big picture of what could happen or what is happening, like the help that's coming in right now. But
exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when Trump was in office, he killed one of the fundings that was due to renew for like the weather, national weather system and whatnot. So now we have to rely upon the European system more than our own, because they're still trying to rebuild it where he killed it. And a lot of people have no clue about that. But if you live in a storm central area, you're very aware. I mean, we watch the weather religiously down here because you never know what
it's significant. I've been through a couple of hurricanes myself. I'm originally from the Caribbean, and it's a terrible experience.
Yeah,
it's frightening.
it's very frightening.
Very affected, and then to rebuild again. Even
Yeah.
it's my parents never had the experience of like damage in the house, but like the trees, the lack of power, water, it's terrible. It's terrible. So
We had two big
coming
ones
back
that
again.
hit just west of us in Lake Charles. That's like a 30-minute drive. And my cousin lives there. He wound up with a
Mhm.
tree in the middle of his living room.
Yes.
Just popped it
So
right into through the
being
roof. And
being
he's
able
just now
to
getting the roof fixed.
being able to track it is extremely important because
Yeah.
a lot of preparation goes into it, and
Oh, yeah.
misinformation or lack information can have impacts of people losing their lives, but but not being informed.
I know we're
So,
preaching to the choir. Whoever's watching is already on board, voting for
mhm.
Kamala Harris. But those are also something you can talk to other people about if you do come across
Right.
some of those. Some of those towns. I just watched one. I don't remember if it was in North Carolina or Tennessee, but it must have been in North Carolina because it was full of sand. All the way up to the roof. I mean, all of like 10
Yeah.
feet. 10 feet of sand in there
Yeah.
in a town. I mean, how do you remove all that sound and get back to your town? I don't know. It's like it's gone.
It's exhausting work. It is exhausting work.
Yeah.
And I know there in Central Florida, when it first started making landfall, they were having 6 to 10 foot storm surges. That's how high the water was coming in. Most people's houses only have an 8-foot roof, maybe a 10, 8 or 10 foot ceiling. When you got water up to your ceiling, where are you going to go?
Who knows? Who
So,
knows?
yeah.
So like someone was saying, donations as little as $3 are welcome. So every dollar has a potential of reaching another life, of extending the message, can make the
Absolutely.
difference. It can make the difference in someone's decision in tipping the scale. Just one person, a few people can make a significant decision towards our nation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's a no cards required question here. You all help those you read for. Oh, here it is. Okay, you all help those who are read for and the audience in general. What is the most profound thing you've realized since you started offering your spiritual gifts to others? Well, I can kind of speak to mine. I'm not offering my special gifts to others. I am put down here to do so. It is my job that I
Yeah.
agreed to. And not only that, so then my body, my spirit, everything I am capable of handling interaction. Our job is to bring the people to the light or offer the option to go to the light. That's our job. So I have that's what the biggest aha moment was for me, because I can't turn my empathic abilities off. Some people like, oh, put a bubble up, put this, put that, put that. I'm like, well, I must be a special ed case because I can't do it. And I
Thank you.
so I realized in getting into the information and really, really getting into my spirituality, I realized that my managing my empathic ways is also my job to make sure that I can rise above, become an adult, get there, understand what's going on, and not freak out about it anymore. And I have agreed to this. I have agreed.
It's a calling.
That's my spiritual acceptance of why I'm here and what I'm doing. And my spirit knows how to handle it if I just let it, right? No, fight it, just let it happen. So that's
Most
what
of my life, I felt something was missing and I couldn't figure out what it was until I opened the door back up to my gifts. And the minute I did, that was my aha moment. It was like, oh, this is what I was supposed to do. Now I get it. There's a lot I'm still learning. Sometimes I am the special ed part. But it's just, I find that with every person that I'm able to help, it grows me that much stronger because I'm learning off of it too. And it's just, that's what we signed up for. That's the contract we signed to come down here, was to do this. And it's very fulfilling when you realize that, and then you start taking those steps to follow through.
Mhm. Yeah. So in my case, I came to realize, after interacting with people, um, in this level, that I came to realize that we all have the same needs, the same spiritual needs, and you say like offering. I think what you mean, and this is how I see it too, is sharing. So we develop a sense of responsibility in sharing with people, a positive energy, a kind word, um, sometimes the truth without sugarcoating it. But at the end, is a sense of responsibility that you start to develop, and like Shari was saying, you learn in the process of as well. As you share with people, you grow and you expand your gifts, your way of viewing the world, and your spiritual connection with the divine realm. So it's a process of sharing, but at the same time growing as you're growing with other people around you.
Absolutely.
And not that every growth spurt is wonderful, because it's not. But what we do have is the knowledge that the information that we do receive is divinely organized, and I had to put my trust that that's what it was. If I had to develop my trust, my ability to trust the information that I'm receiving. Now that's the difficult slope that a lot of people do have. Any messages for me, Beth? Do you have a boat, Beth? I don't know why, but I just saw a great big huge boat. Are you going to go on a boat? Is there a boat in your future? Do you like boats? I don't know, but that was my first thing I saw when I said your name, was a boat.
See what I got here. I'm using a new deck, so I want to look and make sure.
Can you guys hear my grandson? He's playing his VR machine. If it gets too loud, I can quiet.
No, I don't hear anything.
Okay.
No.
I love sailing. So you have sailed a lot. So I love sailing. So do you own a boat?
Well, I pulled for you Hathor light codes from the Gateway of Light Activation. And basically what it's talking about is that you're going through a full system upgrade. You've got light codes that are now starting to get downloaded to you. And so it's just it's recognizing it and relaxing to the point that you can let those messages come in, so you know what it is they're trying to tell you, what direction they want you to go in. Because believe me, they will point you in the right direction. But this is telling me that you're getting activated as we speak with downloads. So it's just a matter of tuning into it. And we all tune in differently. So just however you sit and relax to tune in and start pulling in those messages. I'm done.
Right. So I pulled 4 cards for you, and the first card is the Judgment card. And this is a card that talks about a reckoning, an awakening, clarity. And what I'm getting is you're at a point in which you're finding a new purpose, a new path in your way. You know, it's just follow your gut in which direction to go, but you are in a moment of reckoning right now. What's interesting is the second card that I pulled is similar as well. It's a Lenormand deck, but it's a Lenormand oracle. So this is past the 36 cards, and this one is card 38, which is called the trumpet. And again, it's very similar to the message in the judgment, right? So it's talking about victory, awakening, decisiveness, and more than anything, an inner calling. So again, this is a moment for you. There is a calling for you to be able to share those spiritual gifts that you have, positive message with people around you, and connection. The third card I pulled is from the Elder Futhark, and it's called Ewas, and it's this symbol. And Ewas talks about progression, right? It's the rune that symbolizes the horse, right? Movement. But it announces also a moment of change, a journey, a progress, and a transition. And towards where is this transition? This is a transition to connect with people around you and share. Why I say that? Because the fourth card, which is an oracle card, it talks about community. And this talks about, and the message here is, it's a good time to make new connections. The universe may send some beneficial alliances your way. So the energies around it's a moment to wake up, find your path, analyze, connect with people, and share that beautiful gift that you have with you. And that's what I got for you.
Fantastic. I to go along to let me finish up on the boat with her. The boat in the ship. So there's a feeling that you receive when you are at your joyous times. And I think the boat may be something that came across in your feelings and all of that. Like when you get on there, you have this joyous feeling. And the question you've been asking the universe is, how do I get from here to there? And the universe is telling you to hold space for that joyous, wonderful, uplifting feeling. I always say manifest while you're on a high vibe so that the trolls don't come in when you're on a low vibe. So make sure that you, whenever you're doing and manifesting and whatever it is you want, go out and do something that's joyful, and then think about your manifestations for your next phase of your life. So that's what I got for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go forward. So you were talking about ship. So it's a movement, progress. So it goes in connection with this one, with Ewas, Go forward, doesn't matter the direction, your intuition will tell you, but take that moment, the judgment moment, analyze where you want to go, and take a path.
So well, thank you, Beth. Let's see what the next one. It says, does my dad or nephew have, is that nephew? Peepaw. Oh, I don't speak Peepaw. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Expression for grandfather.
Is it a southern word? Okay. Have a message for me, please, and thank you. Does my dad or I don't know, have a message? You guys go ahead. I'll see what I can find.
Mm-hmm.
Well, from the Native Spirit deck, I pulled Dream Traveler. Debbie, I know you used to do astro traveling, and I think this is his way of telling you it's okay. You can do this now. It's not against the rules anymore. And he wants you to be open up to the world, because you have gifts for them that's going to encourage and help them. And I feel like it's his way of apologizing for what happened when you were a kid and the way things were. That's what I got.
Oh, Papa. It's supposed to say Papa, not Peepaw.
Papa.
Oh, okay. Well, I've heard Peepaw, so either one works.
All right, so I'll go next. I pulled 4 cards for you, and it's the message I get is that your dad is supporting you through the obstacles, but he's inviting you, or he's saying, be open to dream, right? To be much more sensitive to the things that you want. You deserve to be happy. Just go forward. The first card I got is the Mountain from the Normand. And the Mountain talks about a moment of obstacles, delays, struggles, blockages. So he's recognizing that you are going through a transition right now that is difficult, but also don't block your mind towards the problem, right? Be open and receptive to the opportunities and the gifts around you. Why I say that? Because the second card I got is the Page of Cups. And the Page of Cups talks about, it's a happy surprise, right? We see like the fish popping out of the cup. So it's you. The cups is about the emotional side, right? So it's an invitation to open yourself towards spirituality, it's a connection with the spiritual side. But it's a card that talks about being able to dream, being able to idealize what is it that you want. And it's recognizing that this is a moment of transition and change. The third card I pulled is an oracle card, and it says helpful change. And the message here is you will navigate through change successfully by allowing the universe to assist you when you need it the most. So again, the universe is there to support you, and so is your father. At the end, this difficult moment will have a positive outcome. Why? Because fourth card I pulled is from the Elder Futhark, and it's the Rune of Wunju. And Wunju talks about celebration. This is a very beautiful symbol. It talks about joy, pleasure. It's the promise of happiness and of hope, of fulfillment, and kindness also. And it talks about relatives, right? So it's that positive energy. So to me, the way I interpret it is that your father, your relative, is there to support you along the way. Just keep connection, keep faith in yourself, always connect with the divine realm, but more than anything, keep a positive mind, and anything will open for you. That's what I got for you.
I have a question. I also got transition, but my transition kind of, is there somebody transitioning through a death or about to die? I need a little bit of a confirmation about that. Because that's what I kind of got was an ending, and that they're there for that transitioning, and you were wondering if they were there for that transitioning. What the message was is in that transition, it's going to be successful. Is there a confirmation of somebody possibly or has passed, and you were wondering if they were there? It was slow and steady, and that was the message that they needed. It's like a message of everything is okay, even though it's slow, even though the progress is steady. Hold your faith, hold your own, So if it's not somebody who is transitioning, it could be just you transitioning into something new successfully, and they're there for you to transition from whatever it is going on now through a situation and going to the other side, which is very successful. I literally got success for you. So whether it's your dad or your grandpa or your papa or your peepaw, I don't know if they're interchangeable. I don't know if they're always together. I'm not really getting a whole lot of information from them, to be honest with you. But the energy is transition and success for you. So I hope that helps. Let's see. Okay, say, will my boss, principal, stay with our school all year? Rumor of parent making police report about student violence, and principal did not take action. Seems to be a lot of complaints. That's kind of, yeah, that's not a question quite for you, honey. But the reason why I'm kind of hindering and humming on that one is because I'm trying to see. I mean, the principal, just because they're a principal, they're not in the public eye, like in national public eye. This principal may not want to have a reading. Maybe we could just do a general reading on the school itself and see what's going to happen. But that principal is very closed off. There's no. Can anybody else tap in? Because I can't.
I wound up pulling for general for the school.
Yeah,
kind of overall.
For the
and I got a Knight of Pentacles. So the school is looking for dependable, reliable, stable people that are going to lead the faculty, lead the students. That's their goal as a school board, as parents, as faculty. They want a stable leader in place. And then I pulled the Chariot. So if changes need to be made, then that's what they're going to do. But that's going to be up to like the school board and the parents and whatnot to decide what's best for that school. And at the same time, I'm getting the 7 of Wands. So it's like they're really wanting to stick to their guns for the kind of person they want to lead their school. Now, whether if it's this person or not, I don't know, because I don't feel right going into his energy, like Sheila was saying, but I feel like just from the school's perspective overall, they're looking for that stability. They're willing to make a change, and they're willing to stick to their guns over it. They're not going to give up and just put up with something. So it's going to depend on what happens there.
Yeah,
There's
I'm
a lot
gonna
riding on it.
I'm gonna read around it, and the way I'm gonna interpret the question is that is there going to be a leader in your is the current leader going to be there to continue the journey? So I pull a yes or no card, and the first card I pulled it's a no. And here it says shady deals, dark road, moonlighting to get by. So but what it's saying is there is there's not going to, the current leader will not be there, but it's due to the fact that there is something dark surrounding it, right? However, there's going to be a transition here. Second card I pulled is the Ace of Swords, but reverse. And the Ace of Swords reverse talks about confusion, chaos, lack of action, dishonesty, and arguments. So it's not going to be a easy process. There's going to be a lot of confusion, a lot of friction between people around, but it's going to move forward towards something positive. I say that because the third card I pulled is from Lenormand, and it's the fish. The fish typically in Lenormand talks about wealth and finances, but the way I see it is progress. It's movement. It's something that's going to be fluid going forward. The fish, as you know, travels through water, and water to me is about emotion. So it's going to be a very emotional transition into something different, but at the end it's going to have a positive outcome. Why? Because the fourth card I pulled is celebration, and it says this is a great moment where things are progressing with grace and ease as never before, right? In spite of the confusion of the emotional turmoil, it's going to be a transition into something much bigger in the positive sense. So there's going to be a change, but it's going to be for the best. That's what I got for you.
100% concur with everyone, because I got ascending. The truth is going to be ascending. The truth is going to be floating to the top. And it looks like here it's a lone wolf, and it literally says job hunting on the words job hunting for that. And then I got the Phoenix. It's all going to burn down and something new and better is going to be rebuilt. I don't know what's going on with the principal. The secretiveness of this principal that's going on is really thick. So I don't know. It's almost like everybody thinks like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde kind of a situation going on. I don't know why, but I don't think this principal is going to fare very well if they don't go this time. If this principal survives this cycle, he or she is not going to survive the next one. So that's what I got.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. All right. Any more questions?
Yes, a message from my mom, Linda Fraser. A message from my mom. I feel very, very confused when I tap into your mom's. Did she die of dementia or something? That's the only thing I can think of is the confusion. Or maybe, sorry, I'm going to freeze. I have no idea when my thing freezes, but if you can still hear me. A confirmation of that. Did she die of dementia or confusion of some sort?
That would explain my hanged man.
Anyways, the confusion and stuff like that, I don't know. Yes. Okay.
Yes,
Okay. So the confusion and stuff that's coming through with your mom, she's still trying. I don't know if this has been recent. It kind of feels recent maybe, but it's like she's trying to gain ground. She's trying to hold on to, it's like the boat is rocking and she's telling everybody, stop making the boat rock. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I'm feeling with her. I don't know if that's a message to you or anything like that, but that's kind of what I'm getting. I'm going to let you guys go ahead and say what you got.
Well, I pulled the hangman. So it's like she was kind of stuck in place. Having dealt with my mom who had dementia, I kind of get it. It can be very confusing for them, and they do kind of get stuck in a certain place depending on where they're at as deterioration sets in. Now, I think that what she's relying on now, she's talking about spirit of place. I think she's trying to just let you know that she's in a good place now. So there's no need for you to worry. She just wants you to be reassured that she's okay now and she's back to being normal, I guess you could say. And that you don't have to jump the gun on any decisions or wait to hear from her to make a decision. You know what decision it is that you need to make. You've kind of just been sitting back, hanging on it, not sure whether to make it or not. And I think she's telling you, go with your gut. You know it needs to be done. Now do it. Is kind of what I'm getting.
That's interesting. I got something kind of similar, especially for the first card. I pulled 4 cards for you. First card is from tarot, and it's the Queen of Wands reverse. And this is a card that talks about insecurity, low confidence. So you might be going through a process right now in which there's a sense of mistrust in your decisions, a sense of insecurity. You might be feeling tired physically, emotionally, mentally, and she's seeing that. She's recognizing that you're going through this process. Second card I got is it's part of the Lenormand Oracle / Oracle, and it's card 45, and it's the snowflake. And this card talks about fragility, but also that you're a person who is very complex and, but more than anything, unique. You have a lot of beautiful gifts, and one of them is your strength. You're a very complex person, and part of that complexity is that amazing strength that you have. So she's recognizing there, and she's inviting you to tap into that. Third card I pulled, or the third one, is the Elder Futhark symbol of Urus. And Urus is about, what's interesting is one of the symbols about mother in the Elder Futhark. So that is a confirmation that is a message coming from her, but it's also a message about transformation, purification. So like I said, tap into that positivity, that strength that you have to be able to transition and grow going forward. And the fourth card, again, similar to this one, it's an oracle card, and it talks about rebuilding. So the message here is reevaluate your life and adjust. To thrive in your new circumstances, focus on what you can control. Don't focus on the negative, of what you lack. Focus on what you have and how you can use that in your advantage to be able to achieve what you have. Again, it's going back into strength, right? Build on that confidence. Know that the divine realm is there to support you. And more than anything, she is there to guide you always along the way. That's what I got for you.
Alrighty. Has she passed? Has she already passed? I know you said a message from your mother, but sometimes people ask if they have a message from their mother if they're in dementia or left. Has she already passed? Just a confirmation, or is she still in dementia world? Oh well. Wait for another one. Okay, question. I am 67. Not me, her. And still need to find my soul purpose. Oh, goodness, honey. How can I find it? How about we ask what it is first and see if you already there and you're. Let's see what it is. Let's ask that question first with them. Pull some cards.
Or where to start, because it's a start is a transition into a higher purpose. It's building steps. So could be where to start, which direction to go.
So yeah, whatever question kind of motivates you. Mine is, I'm probably going to ask what it is.
Okay, well, I pulled the first card I pulled was the Seven of Pentacles. So right off the bat, what I'm feeling is you're taking baby steps right now, trying to figure out what direction to go in. And then I pulled the Ace of Wands. So that's new ideas, new thoughts coming in. There's just newness happening there. So continue to take those small baby steps and welcome in the new thoughts and new ideas. And that can help you locate what exactly it is that Spirit's telling you you're supposed to do. And then I pull the Stargate Heart, and that talks about your heart chakra opening. So that's where you're going to find your answer, is you're going to have to look into your heart. What ignites your passion? What ignites your compassion for other people? What is it that you care about, that you want to work towards, that If you're sitting down watching TV, what kind of program are you watching that really makes you want to sit up and say, I've got to do something about this? That's where you start, and it starts with the heart. You have to start looking within your heart. Where is your passion leading you? And just keep your eyes and ears open for those new thoughts and ideas. And keep taking those baby steps, and it's going to take you right where you need to go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm getting for you.
And I got something similar towards the end of the message. So I pulled 5 cards for you, because 2 other cards that I pulled from different systems gave me a very similar message. First card I pulled is the moon, but it's the moon reverse. So this talks about a sense of anxiety, fear, confusion more than anything. So you're going through a moment in which there's a lot of chaos, a lot of mental and emotional chaos, because you don't know which direction to go, right? The second card I pulled is from Lenormand, and it's the moon as well. And this talks about also about fears. It could be mood swings also. But also the way I read it is that in spite of this confusion from the moon upside down, there is here an invitation to follow your intuition, right? Because the moon symbolizes that too, right? It's the feminine side. It's also the intuitive side. So it's inviting you to trust in your intuition, which direction you want to go. You're at a moment in which you might feel paralyzed, and that's recognized here in the cards as well, because I pulled the Elder Futhark symbol of Isa, and Isa represents ice. And this is about a moment of stagnation, a moment in which you might feel paralyzed and don't know in which direction to go. But ice is also an invitation to reflect, right? It's a moment of being standstill and see and reflect, use your intuition to move forward. The fourth card I pulled, and I pulled 2 oracle cards, and that's what I got 5, is first card here of these oracles is Ring of Fire. And it says you are being challenged to stand up for yourself and those you love while the heat is on. And it's all about you. So this is about standing for yourself and those who you love. I mean, but in this case, we're talking about you. So it's standing for yourself, believing in your gifts, in your skills, in the positive things that you have. And why I say that, the 5th card is Center Stage. And here it says, you're not meant to be on the sidelines. Let your wishes and dreams take center stage. And it's similar to what Shari was saying, right? It's following your dreams. Your purpose, it's your dreams. What is it that you want? But be confident that, you have to stand for yourself to be able to move forward. So use this opportunity of ice that seems to be stagnation as a moment to reflect and gain clarity to be able to move forward towards what is it that you want, which is your dreams at the end. And that's what I got for you.
Okay, well, I gotta do mine. Did they forget? Okay, for her, here's a message that you probably have known for quite some time, because you're probably gonna hear this. You are coming to your gifts early. You have been ignited early for some reason. You weren't supposed to do much in this one because you have a whole bunch of nourishment to your soul, meaning that you had a lot of stuff that you needed to go through, events, people, good situations, bad situations. You have been like in survival mode. You've also been in okay mode. You've been all of this stuff, and you all of a sudden in your older age, something has pushed your enlightenment forward for you, because I got protection. And that's how you felt all of your life, that you had to protect yourself, and then voila, You come to this information early, and you're unmasking your talents. So this is the absolute message for you. That each one of them had this message for you as well. Relax. You're okay. You can't force your talents and your enlightenment any faster than you could have back when you were 20. So everything is okay. The next time you come down and incarnate, you're going to come and incarnate as an enlightened soul. So appreciate as much as you have gotten this time. What you can do from here on out until you go, which is quite a while, is to investigate and do some soul searching and get some of all those wounds healed, so that when you go into the next light, you'll be already ahead of the game. Because for some reason you got ignited early for some reason. I don't know why. That's divine information for you to know and me to know, me to find out, I guess. But anyways, that was the message that I kind of got for you. That's the reason why it's been confusing to you. Why am I so old? Why did everybody get it when they were young? I guarantee you my last incarnation was probably a hot mess. All right, so here's my goal. Will my latest book be well received by the emergency service and library communities at Any Romance on the Horizon? Is that the name of your book? Any Romance on the Horizon?
No, I think it's 2 questions.
Okay, I'm just checking to see if post your name of your book in the comments so people can check you out.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It's a great.
You'll be amazed how fast we'll put you in sellout mode. Well, the first thing I pulled for you was the 6 of Wands. So we're talking about success here, moving forward. You've got your book out. It's talking about success. It's going to be a successful book. I think a lot of people are going to pick it up and they're going to be able to truly be able to implement it in their communities, maybe within the schools or the universities. There's just so many different directions it can go in, but I'm getting that it's going to be successful. And then I pull the Fool. That's a new start on a new journey. You've got something new coming up. You've got this new book. And so, sometimes the Fool can represent being careless because you're about to walk off the cliff. And other times it's about that excitement as a child of doing something brand new for the first time, just like a kid looks at it. So I think that's what they're trying to point towards, is to have that excitement that a child would have learning something new. And then I pulled Memories of Atlantis. And this is talking about progress, technology, moving forward with things. Atlantis, according to lore and everything we know about it, was known to be a great spiritual and educational center. They were very enlightened beings. They were very intelligent beings. There was a lot of knowledge and whatnot that got shared and got sent around to others. And so I think this is kind of perfect with that, because you're talking about a book about education. Who better than a positive result from a group of people, a place that's kind of what they were known for, was their intelligence and their way of putting it out there. I'm seeing nothing but good stuff here. This is really great. I think you've got it no matter what. It's going to be.
And I
I'm gonna go ahead and go
got
for I'm gonna go ahead and go first so that she doesn't forgive me. But mine's real quick. It's yes. Okay, go for it.
that was quick.
Quick and to the point.
Yeah, straight to the point. I pulled 6 cards for you. Why six? Because I wanted to pull two oracles, and two of them actually are about yes or no. And uh, first card I pulled was a yes, and it says that this book is going to be a good investment. There's going to be some good financial compensation, and it's an opportunity for you to get reorganized. Second card, it's also a yes, and it says it's going to be a valuable experience. So this investment in time, there's a financial investment that you did, but there is an investment of time, right? It's going to be worth your time, and there's going to be some positive compensation. It's going to be an opportunity to move forward. And like Shari was saying, there is a sense here of positive direction, because the third card I pulled is the Chariot. And this is a beautiful card, right? This is a card of progress, of moving forward, but it's also a card of self-control, of a journey, of moving forward, but also of discipline. This experience, it's going to help you have a clear vision of your path on how to move forward. Fourth card I pulled is from the Elder Futhark, and it's the symbol of Tewas. It's this arrow. And typically this represents the god of war, aggression, but the message here is one of motivation, right? There's an opportunity to use that energy to keep yourself motivated, to see that you have infinite potential. And that connects with the next card, which is from Ramon, and it's the card of the tree, right? And this is a beautiful card as well. It's a card that talks about growth, life, expansion. So this experience in this book that you have, it's going to branch out into a lot of positive things. And the last card is, it's another oracle, and it says crystal clear. And the message here is, it's time to see your life and its limitless potential without seeing through rose-tinted glasses. Why do I say this? Because you have a great potential, and there's no limit to what you want when there is motivation in your life, right? So don't try to justify yourself into doing things. Just do it, because you have the gifts, you have the potential, and you have the opportunity to grow. And this growth, is going to be intellectual, emotional, and it's going to branch out into other things. And I feel there's going to be maybe some romance going to the horizon, because this is going to cascade into positive things, but it all starts with you. So believe in yourself and believe that you have limitless potential, and this is going to take you into a lot of great places. That's what I got for you.
Fantastic.
Okay, you guys. Well, that is a great segue, because now we have another video in the Project 2025 series. And then we'll come back.
Fast.
I know, it's like
It went quick.
Hours already.
What?
It's crazy. This one is women. Oh, we did women and minorities, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As my grandson says, yes.
So let's see if this
2025 and immigration. This is a particular issue of mine. And then the Chinese Exclusion Act. Interestingly enough, immigration's not really in the Constitution. So what are they going to do under this ridiculous plan? The borders will be closed. Now, everyone thinks that means no one's getting in. Nobody's getting out either. The travel bans will be expanded. Immigration from many countries with other than white European Christian backgrounds will not be permitted. Birthright citizenship will end. That means you come to the United States, you're not a citizen yet, you give birth, your child born on this soil is an American and has automatic citizenship by virtue of birth. That will end. Violent racist rhetoric will increase and be encouraged. We're seeing that now, in Ohio. Ramifications for acts against minorities will be treated as low priority by the legal system. If your victim is a minority, we'll turn a blind eye. Visas for foreign students studying in the United States will be revoked. They're already talking about that. Marriage between U.S. citizens and foreign nationals will be discouraged and eventually forbidden. Mass roundups and deportations of undocumented people, asylum seekers, and the unlucky will create a backlog in the system, leading to enormous detention camps, squalid conditions, abuses, and deaths. There will be strict ideological screening of all immigrants and even foreign visitors. And guess what Stephen Miller was talking about last week? People who are naturalized citizens, like me, they're going to revoke that. Great, huh? Okay. To Cesar Chavez, another great guy. Describe the hopes and realities of your fellow countrymen who came here to do agricultural work. Would you make the government immigration policies, what do you make of the government immigration policies today, and what are we afraid of?
Back in the day, we viewed America as the land of opportunity. We were welcomed, appreciated, and if we got lucky, didn't get sick, there was a chance we might make enough to start a new life. You had to be strong and healthy. It wasn't work for the weak of mind, body, or spirit. Some farmers valued our contribution. They were grateful and treated us well. Others took advantage, treating us like chattel. They physically abused us, stole our wages, and kicked us out when we were too weak to work. It was a mixed bag. Immigration today? It's like deja vu watching the way attitudes have turned against my people. Cruelty for cruelty's sake. Insanity. The same men who are lashing out at my people are the ones who will lament the coming food shortages.
No
They'll
kidding.
find a way to blame us for being lazy wetbacks who didn't want to work, when nothing could be further from the truth. We're not looking for a hand out, but a hand up. Mark my words, a day of reckoning is coming. We are not animals to be used, abused, and neglected. We are sentient human beings deserving of a chance to live, love, flourish, and lead honorable lives. And what about the fear? Every little thing, it would seem. White folks are looking around every corner in fear, expecting one boogeyman or another to jump out and get them. They've been fed a steady diet of fear for so long, it's in their blood. It's ruined them and their children. Until they wake up and come to terms with their irrational fears, there will be bloodshed, genocide, tragedy, torment, failure. This is not a case of dance with the one that brung you when that one is corrupt and wants you dead. People have to wake up and stop hating on one another. Only then will things change for the better. Hate never accomplished anything of value. Love, on the other hand, can create miracles.
It used to be, that was expected every year seasonally. Large numbers of people would come from Mexico, Central America to work the fields, the agricultural work, and then go back. And like he said, a lot of these white landowners really exploited them. And the children especially had such hard lives. Okay, to Jane Addams, you were co-founder, and I just want to add, almost all these people are women. Keep it in mind. You were co-founder of Hull House, a Chicago settlement house, in which the poor were housed with people who provided them with extensive social services. Something they're doing in Finland right now. Your goal was to address the needs of the economically, educationally, and socially disadvantaged, mainly immigrants. Can you comment on the lack of compassionate services for the poor, homeless, and mentally ill today?
What in the name of all that's holy has happened to people?
I don't know.
Shortages of monsters.
Yeah.
Where did all the cruelty come from? In my day, we recognized that some people were less fortunate, not less deserving, and made it our business to extend a hand in service to helping them. Do these people think they are gods, deciding who will live or die? Where did they get the notion that was in their purview? Their education is sorely lacking when they can muster no compassion for fellow human beings. I'm nearly at a loss for words considering the present situation. It is a travesty and will not stand. The pendulum is about to swing the other way, and then you'll see the former tormentors crying about the unfairness of it all, clueless that this is karma returning to them in greater measure than what they put out into the world. Watch them cry and moan when the tables are turned.
It's a universal law, is what she's talking about, the law of rhythm, and also the law of polarity. As far as the pendulum swings one direction, it's coming back just as far in the other. It's only a matter of time. she's right that they're monstrous, but it's based on a religious belief. That's the painful part of it. They consider them Christians, particular kind of Christian, Calvinists, Dominionists. God gave them dominion, man. Dominion, nobody else matters. If you're not it's the prosperity gospel, if you're not doing well, and God does not shine his favor on you. It's horrendous. To Frances Perkins, the first female cabinet member, the Secretary of Labor for FDR, you fought fiercely for unions, minimum wage, and perhaps most significantly, Social Security. Talk about the importance of a social safety net, why you think the right wing wants to get rid of it, despite Jesus, and how we can stop them.
The social safety net is the humane thing to do, balancing the scales for those who've had fewer opportunities. From those who have many advantages, more is expected. That's common sense. How can a country thrive when the least amongst you are suffering and dying? It's cruel and inhumane to punish people for things that are not in their power to change. Where is your compassion, your human recognition of another soul? For those who would abandon their fellow citizens, cruelty is the point. Something is broken inside them that blocks their ability to feel compassion for the needy. They're a disgrace to their country and to their God. There's nothing biblical about their thoughts and actions. They hide behind masks, pretending to be decent human beings, but inside their hearts are dark and moldy. They are putrefying from the inside out, nearly beyond help. Know that their time is limited. Comeuppance will arrive and flip the scales of justice against them. How do you stop them? You stand up, speak out, vote, offer aid where you can. Keep being good, decent people. Set a proper example for the youth. Show them compassion and kindness still matter. As much as possible, make sure that everyone has a roof to sleep under and food to warm their bellies. Get the basics right, and you can figure out the rest as you go. No society will experience long-term success and happiness by crushing the less fortunate under their well-heeled boots.
It brings to mind a woman I read about recently who got arrested because the city didn't want her giving food to the poor in the park. Did you read about that? She was in her mid-70s and they threw her in jail because she was passing out, sandwiches or soup or something to the homeless. I don't know. It defies words. I don't understand.
Cruelty is the point.
Yeah. Okay, to Dorothea Dix, you created the first generation of mental asylums in the U.S. and you advocated for the indigent mentally ill. God, we need her now. Can you explain the right-wing lack of care for the mentally ill and how can we help these vulnerable people?
The simple explanation is they look upon the mentally ill as defective, undeserving of care, treatment, or even life. If they had their druthers, the mentally ill would be put down like animals. For they are little more than animals in the eyes of these cruel people. Sitting in their ivory towers with disdain for those below them, they will one day discover it's a long, painful fall from their superior position. Many will perish from the shock of discovery. Those who don't will find having to beg for mercy is a bitter, bilious experience. When and where you're able, help them find a soft place to land. Offer kindness, reassurance, and compassion. For some, that will be enough to help them come back to themselves. For others, it may take more, but they're still deserving of basic human rights.
Think about that, because that's where we're headed if we don't stop this.
Yes.
That's where we're headed.
We have no value if we're defective.
That's right. To Franklin Delano Roosevelt, your New Deal ushered in a halcyon era of social consciousness and services in the United States. To what do you ascribe the right-wing rejection of these programs, and who is to blame, and how can we stop them?
Seeds of corruption have always been a factor. They were in my time as well. It's when an abundance of corrupt seeds take root and sprout that the problems crop up. He threw that pun in there. I didn't know.
Oh, I missed it.
Anyway, left unchecked, those seeds of corruption overgrow the mature plants that emit kindness and love. These plants are parasitic. They drain off the life force of healthy plants to sustain themselves. Rather than taking their nourishment from the natural resources of soil, water, and air, they steal from others. Over time, once robustly healthy plants have been largely replaced by weak, needy ones that struggle to survive. Having stolen much of their life force, the parasitic plants now look upon the weak with scorn. They're takers, not givers, and these pathetic, weak plants have little to give. At that point, they feel free to walk over them, grinding them into the earth. Seeds of corruption must be rooted out immediately lest they devastate. You are witnessing that devastation firsthand. But all is not lost. Identify the parasites and formulate a plan to uproot and dispose of them. It will take commitment, dedication, and hard work, but you can restore a beautiful balance where resources are shared for the good of all. The situation is not hopeless by any means, but you must act now to set things right. Take heart, stand strong, supporting one another, and watch the miracles unfold. Amen.
Well, that's the last question, and what a remarkable person to get response from. Thank you. Thank you for doing all that work. That was a lot.
Yeah.
And I hope now we've made it clear for people how this threat is real and will impact each of our lives. This is not something amorphous that's going to happen to somebody else. This is not something that's just going to affect the jobs people have in Washington, D.C. This is going to come back and haunt us in our own homes. It's an enormous threat.
Yes. And we owe a debt of gratitude for all the kind souls who step forward to share their wisdom. We need to listen to them. They've been there, done that. They've seen it, and they're watching it right now in horror. So they stepped up to help us so that we don't step into the same.
I'm glad you said that, because I neglected to say thank you. And I just, I assume they can read my mind. But no, I'm very grateful. I think it helps for us to get an affirmation, because we know this, right? We really do know this in our bones, right?
But we need to hear it from outside of ourselves.
Yeah. It's a validation of our fears, and it's encouragement that, like many of them said, all is not lost, but we have to have the courage to stand up right now. That's what this is. This is standing up. This is solidarity and speaking out and showing support. And you don't have to get into political arguments with your crazy uncle. You don't have to do that. But setting an example of kindness, that's an effective way of getting the message across. People know that you're a Harris voter, but they see you being nice to a Trump voter. That might make them think twice. You just don't know. So we just have to keep our eyes on the horizon and really try to set a good example.
We have to hold on to our values and not let them be corrupted. That's really important now.
Really well said, and a very huge challenge. The easiest thing in the world, the simple rule, the only thing that matters, do unto others. So easy. Piece of cake. Yeah, it's a challenge, but I think we're up to it. And I think that the support of each other is so significant. So reach out to people. Yeah.
I believe we are here at this time for this very reason. Our souls came here for this, to make the place a better world. It's time. We're at this pivotal moment in history. We came to do this, so let's do it.
Thank you, Debra. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and thank you for participating in this event. And, hey, as Greg Olear likes to say, we shall prevail.
Yes, we shall. Thank you.
Fun foil.
That was the last installment in that series. Thank you.
That was awesome. That was beautiful. It's amazing, it's to share, bring those ideas back again and share them, because it doesn't matter when these words were said, it's still relevant in our everyday lives today.
Yeah, more relevant than we'd like it to be.
Definitely.
Yeah. So you ready for giveaways before we say goodbye?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go.
Awesome. Okay. So for Sheila's 15-minute reading, Lori's Cone of Silence. Congratulations, Lori.
I like that name.
Isn't that cool?
Yes.
For Sherry's 30-minute recorded reading, that's 5 questions, Kathy Loudenslager. Congratulations, Kathy. And then we have 2 people who won the Learn Tarot video series from Debra, the author that was with us earlier. And by the way, I'm going to do a post because I checked the stats on her book, and oh my gosh, what a difference the number ranking when she started from what it is now. It's huge.
Awesome.
So we helped with that.
I got to go in and put my I read the book early for her to give her a review, And then she said, wait till it comes out the day it comes out, and then go put your review in. But I've been doing this all day, so I haven't been able to get over there to do it. So I'm looking
It'll
forward
count
to
when you do it. Yeah. So that is Anna Grenage, Grinage, and Patty D. Congratulations. You got the Learn Tarot video. All right, you guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here and helping us wrap this thing up. We've got one more hour. So we're going to hand it off to Helen and Nate.
And Debra, I wanted to say thank you for organizing this. This is very significant, very impactful for, for the moment we're living right now. And I wanted to publicly thank you for that and say that I admire your tenacity and your strength in organizing this, because I know it's not easy.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing that. Thank you for the opportunity to share again with people here in the community for this cause, and everybody for being here as well.
Yes. Thank you.
Vote, vote, vote.
Yes. Let's do this.
Yes.
Okay. Bye, you guys.
Bye.
All right. So we're going to skip the song for now, and we're going to do Nate's intro. We'll do the song at the very end one more time, since we're short on time here. Here we go, Nate.
Hi everyone, my name is Nate. I am so honored to be part of this program. I'm a French American citizen. I lived 20 years in San Francisco, and I've now been living in Europe, but still feeling very, very connected to the politics in America, and particularly this election. I'm honored to be part of this community. I am a psychic, obviously, myself. And when I saw, this event, the organization of this event, and the caliber of the other psychics that were invited to participate, I feel very, very honored to be with my colleagues. So a few words about me. I've been reading cards very, very early on in my childhood, actually, and always felt connected, always wanted to seek divination through tarot, through oracles. I created my own tarot deck. It's called the Mystical Tarot of the Saints. And it's really a way for me to create, but also use tools that gives us the answers. I really believe in the old school cartomancy, old school divination tools like there's always been. And I really also believe in giving concrete answers to concrete questions, whether it's a number, whether it's something specific, whether it's a time. I feel that the tarot, the oracles have the ability to go multiple layers, and one of them is to try to get to the specifics of a particular situation, not just on the surface, but giving you specific answers. That's my goal when I do a reading. That's my goal here as well during this fundraiser. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the line as we all hold the line for democracy. And so thank you so much in advance. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your donation, and looking forward to seeing you and to read for you. Thank you.
Here comes Nate. Hey,
Hi.
Nate.
How are you, Debra?
Thank you for doing this in the middle of the night.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I'm going to bring Helen right up and not waste any more time, because you guys only have an hour. So we want to cram as much juicy goodness as we can into this last hour. All right. Come on, Helen. Okay. I'm jumping out. You guys have fun.
Bye, Debra. Thank you.
Are you awake?
Yeah.
You sleepwalking? You seem pretty chipper. You don't seem, comatose.
No. I'm in good spirits. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Did you stay up all night?
No. I had a little bit of sleep, and I think I'm tuned in and ready to do some readings.
I have fear of failing to hear the alarm.
Oh.
And then I can't relax, so I might as well stay up,
I use multiple alarms, so one's gonna work.
Maybe. Well, it's been good. It's been busy. It's been just a going concern all day long. Interesting groups of people together and lots of questions. So And I think they made about another $1,500 roughly.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, the gods respond
Yes.
immediately. Yeah. Very good. 32 donors. So, okay. Well, do we have
the number 142448? You see, there's a
yes, there's a multiples of
interesting
2.
number.
Yeah.
Yep.
You notice that they put the 2 immigrants at the end.
Yeah.
Is it an honor or an insult?
Oh, it's an honor.
I know, I'm kidding. That's fine. You know, it's dangerous to put the Irish and the French together because both groups are notorious for revolutionary fever.
Yeah.
You know, we'll stir things up is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, that's not dangerous. That's actually a really
It's a good thing. It's a very good thing. Yeah. So do we have questions, Sherry? Sherry, wake up. Okay. Ooh, that's a serious question.
For spiritual practices, I almost. Ooh.
You should use your saints cards, and I'll I'll use the angels cards more.
Yeah.
Kathy, I'm sorry. That's abominable. And I'm glad you're here to tell about it. You know, that you're okay. You ready? Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I feel definitely yes, it is safe to explore your psychic abilities. 6 of Wands. This is a card of success. This is a card of victory, actually. So overcoming the problems. The 4 of Coins. This is a card of holding your ground. I feel that obviously this is not something that you would have liked to do, whatever happened to you, but it's also taught you lessons in standing up for yourself, holding your ground. And then the last card is the Judgment. So I get a sense that it's a calling for you, that you have those psychic abilities and you're also meant to do it at the same time. So my answer is yes, it's safe. And I think you've learned a lot from whatever happened to you, and you're being called to do this now for yourself and others. Don't forget that it's not just for you. You also be able to be of service for others through this process.
That's important to remember. We got remarkably similar cards. I got the Queen of Pentacles, and I think this it signifies you, and I think it signifies somebody who has reached maturity, who has skills, who has done a lot of the hard work and is ready to move forward and explore further and not be stuck in the past. Time to reject all of the I'm going to use the word attacks, injuries done to you. And this card is specific to the nature of it. This is a rejection of love, what happened to you. This is the Lover's reversed, a complete rejection. But now it's time to move forward. It's time to find a new path. You have the strength of the Sword of Truth and Justice, the Ace of Swords, moving forward. In righteousness, I hate to use, religious terminology, but it seems to apply really well. Your experience can be the defense of other people. It can serve as the defense for others. Nate, I also got the 4 of Pentacles. Now, how did you interpret it again? I don't remember.
Hold your ground.
Yeah, and I think that you have the skills, the knowledge, the learning, you have all the necessary tools to move forward and be really effective And I think that that's what this also signifies. This is the Two of Wands, but it's moving forward in the future with what you have at hand right now. And then ultimately, what did you get? Judgment?
Yeah. And I said,
I got justice. Yeah. So yes, the answer is yes. and it'll be good this time. I think you're ready. It's time. Wake up, Sherry. No.
oh, only messages.
Moonchild, I like that.
Blind reading.
I know. God, something good's happening for you. Did you get good too? Good cards too?
Yeah. I have a little bit of a story, but
go.
Oh, first card is the Queen of Wands. So to me, this is telling me like you're about to go out in the world and do things and take charge and take action and lots of power position with this. The next card is Strength. So that actually, adds on to what I was saying, is like your ability to do things, your ability to move forward and resolve whatever you have to deal with, to take action for things that were blocked in the past, particularly with the Eight of Swords. It's a card of a release. So I'm going to say that there were certain things that you had really very strongly in mind to do that has been going on for a long time. And finally, this is the time to go get it, to go do it. So I kind of get that energy of releasing that was held up and just go.
It's remarkable because it's like if we took your cards and my cards and put them together, they form a continuous narrative, and it's all the good cards in the deck, It's just incredible. So the Six of Swords, it's time to be moving forward. You're emotionally ready. The environment is ready for you to do that. This is further confirmation, stepping off into a new adventure. You have the light of the sun behind you and your faithful friend right there. But if you don't fully accept that's the light of the sun, well, here you go. Here's the whole entire sun. You couldn't get a stronger affirmation that good things are coming, moving forward. So go for it, whatever that might be. Okay. Yes. But let's get some details.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned develop, meaning that you already acknowledge that you have them and you want to develop them. So that's a good starting point. It's not acquire, it's develop.
Yeah.
So
Like
I don't know if you can realize you asked it this way, but yes, it's develop from the point of view of something you already have.
I'm of the firm belief that all of us, to some extent or another, have all sorts of remarkable psychic skills that we may or may not be aware of. And it's just a matter of developing it, just a matter of time developing it. And the fact that you're asking, I mean, that's the first symptom. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
No, go
ahead. After you, Alphonse. You are, that old Seinfeld joke, the master of your domain. You are in charge of what you choose to do. Do you choose to nurture these gifts and develop them? If you do, they're there for you. And it starts with introspection. It starts with whatever the practice is that speaks to you, being out in nature, spending time in meditation, praying, whatever it is to get quiet and look within. That's the beginning of it. And then you look outward and you take what you've learned and apply it in the real world. This is your opportunity. And this is, again, the beginning of a project that involves material things here on earth. You have to do. it isn't enough to just think and manifest. You think and you intend. That's that hermit, that looking within. But then you have to actually physically take that gift and nurture it, grow it. And it will require work. It's like, I hate this word. I hate to use it in the sentence. It's like exercise. It's like any other ability. You have to work on it regularly and dedicate yourself to it. And you will grow those gifts.
First card for me was Dead On. That was the High Priestess. So this is talking about your psychic abilities, your intuition, your ability to connect with the other side. And then the Magician.
Oh,
So
wow.
with the Magician, for me, this is particularly in the areas of, working with rituals and candles and herbs and all of these, connecting with nature in particular. So I could see you doing things like that for the highest good, 10 of Cups. So I could totally see you like working with white light energies, working with some crystals, candles, and
Moonlight.
earth.
Moonlight.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Another eclipse I was not even aware.
They just keep coming. I wasn't aware either. I mean, I was aware before just right now, but I, wasn't anticipating it.
Yeah. I mean, you're born 5/5, and I look at it from the perspective of the tarot, this double 5. It's a double Hierophant. And so it is really the ability for leading, for peace, for this kind of energy, for uniting people. Like you have a lot of that energy just to bring people together and lead, but not lead from the emperor standpoint, lead from the common good standpoint. So curious to, anyways, that was for the double 5.
Well, I feel like this is just an instinctive reaction. You're born on the new moon and here comes an eclipse. And I would fully expect that somebody in that situation would be strongly influenced by the moon, by the energies of the moon. I think moon cycles probably figure really heavily in your life. You probably know that, but if you don't know that, that might be something that you would want to investigate, because I do think that the moon has a strong influence on anybody born at such a significant phase of the moon. Wouldn't you say, Nate?
Well, I'm not specialized in astrology, but yes, everything you said makes sense to me.
Yeah, I'm not either. That's why I asked you. Yeah. I was hoping you would.
No, I'm not either, but yeah, I mean, with the new moon, this is the beginning of growth, right? This idea that everything after that will grow. So if there's an eclipse, it brings some sort. I mean, I wish we had proper astrologers here, but to me,
the last session I did a little while ago was 2 astrologers and me. So I've had enough. Thank you very much.
So, but I get the sense, and I can also see that in the card, is like a little bit of a tension with an expanding energy and an energy that's hiding. So I could imagine like a sense of conflict. I mean, I'm just go ahead with my cards. Queen of Cups, it's your emotions, it's your intuition, it's the connection. I mean, the connection with the moon, really. But the Ten of Wands is that kind of, for me, is the effect of the eclipse. It's a burden. And then they're saying Temperance, just take it easy, just acknowledge that tension and release it.
Okay, I'll build up to it. So, yeah, I think there. I feel like this signifies the new moon, the beginning of the cycle, the looking forward, the energies focus you on the time to come. Oh, look at this, the High Priestess. Just check out what's down there on by your foot, the moon, the new moon, right? I think it's very significant, and Temperance.
Yep.
I think lunar energy balances you. You know, the moon gets a bad rap sometimes, I think. I often do it myself. We talk about lunacy and secrecy and hidden stuff and maybe lies and deception. That's one way to look at it. I also think of the moon as hidden esoteric knowledge and wisdom and that feminine energy. I mean, the moon is a female, you know, in mythology. And then we end with the Empress. And this is somebody who, perhaps you, who is connected to nature, connected to the cycles of the moon, connected to the earth. And this is a card of abundance. And I think that's kind of what you can look for in relating to the cycles of the moon.
Whenever someone tells me, oh, I don't believe this stuff, like the impact of the moon, well, I always go back to kind of the scientific evidence. The moon is the object that creates the ebbs and flows with the ocean, the water. We are 80% water.
Yeah.
So it's just scientific. There's nothing, even if you don't want to go that route, it's just a science. Yes.
Well, there's no arguing about it. Not only in the moon, but the sun, plasma physics. They now know that rivers, currents of charged ionic particles flow back and forth from the sun to the earth, from the earth to the sun and out to the universe. It's a continuing cycle. Yeah. And from the moon, the energy of the moon draws the tides, but it also regulates hormones and neurochemicals, and it affects babies in utero. Women often go into labor at particular cycles of the moon. And at night, I had almost all of my children in the middle of the night, because God forbid you should start out with a full night's sleep. You know, I'm just saying. But yeah, the moon, all of the planets, anyone who denies astrology doesn't know enough about it.
Well, I mean, for example, I work with businesses that, you know, send emails, and I always recommend them to send them after the new moon, because that's a phase of growth.
Oh, isn't that interesting? I would never have thought about that. Kind of dense about it, but that makes absolute sense. You know, why didn't I think of it? Yeah, that's great.
We're not yet, I mean, a lot of spiritual businesses understand that, but traditional business would not necessarily value that. But as soon as they see the money, they'll believe it.
So the new moon or the rising moon, the waxing moon would be the right time to do things like apply for a job.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the waning, that's when it's recommended to do a diet.
In our country, we say waning.
Oh, waning.
I apologize. I'm so used to my family.
I mean, if people need to, but those are that's when our people
go on a diet.
Yes.
Well, too bad. You know, the moon isn't waning all the time. Great.
And I mean, like if you look at the old school, like Farmer's Almanac, this is how they,
yeah, they used to put that out every year. I don't know if they still do, but we used to get it for fun and just read, you know, and it was kind of intriguing how often what it said actually did come true. They could really predict. And I really wasn't giving you a hard time. I'm so used to being teased by my family, but for my pronunciations, that I just feel like, you can make fun of my French anytime you want. Shopping is so anyone, anything in particular. Okay.
Should I be channeling?
Okay.
I be channeling?
That's an interesting question.
Oh, okay.
did you get, Nate? I got interesting stuff here.
Okay. First cards really talk about meditation, like the Four Swords, like the Hangman,
Yeah.
idea of meditation, and then death. So someone who crossed over, who's on the other side, with a Page of Wands and the Ten of Cups. For me, this feels more like an ancestor. So I would say, and the Page, that would be someone who could have passed at a younger age. So I feel like it could be someone in your ancestry, but I feel like not direct line, like a little bit way in the past, that really wants to, and I don't often use this word, like, but that could be used as a spirit guide. So someone in your ancestry, fairly young, that could be used as a spirit guide.
This is interesting. So I got something I think kind of similar. I got the Three of Swords, which I think really in this case does mean somebody from your life that you are grieving and that you miss, you know. And then I got the World reversed. I don't think you should just willy-nilly. I think this is telling you to be more specific. And the High Priestess, which is about inner wisdom. So for your answer to this, you need to be looking within, but also past family connections. Isn't that weird? That's what you got too. Six of Chalices. And then specifically, I got the Lovers. This is somebody who was close to you. Not necessarily, you know, a lover, but somebody who had deep emotional connection to you. I think you're feeling the call of connecting with a specific person. And I would not say just, you know, let's channel. I think that this should be something that you approach with reserve, with having meditated, having surrounded yourself with white light, having put out the intention of who you want to connect with, and ask for the protection of Saint Michael and your angel, you know, your guardian angel. And I think that there is some soul you're connected to by love that is reaching out to you. And I think that's what you should be connecting with. That's kind of weird. We got the same.
Mm-hmm. I'm not weird anymore.
No, I know, but I'm still. I have a technological question. Why is there a wrench besides her name? Do you see the wrench?
That's because she's a moderator on the channel.
Oh my God, you scared me. Oh God.
When you look
on the other side. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Okay. Oh, thank you. Did you know that, Nate?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The last to know, always. Okay.
I decided, should I lie or should you just? I said, yeah, I know. Okay.
You're ha. This would be the person to contact if my audio is not working. Is that what you're going? Okay. Sherry, hello. Oh, she's mad. We made fun. Any message from husband went to spirit.
We
back.
Someone.
Well, that was weird.
Okay, well, we'll go back to this person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Career.
Seems this is the time for everyone to be feeling that way. Without going into details, this is a big issue in my extended family right now, too. It's stressful. We can't hear you, Sherry. We can't hear your voice.
I said, sorry, I think Debra and I clicked the button at the same time. We can't get each other out.
I thought you were mad. Okay. Career.
I'll get started where you shuffle.
Yeah, while I make noise, you go ahead.
So we can get more people. Yeah. Well, listen, first card was the Wheel of Fortune. So there's there's changes, and I believe that this is what makes you anxious. But with a Wheel of Fortune, I feel like they're actually positive changes. The Queen of Wands just tells me like you're gonna have to basically get in a position to fight. uh, it's not so much fight, it's take action, but basically put the fear and the stress on the side and just focus on doing the right thing and take the right step. The Knight of Wands, kind of the same energy you can see from this card. Go for it, go for it. It's almost like don't get paralyzed. I feel it's the message. The Ace of Pentacles tells me there's a new situation coming with the Pentacles that relates to career. So I would tell you that, I understand you feel stressed, but don't let it paralyze you, and there's change coming. And I see the change being positive.
I got very similar cards. So first of all, this is sort of a reflection of your energy right now. Worry, concern, material concern, and that's understandable. Also, I think you're uncertain. The Seven of Swords, I think you're uncertain about specific jobs to apply to. Should you be looking excited about, feeling excited about a second interview or whatever? So there's an awful lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknowns. I think you're going to get offers. I think that is going to happen. And then you're not going to know which one to accept. You're going to be feeling like, oh, I'm not sure if I would like that. Maybe that's not what I had in mind, but you will have choices. And ultimately, I do think you'll find a choice that you'll be happy with and start on some new direction. But I also got the Queen of Wands. So I think advocating for yourself is a big feature here, taking your fate into your own hands, and it'll happen.
Yeah, and I pulled a oracle card and it says hope. So that confirms it.
Well, I can do an oracle card too, because I have the oracle card of the avocado. And I got this in honor of my children, who are all militant vegetarians and vegans. It's all about the avocado toast. So
when you said that, my reaction was holy guacamole.
Yeah.
So,
oh God. Look at this. You're feeling a burden. Don't worry.
It's temporary. The avocado said it. So
right. There's no deceit in the avocado. Did you ever see that movie, The Heartbreak Kid?
No.
And that's a part, kind of a quote. There's no deceit in the cauliflower. It's an inside joke. Never mind. I'll explain it later.
I wanted to say there's no deceit in avocado, only a pit. Anyways, okay, next person. Okay. Okay, that's the person that was kind of back to you. I'm glad.
Annette Grenache. I know that name. I think you won one of the gifts a couple hours ago, didn't you? I swear I recognized the name because I thought it was such a beautiful name. And I was trying to figure out what it meant in French. Does it mean something?
No.
Okay. Focus.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I got a nice message. Shall I go?
Go.
I got a really nice message. And he wants you to be happy. Take advantage of your circle of friends. He wants you to move forward. He wants you to move forward in life in general. Keep going, be strong. And he still loves you, sending you love. Isn't that beautiful? That's really nice.
I got the Chariot, so to me this is a card of transition, the movement. So it's just first thing is he has transition. He's moved onto the other side. He landed safely. That's how I would say. Eight of Swords, like he doesn't want you to feel held back. Just of course, I assume there was a lot of grieving, but he wants you to keep moving forward. That's also the message of the Chariot. And I feel like he has a little bit of a premonition message. The Magician, new beginnings, and then the Three of Coins, projects. So I feel like there's something new coming for you that seems really exciting, that has to do with a small project, not just yourself, but working with other people.
Look what I got at the bottom of the deck. I always like to look at the last card. I mean, this is a very, I think this card is two messages for you. He's acknowledging that he loved you, you were happy together. And now look to the future and find more of that kind of love and satisfaction in your life. Keep living.
Opportunities. So, yeah.
And I won't insult you with an avocado card.
No.
No.
Lunar love and light. Yes. Lots of moon stuff today.
Well, you know, there's something about it lately. You know, this is the advice of the angels, the influence of the angels cards.
Lunar love and light. Any messages? Okay. I'm just gonna get going with shuffle. Ten of Wands. So I get a sense like you've been either working too hard or, you know, it's like the card of burden. So dealing with a lot of stuff, working hard, focusing on things you have to do. And they're saying Six of Cups, like have fun, take care of yourself. This is kind of a spa card. So take time for yourself. Take time to feel good mentally, physically, all of that. And then with the Empress, I look at this as a card of creativity. So it's almost like stop a little bit the daily routine and the go, and just pause and use different types of your brain, your creativity, healing, just kind of go in the flow.
Lunar light and love. It's time for a little sunshine. Got the sun, and I got the Eight of Cups, and I think this message is focus. You know, find what it is that really speaks to that light inside of you. It's time for some changes, and I got the Fool, which is reinforcing that it's time for maybe a new project, maybe what you were saying about creativity. This is exactly what that means. Time to Page of Swords is usually about some sort of an intellectual pursuit, beginning of some sort of project. I don't know, what a class, seminar, learning a new skill, but just it's time to try something new and maybe open yourself up to the light of the sun.
A little bit more. This card says clearing, make room for growth. So because it feels like you're dealing with a lot, to start new things, you're gonna also have to stop certain things.
That Eight of Cups, you're gonna have to decide.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Yeah.
You're having a party in your house?
Yeah, I didn't get invited. Teenagers outside. They always have to be loud. Vista, Oklahoma. Well, I don't know. Let's ask.
I got the Three of Cups, which tells me this is a source of fun, a source of celebration. So there's a lot of positive energies there for you. And then the King of Cups, it's like there is this person, most likely a man, and it feels like there's an emotional connection with it. So it feels like it's part of your path for good energies, for meeting good people. It just has this feel good energy.
Yeah, I got something interesting. Hanged Man, I got you feeling sort of stuck. And for whatever reason, you're drawn to this place. I don't know, do you know people there, or you feel maybe you could be part of a community there? The Six of Pentacles, you feel like there would be more interaction, more give and take from people. Once again, like a community thing, but also the Seven of Pentacles. And I think specifically in this deck, you know, she's in her garden for whatever reason. I think maybe that would be, there's an opportunity there for you to get more in touch with nature. Now we're going to have to look up Vista, Oklahoma. I'm so curious.
Or go there.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. I don't leave my house. I'm a hermit. No. But I think Elizabeth may. Yeah, I think you're going to find maybe, you know, broaden your circle of social connections. Wouldn't it be funny if Sherry had fallen asleep? She does that sometimes, you know. Sherry.
Knock, knock.
Oh, here we go.
Nicole, can you tell me how next January, this is very specific.
I think we're all wondering how next January is going to go, but you want in your personal life.
Oh. I'll go ahead. Just
yeah, go.
First, I actually get really, really good cards. So I feel like this is very auspicious. The Hierophant, it's a sense of peace and union. I like this energy. The World, it also feels like a new beginning. And the Pope here, Hierophant, the Pope, has a sense of union. And then the World has also a sense of union. This is like a ring here, you see. Yes. And then the Ace of Pentacles, which is kind of a new beginning. So it feels like it's the first month of the year, but it has this extra sense of new beginning. Like signing a contract, something happening that feels like positive new beginning.
Yeah, I get the feeling that there's some sort of change coming in January. It's going to be auspicious. You're going to be happy about it. I don't know. Maybe you should plan a party, but it's going to be a celebration. I think it's going to be around money because you not only get the Knight of Pentacles, you also get the King of Pentacles.
And the Ace.
Yeah, and I think it's going to involve some sort of new project moving forward and a positive sort of thing. And then just to round out the reading, because of peer pressure, I also got the Hierophant.
Oh.
So I think January is a good month for you to look forward to. I
wasn't asleep. I had a puppy dog accident I had to deal with.
Uh-oh, she heard me. I always find January very difficult because it's an emotional letdown after Christmas. And the weather is horrible here. And, you know, it's just kind of bleak. And there's really nothing great to look forward to until Valentine's Day. And who cares about that? And so, you know, it's just, it's a hard time of year for me.
Oh, I don't see it this way. I like the idea of new beginnings. It's like starting from a blank page.
Oh, so you're not a real Taurus. Because real Taurians do not like change. I don't want to start from any blank page. I want a full book that I totally already know all the chapters. I want it predictable. I know it's a sickness. Any message from your spirit
guide for tea?
Let's see here.
Spirit guides.
You want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've been having some sort of struggle, and I don't think this is with other people. I think you've been sort of in conflict with yourself, and it's time to move ahead following your emotional guidance, like trust your feelings this time rather than overanalyzing. Go with your gut feelings. And this also, where did that go? Oh, and you got the Chariot. And the two of these cards make me think of something coming soon for you. And I think it's going to be a choice. I think you're going to have, you're going to be presented with some opportunities, and your guides are telling you to listen to your gut. And you know, that is your guides, really. Listen to your gut. Another word for that would be intuition, feeling. Cups are about feelings. And it's going to be an embarrassment of riches. So that would be the message, is that the choice is within you. You need to pay attention to what your gut is telling you.
Quite similarly, I do see here with the Eight of Swords, you may be in a predicament or a situation that doesn't feel quite right at the moment, or uneven. You're going towards more stability for staffs. There's an emotional component, King of Cups, to kind of get through or release what you need to release to get that stability. But you're protected, the Hierophant again. So I feel like this is a sense of, you have to, like Helen said, trust your intuition, but also trust that everything will be well and their spirits were looking after you.
Let me show you this card. I think this deck of cards is the Golden Tarot, and it's based on late medieval, early Renaissance art. And sometimes the cards, you know, the picture on the card says more than anything. This is the Seven of Cups, and it's about choices. And a lot of times it can be about confused choices, too many choices, an abundance of choices, or delusional, fantasy, toxic things. In this case, look at the corners. What do you see down there at the corners? You see spirit guides giving you choices, and you know, and it's centered. You have to look within yourself is where you're going to get your answers. Is that a Lenormand or is that a quilt? Oh, it's gone now. Well, you have to watch every day, and then you'll know. Next Tuesday, not this coming Tuesday,
No.
the Tuesday after. He's going to be, darn it, in Paris, because his life is so hard. Really a tragic situation.
Thank you for the question.
Soon, in a week. Which we aim for every Tuesday morning.
And it would be for Melania's grant.
Right. You know, I did a whole thing on Melania the other day.
Oh, and full disclosure, I haven't seen it yet.
Well, people were pretty interested in it. It got a lot of people looking at it because I think people are intrigued, puzzled, fascinated, but not in a good way. And I got some really interesting comments back when people were like, not mad at me, but just mad that anybody would waste their time on her. You know, it's funny. Interesting. Yeah, you watch that, because boy, did the cards have some interesting things to say. Yeah. Okay, Sherry. Thank you.
Oh,
well, happy birthday. There's a message for you. Yes.
Happy birthday.
A lot of birthdays. What is this? End of September. Oh, well, that explains it. Count back 9 months. What were people doing? Trying to survive the winter. Right?
You got inspired. Yeah.
Or bored. I mean, yeah. Or cold. Maybe. Cold. Okay. September baby. Oh, actually, Monday. Is Monday? No, Monday's the last day of September.
Oh.
is the Saint?
I'll get started. The first card is the Ace of Swords. So there's some sort of breakthrough. I took it as a breakthrough, a sense of new beginning here that may be coming with your birthday, just a sense that to me, this is also a new year that's coming for you. King of Pentacles, like prosperity and abundance coming for you. And the stars. I feel like this is also a time for you to reset your goals. Think about, you want to manifest your goals, but maybe take a little bit of a time to think about your actual goals. Like maybe you've had goals in the past, but things have changed and you need to kind of do a reset. I'm almost getting a sense of rewriting a bucket list. Yeah. Oh,
I got the Nine of Swords, which I think is a reflection of maybe you've had concerns and worries of late, and this is sort of an emotional and actual psychological division and separation from those concerns into something fresh. The slate is cleaned. It's a new year. And the advice from the universe is the Hermit. Take some time for introspection, reevaluate your life. I think you said that, Nate, didn't you? You said,
yep.
kind of, look
Reset.
things over. Reset. Thank you. That's the word. I also got the King of Coins. That's very promising. And I got the Page of Wands, which is about taking action on a new project, maybe start something new after you've had time to contemplate and reset your priorities and figure out how you want to move forward. Then you have to take the action and move forward and be persistent, be patient, stick with it. And if you have something that you want to accomplish or a new project or whatever new direction it is, just maintain a steady pace. Don't demand too much from yourself. Pace yourself, take your time, you'll succeed. Isn't that funny? We both got the King of Coins.
Oh, relocation. Okay.
Seeking change.
Oh, okay. So
should she move together with
relocate, but your friend inspiring, so you're thinking maybe
share expenses, both of them change, little change of scenery. Yeah. She wants to leave New York, is the impression I get. Her friend does. She's seeking change. Does she want to leave her apartment? She has to leave her apartment because her lease is up, but is she staying in New York?
Let's see.
Yeah. An opportunity for apartment sharing in New York City might be fabulous. Oh, this is so good. I'm going to go. Okay.
Yes.
So you have to approach this methodically with common sense and not get too emotional about it. Weigh the odds. Do what I always do. Take a piece of paper and write 2 columns, pros and cons, and be brutally honest with yourself because it helps to clarify where you really stand. Use that intellect. Use your intelligence. Think about it logically. This is not the time to be highly emotional. This is the time to really be logical. Evaluate the money situation. Evaluate all the other factors that come into play. The 8 of Cups. Set aside the emotions this time. I think you don't want to make a decision impulsively. You really want to think it through. Now, once you've weighed the odds, whatever you decide, you are entirely able to make that happen. You have the ability to bring about that change. And whatever it is you decide, I don't know if you will do this with your friend because you know what those factors are that you have to balance, but you're going to come to a decision that's going to result in a comfortable situation, whatever that decision might be. So the message is the answer's inside of you and you can make it happen, but you're going to have to do some self-evaluation, soul searching.
I agree on that. Four Swords, Two of Wands, and even Justice is that evaluation of the pros and cons.
yeah. Like
So
temperance,
I get the sense like that's you're
well,
not gonna make
what I got, justice.
Oh,
Yeah.
you're not gonna make a quick decision. The Hierophant again, like I keep getting these cards.
Yeah, yeah.
I just getting the sense intuitively that you could, if you wanted to do this with your friend, but I'm getting the sense like you're gonna get some opportunities that are coming along the way before the spring that will influence your decision, and it might be something else because an opportunities or multiple opportunities will come up in the area of business or career.
And the feeling that I get is don't do what I would do, which is act impulsively out of emotion, jump into it with both feet, and then go, oh, what have I done? Really take your time and think about it. Weigh the odds. Really, that justice. We both got justice.
Yep.
We both got the balance. Weigh the odds. Yeah. Maybe, Nancy, I'm going to give you an avocado. Hold on. Maybe we can get... And I just got these. I haven't even read them all, so... I'm a little nervous, but let's see. Okay. Oh, I got the exact same one. I'm not going to give you the same card. That's ridiculous. Okay. Oh, broaden your horizons. Business opportunities. Broaden your horizons. Isn't that what you just said?
Yes.
Oh my God. All right then. There you go. The avocado always knows. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We'll ask the angels here.
Angels and guides.
Why don't you use the saints and I'll use the angels?
Yep.
You're not related to Jared, are you? Just kidding. Okay.
If that was the case, we wouldn't do the reading. So just to be clear on that.
Well, they would have nothing to say. They would be speechless. Oh, this is interesting. I'm going to go because I'm ready. Okay. You have a choice here, and you're kind of struggling with the choice. It's sort of a, do I make a compromise? You're being told, pick a choice, take an action. It's going to alleviate whatever it is that's been burdening you. It's going to free you up and make you feel better because you get the sun. So that's their message.
Yep, I got the Seven of Staffs, which is a sense of challenges. So maybe, you're facing some challenges or obstacles. But the next two cards, Queen of Coins, King of Coins.
Oh.
There's a resolution, but it's a resolution that brings like the actual material resolution to you, like whether it's money, work, career. But they're saying like
something substantial.
Recognize you dealing with some sort of challenges, but the outcome is positive.
Yeah, very positive. The sun. I mean, yeah, very positive. Are you on a bicycle in that picture? Is that what that is? My eyes are so bad. Those little Oh, it's a horse. Oh, how cool. It's a horse.
She has this little tool here, which means she's a moderator.
Oh, is that what that means? Thank you. You're going to hell. I think we've been abandoned. I think
he's already there. It's only 3 in the morning.
Yes. At 2 o'clock in the morning with me reading cards. He thinks he's died and gone to Dante's 9th circle of hell. You died in your sleep, Nate. And here it is. Welcome.
Well, hate to be the bearer of bad news, but have you looked at the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 11:02. So we're over time. We have to wrap up. We've got some giveaways.
Thank you, everybody, for the questions.
And thank you for having us and
fun
for all of you to be here. And particularly
it's been a lot of fun
organizing again. So thank you.
Yes. You are so welcome. So the giveaways that we have now, I was told that the winner of Sheila's gift had left already, so we had to draw that one again. So Garden Genie, you are the lucky winner.
Oh!
And then I have 2 ebooks of Little Book of Meditations, and those are going to Rossi, Rossy, and Nancy Cast Tarot. Congratulations! Send me your email.
Yay!
But don't expect an answer tonight.
Oh, listen, if you're sending anything by the United States Post Office, expect, Pony Express would be fast.
Oh, no, I'm just teasing because
God.
somebody said, hey, I won hours ago and I haven't gotten an email yet. And so I had to tease her and say, I'm busy right now.
Yeah, we're all kind of still on air.
No, enthusiasm is adorable, though I love that. So thank you guys all for being here. It feels like I'm forgetting something. What am I forgetting? We're going to do the song as we close. You guys, did you post your link, Shari, so they can follow you at your...
I'll post it again.
Oh, I know what
I
I'm
did
forgetting.
earlier, but I'll do it again.
Yeah, do it again so they can all grab that link and then follow you later if they're still up. I want to share with you the stats on Debra's book. You are going to be gobsmacked.
All right, there y'all go. 11 p.m. Central. Come to the slumber party. Nate, you're already awake. You might as well join us.
You're going to do that tonight?
She is.
Yeah.
Okay, what are we looking at?
Okay, I took a screenshot of Debra's book. So the book it's a paperback, Decode Tarot, Master Meanings, Reversals, and Combinations.
It's a great book.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. So if you look down here, you see where the first one is, the rank was 474,160 in paperback books. That's
Right.
where it was when we started the live stream.
Uh-huh.
I grabbed it at the beginning. And now, just a little bit ago, I checked again. It went all the way down to 55,213.
Oh.
The lower, the better.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, the lower, the better, because then more people get to see the book. When you start going up in the hundreds of thousands and millions, your book is kind of in the basement.
So
of
it's
Amazon.
almost 10 times better.
Isn't that awesome? And that
Wow.
all happened during our live stream. So we can all take credit for helping.
And there were quite a few people in the chat and in the live stream today that made the comment of, I went and bought your book. So
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
And the
Very
thing about Amazon, it doesn't take that many purchases to change your rank drastically. Because most books aren't selling that many. So if you sold 20 books in a day, you could go from what she's done here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Makes
that's
a
got to
huge
feel good.
difference.
That's got to
Yeah.
feel
We probably had that many people at one point or another all day today that said,
Yeah.
made a comment about, oh, I bought Debra's book.
It's wonderful.
Like, good.
So hopefully that will.
It's
the
a really good book.
The momentum will continue because the links will be there in the live and people will keep supporting her.
Good.
So get rid of that. There we go.
Absolutely.
So you guys want to, any last words? Let's bring Rick up. He's here.
Yeah, I know he said he was looking forward to it.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, Rick.
Hello.
What are you just grooving to the Grateful Dead there or something? What have you got on? Your headphones.
Oh, I'm just using the audio because I've been having a computer issue.
Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that.
Hey, mine crashed in the middle of the show. I had to reboot.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, that's never happened before.
Well, it's okay. We're all pretty understanding about it because we're next.
Yeah. Well, mine crashed at the beginning. The power went out. So,
Yeah,
There you
isn't that
go.
incredible? Yeah.
And here we are, 11 hours later, still going strong. So
Yeah.
thank you, Angels.
Yeah.
It was fabulous. Well, thank you, guys. I've got to do some calculations and some figuring because as I look at the numbers, it's making me think when we did part one, we raised more money during the late hours than we did during the daytime. So I'm thinking, gee, maybe next time we start at 10 p.m.
Did we get a lot of people from other countries? Is that why? From different time zones? Did that have an effect?
I don't really know, because I'd have to do a lot of analysis to figure that out, and I don't have the time. So it's just an observation that, wow, we made a lot more money in that.
Well,
Those
it was also a 3-day weekend, the first one. So a lot of people
it was
had that
Labor
Monday
Day. Labor
off.
Day.
Yeah.
What's Labor Day? I mean, it's.
Yeah, but a lot of people said they couldn't come because of the holiday. So that's why we were hoping this is a regular Saturday. More people should come. Maybe Sunday's a better day. So we have to figure that out.
No, you'll go to hell. It's a Sabbath.
I'll be in good company.
That's right. Nate will greet you when you get there.
With Helen and I taking up the rear.
Hey, you guys want to see what I've been working on? Okay, so this is special. This is not entirely finished. It has a few little strands that are hanging, but I have to put it on and show you. This was special request from my grandchildren for Halloween. It's a pumpkin hat. See?
Cute.
It's adorable.
Well, I thought
like
so.
it.
I was expecting like a much better reception. Like, oh my God, I want one too. Actually, it's a little big. This is actually for my son-in-law. It's a little big. He has a big old gigantic pumpkin head. I love him. He knows it.
I think we're slap happy.
Yeah.
So any last words, you guys, before we call it a day and we put on Annette's song one more time?
Mea culpa. Famous last words. This was wonderful, Debra, and I think you need a huge thank you, because the amount of work you did was just enormous. You know, and
A big clap.
yeah. I mean, I served the purpose of holding pom-poms and cheering you on. I didn't do anything. I'm really grateful to how much work you did. Thank you.
You are welcome. Yeah.
Do you think you still might want to have something after the election for the sake of speaking to people about peace and unity?
Let's see how it unfolds.
You know, I'm open to it because I really love the energy when we bring the community together. And I've been thinking about that. What can we do to have something like this on a smaller scale once in a while? Because, you know, it's so
Maybe we
much-
could have a Thanksgiving party or something, you know, thanks to give thanks that
Oh,
we didn't
that's
kill
a great
each other,
idea.
hopefully.
Yeah, brainstorm. Let's talk, you know?
Well, as long as I don't have to cook, I'm good.
Yeah, that,
I'll say
Yeah,
that
we're
peace
good.
and unity is going to be required no matter who wins.
yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
Rick on that one.
Yeah.
That's why it seemed like a point
Yeah.
of
That's a good idea.
support.
I think I'm trying to think how to say this. I feel a little bit like the voice of doom, the angel of death today, because there's a lot of optimism and positive thinking going on. And I just feel completely motivated. I have to say, we have to keep our eyes, we have to be on guard. And it didn't start with Trump. It didn't start
No.
with the official Project 22 of 2025. It's been going on a long time. They're relentless.
Started when
They've said
Roosevelt
they-
was in office.
They don't care about the battles. They want to win the long-term war. And I don't think we can let our guard down. And I think there's a false feeling of November 6th, we can all take a deep breath. That's just the start. And
Yeah.
and I hate to be the Cassandra.
Red blanket.
Yeah. Sorry, see now.
No,
Wet
see, this started back when Roosevelt won 4 terms and was literally built the middle
commie.
class that this country didn't have. That's they've been after it ever since.
The one difference, though, is there has been more more divisiveness within the populace
Mhm.
than any other time. I mean, I can't say that totally because I wasn't here. I wasn't around.
Yeah.
I have no memories of Roosevelt.
Well, you know, the
like I do.
The government opened, yeah, Sherry. The government opened fire on union protesters that demonstrated in Washington, D.C. I mean, shot them dead.
Well, even
what Reagan
more
did to the country. I mean,
more
Reagan did
insidious
so
than
much
that.
damage.
Can anyone say you do not know families that have been torn apart by this?
True.
Friend groups who have
It's like the Civil
divided.
War.
That, to me, is why we need peace and unity.
It's
I
like
agree.
the Civil War time, you know. You had brother against brother.
But we're
Without
talking about two layers of issues here. We're talking about trying to maintain a sense of compassion and unity and love and connection with people. 100%. Totally agree. It's
Sure.
missing. We need it. We can do something about that. Two things can exist at the same time. At the same time, we need to be even more hyper vigilant. These things are continuing. These things don't end November 5th. And we can be compassionate and kumbaya. And if we turn our back or we let our guard down or we ignore who's in our state legislature for one term, we're going to end up with no constitution. They only need 6 more states to sign on for a new constitutional convention, and the fundamentalists are driving it. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I know I'm.
Oh, those are
my
legitimate
crowd.
concerns, Helen.
Pardon?
Those are very legitimate concerns.
Oh, thank you.
I totally agree with you on that.
$1,700. That's wonderful. Debra, can I borrow $20?
You got it.
That's pretty good, huh?
Yeah. We're not going to
Well,
complain.
Christine has a good idea. Could we do a fundraiser for charities around Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Sure. Absolutely. You know, a lot of the channels do that, so I don't know if we're just going to be duplicating content. So, you know, let's think about it, brainstorm, figure out what we can come up with to do. And maybe we'll do like an annual Labor Day like we did, you know, for the first one. Come
That
up
would
with,
be fun.
you know?
I would like to thank Nate for getting up at 2:00 in the morning, and he doesn't even live in the same continent. I mean, that's dedication. Thanks, Nate.
Oh,
You
you're
rock, man.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Okay. Bye, Nate.
See you later.
See you soon, all of you.
A bientôt.
Bye, Nate.
Oui, a bientôt.
Yes.
A bientôt. Oui. Je le parle.
Yeah, you know, Debbie said she thinks the hurricane might have affected the event. It did, and apologies to Scott. You know, I neglected to mention earlier that Scott of Scorpio Sun Tarot was supposed to be on with Jillian
Me
and
and Ramon, yeah.
and well, he was going to be on with me.
Oh, he was going to go with you and Jill. Yeah, that's
To
right.
switch because Sheila had to switch.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah,
couldn't make it because of the storm. So
yeah.
hopefully next time
Powers.
he can join us.
I think it's a real indication of where we are as a society when a storm like that killed that many people is sort of number 3 or 4 in the news today. You know, that's. Did anybody see? I have a question for you. I never have time to watch anything else. Yesterday, I stumbled on something looking for what do you call it? Glenn Kirshner. Aley, Dreams Down Under. Do you know what she's been talking about? Nobody? No. So she had a dream. She's had a couple of different dreams now about, this is being recorded, isn't it? I have to be careful what I say. About the sudden, unexpected, and violent demise of a high figure, a high-level leader, but she doesn't know who. And she read cards, and I thought those cards were really very interesting. And she kind of boiled it down to a very unpleasant, like a bad person, big leader, ulterior motives for doing what he's doing. And when this event happens, and she said it's going to be successful. And so extrapolate from that who you might think it would be. Different countries, different continents. Some
Who we think it might be or who we wish it might be.
No. I don't wish that, because you know what? That comes back in bad karma.
Yep,
That is
it sure does.
not a good thing. No. Not a way to solve anything. But today I thought, I wonder if this is the person, and it just isn't somebody on her radar. That leader of Hezbollah. Did you see that? The top one of the one of the top guys was killed today in, I believe, Lebanon. I think. Am I right? Lebanon.
I don't know. I didn't see it. I haven't watched the news today.
Okay. I was just curious if anybody else had heard about it. It was in the newspaper. I'm the last human being on earth who actually reads.
I know Maggie Smith died. Dame Maggie Smith died.
I thought she was dead. I mean, I don't mean that disrespectfully. I thought she was dead. Yeah.
I didn't know she was still alive. So.
And she was younger than I thought. I think it said she was 89. I thought she was older than that.
Yeah. She lived a nice long life, and she entertained us all for decades. So she was quite good at what she did.
Yeah. All right, you guys. Well, I think we should bring it to a close. We want to make sure that this recording gets saved.
Yes.
So thank you for being here. We will be in touch and see what fun we can cook up for the
Debra,
future.
it's almost like you're eager to get some rest. I just don't understand it.
We don't want to go ahead and annoy the YouTube parameters, that's for sure.
I know.
Okay, y'all come to the slumber party. You got
I
40
am
minutes.
too old for this. I am done for today. I worked late last night too, so that's the end of that. And it
Where's
was very
that slumber party?
Oh, on my channel. I put the link in. I'll put it in again.
Thanks. And I may just give a short hello to everyone.
Drop by.
Yeah.
For a little after party.
Yeah.
Just
if you want to
stop
share
it,
the
say
donation,
hello.
if you want to share the donation link, Sherry, feel free.
I will. Most definitely.
You know, nice. Look at that. $11,500. It's a lot of money. Well, now, I hope Kamala sends us each a handwritten note. Thank you.
I know I'm on one of the teams that does electronic stuff for like sending out emails and stuff. And I contacted them the other day and said, oh, by the way, there's a group of us psychics that are doing a fundraiser. And they were like, oh, well, next time give us a little more warning and we'll put it on our network. And I'm like,
oh,
okay,
for God.
I will.
Are you kidding me?
No, my guy said the same thing. He says, I put it out for you on all of the alerts that he sends out. And let me know where you're going to be so I can send you some food. And I said, dude, we're doing this virtual. Keep your food. Just publicize. That's what we need.
Well, that was a nice offer. You could have given him my address. I would have been.
Yeah. He was just kind of annoying, that's all. He contacted me last time, right before we started, with all these demands about, you've got to give me all these numbers as soon as you finish. And it's like, really? Who are you? You just showed up like last week. Meanwhile, I had been talking to somebody else. They have a really weird system. I don't understand.
Tell him to do his own homework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got the system. You know. Look it up. Anyway, we're gonna
don't look a gift psychic in the mouth.
Yeah, really.
Bye, you guys. Night.
Good night.
It's been fun. See you later.
Sending you out with Annette.
Everything's falling around me. Fog so thick I can hardly see. Nothing is holding me up. Everyone's had enough. No one is really connecting. We act like we are all set to end. Inside we're drowning in sorrow that'll come to an end. We've got to come together in every kind of weather. We are stronger by oh so much more when we're all joined as one. We'll be like a wave that's crashing, driven by divine, passionate action. We've got to come together and this world will be saved. reach. There's nothing we cannot do when we are guided by love. We give not into temptation. Our faith is helping our patience. We're reaching out into space and throughout all of time. We've got to come together in every kind of weather. We are stronger by oh so much more when we are all joined as one. We'll be like a wave that's crashing, driven by divine passionate action. We've got to come together and this world will be saved. We've got to come together in every kind of weather. We are stronger by oh so much more when we're all joined as one. We'll be like a wave that's crashing, driven by divine passionate action. We've got to come together and this world will be saved. We've got to come together and this world will be saved. Come together and this world will be saved. We've got to come together and this world will be saved. Come together and this world will be saved. Come together and this world will be saved.
Wasn't that wonderful? All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for giving us all of your time, your attention, your energy, your love, and your donations. Much love to all of you. Mwah! I will see you soon. Bye.